Somalis, a proponent of Somalism. Somalists, plural of Somalis. Somalization, the process of Somalizing. Somalize, to make or become Somali. Somalized, simple past and past participle of Somalize. Somalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Somalize. Somalizing, present participle and gerund of Somalize. Somalo, the currency of Italian Somaliland from 1950 to 1962, divided into 100 centesimi. Somalo, relating to Somalia, the Somali Peninsula, or the Somali people, language, or culture. Somalophile, one who loves, admires, or is fond of the Somali. Somalophiles, plural of Somalophile. Somalophilia, the love, admiration, or fondness for the Somali. Somalophilic, love, admiration, or fondness for the Somali. Somalophobe, a person who hates or fears Somalis. Somalophobes, plural of Somalopho. Somalophobia, the hatred or fear of Somalis. Somalophobic, hatred or fear of Somalis. Somalophone, Somali speaker. Somalophones, plural of Somalophone. Somalos, plural of Somalo. Somals, plural of Somal. Common, the nerve gas openic methylphosphenofluoridate, used as a chemical weapon. Samantadine, an antiviral drug. Samapacitin, a growth hormone medication. Samariva, a surname from Spanish. Samarivas, plural of Samariba. Tomas, plural of Soma. Samaskin, a member of a Roman Catholic religious order founded in Italy in the 16th century by St. Jerome Emilini, called the Samasci Fathers. Samaskins, plural of Samaskin. Somascope, an early ultrasonographic apparatus requiring the patient to be submerged in water. Somascopes, plural of somascope. Samasi, alternative form of samosa. Somasteroid, any extinct starfish of the class Somasteroidea. Somasteroids, plural of somasteroi. Himata, plural of soma. Somaesthesia, awareness of one's own body. Somatic, part of or relating to the body of an organism. Somatic cell, any normal cell of an organism that is not involved in reproduction, a cell that is not on the germline. Somatic cell nuclear transfer, technique used in genetic engineering in which a donor nucleus from a somatic cell is implanted into an enucleated oocyte egg cell to achieve cloning, either reproductive or therapeutic. Somatic cell nuclear transfers, plural of somatic cell nuclear transfer. Somatic cells, plural of somatic cell. Somatic nervous system, the part of the peripheral nervous system that transmits signals from the central nervous system to skeletal muscles and from receptors of external stimuli, thereby mediating sight, hearing, and touch. Somatic nervous systems, plural of somatic nervous system. Somatic sensory cortex, the region of the cerebral cortex that receives somatic signals from the thalamus. Somatic sensory cortices, plural of somatic sensory cortex. Somatic symptom disorder, extreme anxiety concerning physical symptoms. Somatic symptom disorders, plural of somatic symptom disorder. Somatical, somatic. Somatically, in a somatic manner. Somaticism, synonym of somatic symptom disorder. Somaticize, to make somatic, to convert psychological issues into bodily symptoms. Somaticize. Simple past and past participle of somaticize. Somatizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of somaticize. Somaticizing. Present participle and gerund of somaticize. Somaticus blanchnic. Relating to the body and the viscera. Somatics. Any of several holistic approaches to physical therapy that attempt to train both the body and the mind. Somative form. Alternative form of somatoform. Somatization. Alternative form of somatization. Somatizations. Plural of somatization. Somatize. Non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of somatize. Somatize. Simple past and past participle of somatize. Somatizing. Present participle and gerund of somatize. Somatism. Somatist beliefs generally. Somatisms. Plural of somatism. Somatis. One who admits the existence of material beings only, a materialist. Somatists. Plural of somatists. Somatization. The generation of physical symptoms of a psychiatric condition such as anxiety. Somatizations. Plural of somatization. Somatize. To express a psychological process through physical symptoms such as pain or anxiety. To have a psychosomatic reaction to, for example, a situation. Somatize. Simple past and past participle of somatize. Somatizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of somatize. Somatizing. Present participle and gerund of somatize. Tomato. Naughty. Somatoblasts. A group of cells that develops into the ectoderm, nervous system, and nephridia of an annelid. Somatoblasts. Plural of somatoblasts. Somatocentric. Describing any function of neurons centered on the soma. Somatachart. A diagrammatic representation of a somatatae. Somatacharts. Plural of somatachart. Somataco. The posterior of the three regions of coelomic sacs of the embryonic coelom. Somatacos. Plural of somataco. Somatochronin. A hormone produced in the hypothalamus that promotes the secretion of growth hormones. Somatosis. A cavity in the primary necticalyx of certain siphonophori. Somatosis. Plural of somatosis. Somatodendrite. A somatodendritic dendrite. Somatodendrites. Plural of somatodendrite. Somatodendritic. Located together even at the ends of a dendrite. Somatodendritically. In a somatodendritic manner. Somatodendritic. Alternative form of somatodendritic. Somatoform. Having no physical or organic cause. Somatoform disorder. A psychiatric disorder in which physical symptoms are experienced but for which no apparent physical cause can be found. Somatoform disorders, plural of somatoform disorder. Somatofugal, that travels out from the body. Somatogamy, the fusion of two cells but not their nuclei, especially as the first stage of syngamy. Somatogastric, misspelling of stomatogastric. Somatogenesis, the development of an embryo into a mature organism. Somatogenic, having a physiological rather than a psychological cause. Somatognostic, relating to a person's body image or subjective idea of their own bodily form. Somatogram, a graphical representation of a somatotype. Somatograms, plural of somatogram. Somatographic, relating to the sensation of falling. Somatographic illusion, an illusory perception of one's pitch angle due to the effects of linear acceleration on the vestibular system of the inner ear. Somatographic illusions, plural of somatographic illusion. Somatogravisptive, somatic and gravisptive. Somatogyral, relating to the sensation of turning. Somatolectin, a protein related to somatotropin and prolactin. Somatolectotrope, alternative form of somatolectotroph. Somatolectotropes, plural of somatolectotrope. Somatolectotrov, any cell that produces somatolectin. Somatolectotroph, plural of somatolectotroph. Somatoliberin, somatocrinin. Somatologic, relating to somatology. Somatological, relating to somatology. Somatologically, in terms of somatology. Somatologies, plural of somatology. Somatologists, one who studies somatology. Somatologists, plural of somatologists. Somatology, the study of the physical nature of human beings. Somatomamadrov, a type of cell in the anterior pituitary gland that produces both somatotropin and prolactin. Somatomamatrov, plural of somatomamatrov. Somatomamatrudin, a polypeptide placental hormone. Somatomamatrudins, plural of somatomamatripin. Somatome, a somite. Somatomdin, any of a group of petas which mediate the action of somatotropin on cartilage. Somatomdins, plural of somatomdin. Somatomes, plural of somatome. Somatometer, a device used to measure the height of a growing child. Somatometers, plural of somatometer. Somatometric, relating to somatometry or to somatometrics. Somatometrics, the study of somatometry. Somatometry, the measurement of the dimensions of the human body, especially while keeping the soft tissues intact. Somatomotor, or pertaining to movements of the body. Somatoperiphenia, misspelling of somatoperiphenia. Somatoperiphenia, a monothematic delusion in which one denies ownership of a limb. Somatoperiphenias, plural of somatoperiphenia. Somatoperiphenic, relating to somatoperiphenia. Somatopathies, plural of somatopathy. Somatopathy, any disease of the body rather than of the mind. Somatopause, the ending of growth and the accompanying increase in adipose tissue that occurs in adult life as hormone secretion diminishes. Somatoperception, somatosensory perception, somatoperceptual, somatic and perceptual. Somatophobia, fear of the body as opposed to mind or spirit. Somatophrenia, a tendency to imagine or exaggerate bodily ills. Somatophylix, plural of somatophylax. Somatophylax, one of the 7 men that served in high-ranking military positions during the times of Alexander the Great. Somatoplasm, the protoplasm of somatic cells. Somatoplasms, plural of somatoplasm. Somatoplural, pertaining to the somatopler, somatopleuric. Somatopler, a fold of tissue in the embryo of a vertebrate from which the walls of the body and the amnion develop. Somatoplers, plural of somatopler. Somatopleuric, pertaining to the somatopler, somatoplural. Somatopsychic, pertaining to the effects of the body on the mind. Somatorlin, a diagnostic agent for determining growth hormone deficiency. Somatorepresentation, somatosensory representation. Somatoscopic, relating to somatoscopy. Somatoscopy, the qualitative evaluation of body features. Somatosensation, a somatosensory sensation. Somatosensations, plural of somatosensation. Somatosensitive, relating to the reception of sensory stimuli within the brain. Somatosensor, any sensor that responds to external stimuli. Somatosensorial, of or related to somatosensory perception. Somatosensoric, alternative form of somatosensory. Somatosensorily, in somatosensory terms. Somatosensoromotor, somatosensory and sensorimotor. Somatosensors, plural of somatosensor. Somatosensory, of or pertaining to the perception of sensory stimuli produced by the skin or internal organs. Somatosensory amplification, a tendency to perceive normal somatic and visceral sensations as being relatively intense, disturbing, and noxious. Somatosensory cortex, the somatic sensory cortex. Somatosound, a sound, a form of tinnitus that a person is aware of but does not exist externally. Somatosounds, plural of somatosound. Somatospatial, somatosensory and spatial. Somatosplanchnic, alternative form of somatic splanchnic. Somatostain, misspelling of somatostatin. Somatostatin, a cyclopeptide hormone secreted by the pancreas that inhibits the production of certain other hormones. Somatostatinergic, produced or activated by a somatostatin. Somatostatinoma, a malignant tumor of the delta cells of the endocrine pancreas that produces somatostatin. Somatostatinomas, plural of somatostatinoma. Somatostatins, plural of somatostatin. Somatosympathetic, somatic and sympathetic. Somatotherapeutic, relating to somatotherapy. Somatotherapies, plural of somatotherapy. Somatotherapist, A therapist who carries out somatotherapy. Somatotherapists. Plural of somatotherapists. Somatotherapy. The treatment of mental illness by physical means rather than psychotherapy. Somatotonic. Having or relating to a personality type characterized as aggressive and extroverted. Somatotonics. Plural of somatotonic. Somatotopic. Of or pertaining to somatotopy. Somatotopical. Alternative form of somatotopic. Somatotopically. In a somatotopic manner. Somatotopes. Plural of somatotopy. Somatotopy. The correspondence between the position of a receptor in part of the body and a corresponding area of the cerebral cortex that is activated by it. Somatotrope. Somatotrov. Somatotropes. Plural of somatotrope. Somatotrov. One of a set of cells in the anterior lobe of the pituitary gland that produces the growth hormone somatotropin. Somatotrophic. That stimulates body growth, especially by producing somatotrophin. Somatotrophin. Alternative spelling of somatotropin. Somatotrophinoma. Alternative form of somatotropinoma. Somatotropinomas. Plural of somatotrophinoma. Somatotrophins. Plural of somatotrophin. Somatotroph. Plural of somatotrof. Somatotropic. That stimulates body growth. Somatotropically. In a somatotropic manner. Somatotropin. Synonym of growth hormone. Somatotropine. Alternative spelling of somatotropin. Somatotropines. Plural of somatotropine. Somatotropinoma. An adenoma associated with excessive production of the growth hormone somatotropin. Somatotropinomas. Plural of somatotropinoma. Somatotropins. Plural of somatotropin. Somatotropism. A directive influence exercised by a mass of matter upon growing organs. Somatotype. A particular type of physique. Originally, one of the types defined by William Herbert Shelban, ectomorphic, endomorphic, mesomorphic. Somatotype. Simple past and past participle of somatotype. Somatotypes. Plural of somatotype. Somatotyping. Present participle and gerund of somatotype. Somatotopology. The study of somatotypes. Somatovisceral. Relating to the effect of the soma on a functioning of bodily organs. Somatropin. An analog of human growth hormone human somatotropin, almost molecularly identical except for a minor difference at certain amino acid residues produced recombinantly, mostly superseded in current practice by somatropin, which is also molecularly similar to the endogenous hormone, i.e. slightly more so. Somatrogon. A medication for the treatment of growth hormone deficiency. Somatroph. Somatotrophic, somatotropic. Somatroph. Plural of somatroph. Somatropic. Alternative form of somatotropic. Somatropin. A pharmaceutical preparation of human growth hormone human somatotropin, today invariably a recombinant version. Somatropism. Alternative form of somatotropism. Somatype. Somatite. Somatypes. Plural of somatype. Somatypology. The typology of somatotypes. Somber. Alternative form of somber. Somber tit. U.S. form of somber tit. Somber tits. Plural of somber tit. Somber. Simple past and past participle of somber. Somberer. Comparative form of somber, more somber. Somerous. Superlative form of somber, most somber. Sommering. Present participle and gerund of somber. Sommerish. Somewhat somber. Somoe. In a somber manner. Sommermiss. The state or quality of being summer. Sommermisses. Plural of sommerness. Sommers. Third person singular simple present indicative of sommer. Sommersome. Characterized or marked by sommerness. Sombetch. Alternative form of sombetch. Sombetches. Plural of sombetch. Somebody. Misspelling of somebody. Somber. Dark, gloomy, shadowy, dimly lit. Somber rock chat. A bird species Onund dubia found in Ethiopia and Somalia. Somber tit. Pocyle lubibris, a small bird of the tit family. Parody. Somber tits. Plural of somber tit. Sombred. Simple past and past participle of somber. Somberly. Alternative form of somoe. Somberness. Alternative spelling of somberness. Somber. Comparative form of somber, more somber. Sombrei. A hard impure calcium phosphate. Sombrero. An island of Anguilla. Sombrero Channel. The channel between the northern part of the Nicobar group and the southern part embracing the Great and Little Nicobar. Sombrero. Wearing a sombrero. Sombreros. Plural of sombrero. Sombreros. Plural of sombrero. Sombers. Third person singular simple present indicative of somber. Sombersome. Alternative form of sombersome. Sombrous. Superlative form of somber, most somber. Sombering. Present participle and gerund of somber. Somberish. Alternative form of somberish. Domberous. Gloomy, somber. Sombrously. In a sombrous manner. Sombrousness. The state or quality of being sombrous. Somebody. I dialect spelling of somebody. Somebody. I dialect spelling of somebody. Sankyutamare. A town in Maramureș County, Romania. Somdo. Alternative form of somedeal. Sodomite. Misspelling of sodomite. Sodomites. Plural of sodomite. A certain number, at least two. Somebody. Obsolete spelling of somebody. Someday. On unspecified day in the future. Some days you get the bear, other days the bear gets you. One cannot always overcome a powerful adversary. Some few. An inconsiderable number. Some kind of. A mediocre, a bare minimum, denoting that something only barely fits a certain category or is very mediocre in it. Some kinda. Pronunciation spelling of some kind of. Some little matter. Somewhat, slightly, a little. Some more. Toasted marshmallows and chocolate between graham crackers. Some mores. Plural of some more. Some others do have them. A colloquial and mildly pejorative reaction to a clumsy or foolish action. Dumb. Alternative form of some old. Some old. Used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See some. Old. Some old hippie caught another hippie tripping on acid. A mnemonic used to help people remember the different trigonometric functions. Sine is opposite over hypotenuse, cosine is adjacent over hypotenuse, and tangent is opposite over adjacent. Some old. Alternative form of some old. Someone. Obsolete form of someone. Some people. Expresses disapproval at the actions of a person, a disapproving response to a person doing something silly, bizarre, nonsensical, or ill-mannered. Some people have all the luck. Suggests that someone is enjoying more success than they deserve. Some pumpkins, a person or thing of consequence. Some rights reserved. The owner or other copyright holder of a work simultaneously reserves a number of copyright-related rights and waives a number of other copyright-related rights. Some small matter. Somewhat, slightly, a little. Some something or another. Alternative form of some something or other. Some something or other. An unspecified or indeterminate instance of the something. Some something or the other. Alternative form of some something or other. Dumb as such. Alternative spelling of some such. Sometime. Alternative form of sometime. Sometime yet. A period of time from the present stretching to an indefinite point in the future. Some white man's grave. Alternative form of white man's grave. Some white men's graves. Plural of some white man's grave. Somebody. Obsolete spelling of somebody. Someone. Abbreviation of someone. Somebodies. Plural of somebody. Somebodyness. The quality of being somebody who matters, a sense of self-worth or personal validation. Somebody. Some unspecified person. Somebody else. Alternative form of someone else. Somebodied. Contraction of somebody would. Somebody's. Possessive case of somebody. This entity is a translation hub. Somebody's in here. A phrase typically called out to alert someone that a bathroom or other private space is currently occupied, usually to prevent them from opening the door or entering. Somebody's. Plural of somebody. Somebody. I dialect spelling of somebody. Somebody. I dialect spelling of somebody. Someday. Sometime. At some unspecified time in the future. Some days. On certain days or at certain times, sometimes. Someday. Some part, a portion, something, some. Someday. Obsolete spelling of some deal. Somebody. Pronunciation spelling of something. Something. Pronunciation spelling of something. Somewhere. Somebody or some furry. Somehow. In one way or another, in a way not yet known or explained, by some means. Somehow or another. Alternative form of somehow or other. Somehow or other. One way or another, by some mysterious means. Somehow or the alternative form of somehow or other. Somewhere. moreover, introduces additional information to illustrate a point the speaker is making. Tom. Thin, white noodles usually served cold with sauce for dipping. Someone. One or some person of unspecified or indefinite identity. Someone else. Some other person. Someone's. Possessive case of someone. Someone's arse off. With great effort, vigor or gusto, or to the point of excess. Someone's ass off. Alternative form of someone's arse off. Someone's blood runs cold. One feels a physical shock upon realizing a direct threat to one's life, similar to the loss of blood in the brain. It affects the entire body for a few minutes, but does not cause the person to lose consciousness. Someone's butt off. Synonym of someone's arse off. Someone's cup of tea. An activity or domain in which someone is interested or skilled in. Someone's driveway doesn't go all the way to the road. Alternative form of few sandwiches short of a picnic. Someone's goose is cooked. All hope is gone. There is no possibility of success. The period of good fortune is over. Someone's headlights are on. Someone's nipples are erect, especially when conspicuous through clothing. Someone's heart is in. Someone is emotionally invested in something. Someone does something wholeheartedly. Someone's heart out, with great effort or enthusiasm. Someone's jaw dropped. Somebody was very surprised. Someone's luck is in. Someone is having a period of good fortune. Someone's number is up. It is someone's time to die, or to undergo some other difficult experience. Someone's, plural of someone. Someone, pronunciation, spelling of something. Someplace, somewhere. Someplace else, alternative form of somewhere else. Some places, plural of someplace. Something, pronunciation, spelling of something. Somebody, pronunciation, spelling of somebody. Somebody, somebody. Somebody, pronunciation, spelling of somebody. Sour, a surname. Zaumer, a surname. Samras, plural of Samra. Salaby, a village and civil parish in Melton Borough, Leicestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 7710. Samakots, a large village and civil parish in Amber Valley District, Derbyshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 4253. Somadale, a suburb of Keynsham, Bath and North East Somerset District, Somerset, England. OS Grid Ref SD 6569. Soura, a village and municipality of North Brabant, Netherlands. Summer Grid Ref SD 6569. Soura, a village and municipality of North Brabant, Netherlands. Somerver, a civil parish in Cheshire East District, Cheshire, England. Somerhalder, a surname. Somerley, a large English country house in Hampshire, England. Somerleton, a village in Somerlet and Ashby and Herringfleet Parish, East Suffolk District, Suffolk, England. OS Grid Ref TM 4897. Somerleton, Ashby and Herringfleet, a civil parish in East Suffolk District, Suffolk, England, formed in 1987 on the merger of these three civil parishes. Samo, a surname from Finnish. Samos, plural of Sumro. Summers, a surname. Summers Islands, alternative form of Summers Isles. Summers Isles, former name of Bermuda. Somers Town, an inner city area of London in the borough of Camden, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 2983. Somersault, starting on one's feet, an instance of rotating one's body 360 degrees while airborne or on the ground, with one's feet passing over one's head. Somersault signal, a semaphore railway signal that is pivoted in the center of its arm. Somersault signals, plural of somersault signal. Somersaulted, simple past and past participle of somersault. Somersaulter, one who performs a somersault. Somersaulters, plural of somersaulter. Somersaulting, present participle and gerund of somersault. Somersaultings, plural of somersaulting. Somersaults, plural of somersault. Somersby, a small village in Greetham with Somersby Parish, East Lindsey District, Lincolnshire, England. OS Grid Ref TF 3472. Somerset, a maritime county in the west of England bordered by Gloucestershire, Bristol, Wiltshire, Dorset, Devon, the Severn Estuary and the Bristol Channel. Somerset County, one of 16 counties in Maine, United States. County seat, Skowhegan. Somerset Island, a large uninhabited island of the Arctic archipelago, part of the Canadian territory of Nunavut. Somerset West and Taunton, a former local government district in Somerset, England, formed on 1 April 2019 on the merger of West Somerset and Taunton Deane districts, and abolished without replacement on 1 April 2023. Somersetted, simple past and past participle of Somerset. Somersettion, of or relating to Somerset in England. Somersettions, plural of Somersettion. Somersetting, present participle and gerund of Somerset. Somerset, plural of Somerset. Somersetshire, the English county of Somerset. Somerseted, simple past and past participle of Somerset. Somersetting, present participle and gerund of Somerset. Somersham, a village and civil parish in Huntingdonshire District, Cambridgeshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 3678. Somerville, a number of places in the United Kingdom. Somerville, a surname. Somerville County, one of 254 counties in Texas, United States. County seat, Glen Rose. Somerville, a Scottish surname. Somerville Hall, former name of Somerville College, Oxford. Somervillian, of or pertaining to Somerville College, Oxford. Somervillians, plural of Somervillian. Doms, a surname. Somzoderhei, a village and commune of Salaj County, Romania. Somzias, plural of sums. Something, pronunciation spelling of something. Somstheia, somesthesia. Somsosis, all of the various sensory systems in the skin and other bodily tissues responsible for the senses of touch, pressure, warmth and coldness, pain, itch together with positioning and movement. Somesthetic, of or pertaining to somesthesia. Somesthetically, alternative form of somaesthetically. Somesthetics, alternative form of somaesthetics. Somethouch, of the same or similar kind. Something, Something. Something. Informal spelling of something. Something. An uncertain or unspecified thing, one thing. Something and nothing. Something of little substance or importance. Something awful, intensely or extremely, badly, in the worst way. Something bad, to a considerable degree, badly. Something dreadful, alternative form of something awful. Something else, another unspecified item, perhaps not yet known or decided upon. Something fierce, to an extreme extent, badly, violently. Something for the weekend, a condom. Something good, to a significant degree. Something is better than nothing. It is better to be contented over something than to have nothing at all. Something is rotten in Denmark. Ellipsis of something is rotten in the state of Denmark. Something is rotten in the state of Denmark. Something is not right, seriously amiss, especially when leading to suspicion of motive. Something is up. Something off-putting or suspicious is in the air. Something like approximately. Something like that. An intentionally vague thing, used in answers to leading questions which the speaker wishes to deflect or evade. Something nasty in the woodshed. An unpalatable secret. Something or another. Alternative form of something or other. Something or other. Something unspecified or indeterminate, or whose name is forgotten or immaterial. Something or the other. Alternative form of something or other. Something something. Alternative form of something something. Something somethings. Plural of something something. Something tells one. One has a feeling, hunch, or a gut feeling that something is true. Something terrible. To a great degree. Something to. Some importance to. Something to write home about. Something exceptional or noteworthy. Somethings. Contraction of something is. Something's up. Alternative form of something is up. Something, something. Alternative form of something something. Something, somethings. Plural of something, something. Something something. Something that has no name or that one would prefer not to name. Something something. Plural of something something. Something burger. Something believed or claimed to be unimportant that turns to be of some importance. Something burgers. Plural of something burger. Somethinged. Simple past and past participle of something. Somethinging. Present participle and gerund of something. Somethingism. An unspecified belief in some higher force. Somethingness. The quality of being something. Somethings. Third person singular simple present indicative of something. Something. Used to indicate the position of a number which is uncertain or unimportant. Something. Pronunciation spelling of something. Sometime. At an indefinite but stated time in the past or future. Sometimes. On some occasions, over some periods, or in certain circumstances, but not always. Sometimes a cigar is a cigar. Alternative form of sometimes a cigar is just a cigar. Sometimes a cigar is just a cigar. Sometimes a matter is simpler than one imagines it to be. Sometimes food, a food that should be eaten in moderation. Sometimes foods, plural of sometimes food. Sometimes you eat the bear and sometimes the bear eats you. Sometimes you win and sometimes you are defeated. Everybody has successes and failures. Something, pronunciation, spelling of something. Sometime, archaic spelling of sometime. Somewhere, synonym of soever. Some way, somehow. Some ways, somehow. In an unspecified manner, some way. Some way, pronunciation, spelling of somewhere. Some way, to a limited extent or degree, not completely. Somewhatly, somewhat, to some degree. Somewhatness, the property of being a tangible or identifiable thing. Somewhats, plural of somewhat. Someone, at some time, indefinitely, some time or other, sometime. Someone's, from somewhere. Somewhere. In an uncertain or unspecified location. Somewhere along the line, at some point in a process or in a series of events, at some unspecified or unknown time, eventually. Somewhere else, a place other than here. Somewhere over the rainbow. In an unknown, hypothetical, or very distant place. Somewhereness, the state or quality of being in, occurring in, or belonging to a specific place. Somewheres, somewhere in some place. Some while, sometimes, from time to time, at times. Some whiles, sometimes, on occasion. Some other, to some indeterminate place, to some place or other, to somewhere. Someway, for some reason. Somewise. Somehow, in some manner, by some means. Somical. Alternative spelling of Somical. Samana, a municipality of Zamboanga del Sur, Philippines. Samito, of or pertaining to a Samite. Sami, one of the paired masses of mesoderm distributed along the sides of the neural tube that will eventually become dermis, skeletal muscle, or vertebrae. Samites, plural of Sami. Semitic, of or pertaining to a Samite. Samatako, alternative form of Samatako. Samatakos, plural of Samatako. Somatogenesis, the production of somites. Somatomer. In the developing vertebrate embryo, one of the loose masses of paraxial mesoderm-derived cells that form along each side of the neural tube towards the end of the third gestational week. Somatomers, plural of somatomer. Da, clipping of sommelier. Dom, a surname from Italian. Damage, pack animals. Damas, plural of sama. Dama, alternative form of sumat. Da, a department of Picardy, Hauts de France. France. Capital, Amiens. Sommelier, the member of staff at a restaurant who keeps the wine cellar and advises the guests on a choice of wines. A wine steward slash stewardess, a wine waiter slash waitress slash server. Sommelier, alternative form of sommelier. Sommelier, female equivalent of sommelier. Sommelier, simple past and past participle of sommelier. Sommeliers, plural of sommelier. Sommeliers, plural of sommelier. Sommeliering, present participle and gerund of sommelier. Sommeliers, plural of sommelier. Sommer, a surname from German. Sommerfeld, a surname from German. Sommerfeld factor, synonym of Gamow factor. Sommerfeld factors, plural of Sommerfeld factor. Sommerfeld parameter, a dimensionless quantity denoted by eta used in nuclear astrophysics in the calculation of reaction rates between two nuclei and in the definition of the astrophysical S factor. Sommerfeld parameters, plural of Sommerfeld parameter. Sommerfeld's constant, the fine structure constant. Sommerfelds, plural of Sommerfeld. Sommerfeld, a surname. Sommerfelds, plural of Sommerfeld. Sommerfeld, a surname. Sommers, plural of Sommer. Somerset, obsolete form of somersault. Somersets, plural of Somerset. Somerville, a surname. Somervilles, plural of Somerville. Dummy, alternative form of summy. Dames, plural of sami. Dame, alternative form of sumat. Tums, plural of som. Dami, alternative form of summy. Da, oh yeah. Somnambulance, somnambulism. Somnambulancy, alternative form of somnambulance. Somnambulant, walking as if or while asleep, sleepwalking. Somnambulantly, while or as if sleepwalking. Somnambulance, plural of somnambulant. Somnambular, sleepy, asleep, or as if asleep. Somnambulary, relating to sleep. Walking. Somnambulate, to walk while sleeping. Somnambulated, simple past and past participle of somnambulate. Somnambulates, third person singular simple present indicative of somnambulate. Somnambulating, present participle and gerund of somnambulate. Somnambulation, the phenomenon of sleepwalking. Somnambulations, plural of somnambulation. Somnambulator, a somnambulist or sleepwalker. Somnambulators, plural of somnambulator. Somnambulatory, relating to or carried out while sleepwalking. Somnambule, a somnambulist. Somnambulance, alternative form of somnambulance. Somnambulancy, alternative form of somnambulance. Somnambules, plural of somnambule. Somnambulic, related to somnambulism, walking in sleep. Somnambulically, in a somnambulic manner. Somnambulize, alternative form of somnambulize. Somnambulized, simple past and past participle of somnambulize. Somnambulizes, third person singular simple present indicative of somnambulize. Somnambulizing, present participle and gerund of somnambulize. Somnambulism, Sleepwalking. Somnambulisms, plural of somnambulism. Somnambulist, a person who walks about in their sleep is sleepwalker. Somnambulistic, of, pertaining to or characteristic of a somnambulist. Somnambulistically, in somnambulistic fashion, as if sleepwalking. Somnambulists, plural of somnambulists. Somnambulize, to sleepwalk, to somnambulate. Somnambulized, simple past and past participle of somnambulize. Somnambulizes, third person singular simple present indicative of somnambulize. Somnambulizing, present participle and gerund of somnambulize. Somnambulist, inclined to sleepwalk. Name of a Hindu temple in Gujarat, India. It is the first among the 12 Jyotirlinga shrines of Lord Shiva. Samar, a summoner, especially one who summons to an ecclesiastical court. Samars, plural of samar. Somnetic, pertaining to sleep. Dami. Elif. Samiel, pertaining to dreams. Samye, to drowse. Samyed, simple past and past participle of samyet. Samets, third person singular simple present indicative of samyet. Samyeting, present participle and gerund of samyet. Samyativ, relating to sleep or dreams. Samyatari, pertaining to sleep or dreams, Samuel. Samiculus, drowsy, sleepy. Somnifation, inducing or causing sleep. Somnifacients, plural of somnifacient. Somniferosity, the property of being somniferous. Somniferous, causing or inducing sleep, normally with harmful overtones. Somniferously, in a somniferous way. Somniferousness, the property of being somniferous. Causing sleep, somniferous. Somnificity, the condition or extent of being significant propensity to sleep. Somnify, simple past and past participle of somnify. Somnifies, third person singular simple present indicative of somnify. Somnifuge, something that prevents or drives away sleep. Somnifuges, plural of somnifuge. Somnify, to make sleepy. Somnifying, present participle and gerund of somnify. Somniloquacious, talkative in one's sleep. Somniloquence, the act of talking in one's sleep. Somniloquent, synonym of somniloquous, talking while asleep. Somniloquies, plural of somniloquy. Somniloquies, alternative form of somniloquies. Somniloquist, simple past and past participle of somniloquies. Somniloquizes, third person singular simple present indicative of somniloquies. Somniloquizing, present participle and gerund of somniloquies. Somniloquism, sleep talking. Somniloquisms, plural of somniloquism. Somniloquist, a person who talks in his or her sleep. Somniloquists, plural of somniloquists. Somniloquiz. To sweep talk. Somniloquist. Simple past and past participle of somniloquiz. Somniloquizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of somniloquiz. Somniloquizing. Present participle and gerund of somniloquiz. Somniloquous. Talking while asleep. Somniloquy. The act or habit of talking in one's sleep. Samyase. Any shark in the family Samyasidae. Samyases. Plural of Samyase. Somnipathies. Plural of somnipathy. Somnipathists. A person in a state of somnipathy. Somnipathists. Plural of somnipathists. Somnipathy. Any sleep disorder. Somnophobe. One who suffers from somnophobia. Somnophobes. Plural of somnophobe. Somnophobia. Fear of falling asleep. Fear of a disaster while sleeping. Somnophobic. Relating to somnophobia. Somnolent. Having a desire to sleep. Somno. Clipping of somnophilia. Somno. Somnogenic. That induces sleep. Somnogenicity. The condition of being somnogenic. Somnogram. A set of measurements taken by means of somnography. Somnograms. Plural of somnogram. Somnographic. Relating to somnography. Somnography. The scientific measurement of sleep. Somnolence. A state of drowsiness or sleepiness. Somnolences. Plural of somnolence. Somnolency. Somnolence. Drowsiness. Somnolence. Drowsy or sleepy. Somnolently. In a somnolent way, sleepily. Somnolence. Drowsiness, sleepiness. Somnolcences. Plural of somnolence. Somnolcent. Drowsy, tending to sleep. Somnolently. In a somnolent way. Somnolism. The state of being in hypnotic sleep. Somnolite. A person in the state of hypnotic sleep. Somnolites. Plural of somnolite. Somnolize. To make sleepy, to induce a drowsy or hypnotic state in. Somnolized. Simple past and past participle of somnolize. Somnolizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of somnolize. Somnolizing. Present participle and gerund of somnolize. Somnological. Of or relating to somnology. Somnologist. One who specializes in somnology, the study or treatment of sleep disorders. Somnologists. Plural of somnologists. Somnology. The clinical study and treatment of sleep disorders and irregularities. Somnolytic. That prevents sleep. Somnolytics. Plural of somnolytic. Somnopathy. Alternative form of somnipathy. Somnopentile. A veterinary anesthetic containing pentobarbital. Somnophilia. A paraphilia in which an individual becomes sexually aroused by someone who is unconscious. Sonophiliac. One who has somnophilia. Sonophiliacs. Plural of sonophiliac. Somnoplasty, a medical treatment for snoring, nasal obstruction, or apnea using radiofrequency ablation to shrink the tissues that are causing the problem. Somnorific, soporific, inducing sleep. Somnose, a hypnotic and sedative drug containing chloral hydrate. Dames, the god and personification of sleep, the Roman counterpart of hypnose. Salvo, an unincorporated community in Mason County, Kentucky, United States. Samoj, a barangay of Katarman, Northern Samar, Philippines. Samaje, a surname from Hungarian. Samaje effect, a rebounding high blood sugar hyperglycemia in the morning as a response to low blood sugar hypoglycemia at night. Samaje effects, plural of Samaje effect. Samajes, plural of Samaje. Samohalitid, any member of the Samohalitidae. Samohalitids, plural of Samohalitid. Daman, alternative form of some Mongolian administrative division, particularly in relation to Buryatia, Russia. Somoni, the official currency of Tajikistan, equal to 100 dirhams. Samonis, plural of Samoni. Damans, plural of Saman. Samosa, alternative form of samosa. Samosas, plural of samosa. Samoza, a surname from Spanish in turn from Galician. Samosas, plural of Samosa. Somphospondylan, any titanosauriform sauropod of the clade Somphospondyli. Somphospondylans, plural of Somphospondylan. Somphospondilian, any of a group of dinosaurs of the clade Macronaria that are not also members of the family Brachiosauridae. They include the members of Euhilopodidae, Cubidosaurus, and Titanosauria. Somphospondilians, plural of Somphospondilian. Sampai, Senegalia rugate sin, Acacia cancina, a species of acacia which holds importance in several Southeast Asian traditional medicines. Sampatan, a woodwind instrument made of bamboo, used by indigenous people in Borneo. Sampatans, plural of Sampatan. Dams, acronym of Straits of Malacca and Singapore, a strait in Southeast Asia, separating the Malay Peninsula from the island of Sumatra, leading between the Bay of Bengal, Indian Ocean, and Pacific. Da, plural of SOM. Soemas, plural of Soem. Dams, plural of Som. Dama, alternative form of Samsa. Somtam, alternative form of Somtam. Something, obsolete spelling of something. Sometimes, obsolete spelling of sometimes. Domdom, alternative form of Somtam. Sadacha, synonym of Samosa. Samuel, the larva of a blood fluke. Samuels, plural of Samuel. Sanye, a kind of Korean noodle made with wheat flour. Initialism of supraoptic nucleus. One of the three persons of the Trinity, believed to have become incarnated as Jesus Christ. Son cubano, a genre of music and dance that originated in the highlands of eastern Cuba in the late 19th century and blends Spanish and African elements. Son en Breugel, a municipality of North Brabant, Netherlands. Sonnet Lumière, an outdoor show consisting of special lighting effects projected onto a building, accompanied by music or narration. Son Jarocho, a style of folk music from the Mexican state of Veracruz. Son La, a province of Vietnam. Son Montuno, a style of son cubano music with complex horn arrangements. Sonoma, son of a bitch. Son of a bachelor. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. An objectionable, despicable person. Son of a bitch stew. Alternative form of son of a bitch stew. Son of a duck. Son of a bitch. Son of a fuck. Son of a bitch. Son of a gun. Son of a bitch. Son of a jackal. Son of a bitch. Son of a motherless goat. An objectionable person. Son of a nutcracker. Son of a bitch. Son of a seacock. An objectionable, despicable person. Son of a snake. Son of a bitch. Son of a whore. The son of unmarried parents and a legitimate child, a bastard. Son of Adam. Any man or boy, any male human. Son of bitch. Non-standard form of son of a bitch. Son of God. Jesus Christ, the Son, considered one of the three persons of the Trinity by Trinitarians. Son of Heaven. Emperor of China. Son of Man. A Christian title of Jesus Christ, referring to his status as a celestial being who presides as an eschatological judge. Son of Privilege. A boy born into a wealthy or powerful family, to be raised without the hardships experienced by the poor or the working class. Son of Sam Law. Any law designed to prevent criminals from profiting from the publicity around their crimes, as for example allowing the state to seize profits and distribute them to victims. Son of Sam Laws. Plural of Son of Sam Law. Son of the Dawn. The devil, Satan, Lucifer. Son of the Desert. A person who traditionally inhabits a desert region as an Arab. Son of the Manse. A male child of the manse, the son of a Christian minister or a diligent male person, most often used in Scotland of the sons of Presbyterian clergy. Son of the Morning. A traveler. Son of the Morning Star. The Crow name for George Armstrong Custer. Son of the Soil. A person regarded as the product of some place. Son Tay. A town in the municipality of Hanoi, Vietnam. Son Mai. A commune of Lam Thao District, Vu Tis Letter 1 EZD Province, Vietnam. Son-in-law. The husband of one's child. Son-in-law egg. A boiled egg that has been shelled and then deep fried. Son-in-law eggs. Plural of son-in-law egg. Son-in-laws. Plural of son-in-law. Son of a bitch. Alternative spelling of son of a bitch. Son of a bitch stew. Alternative form of son of a bitch stew. Son of a bitching. Used as an intensifier. Son of a gun stew. Son of a bitch stew. Son outlaw. A live-in boyfriend of one's child. Salna. Acronym of State of the Nation Address. Salna. A female given name from Armenian. Salme, a village and commune of Alba County, Romania. Donance, a sound. A tune. Sonances, plural of sonance. Sonances, plural of sonancy. Sonancy, sonance, sonant character. Sonnet, of or pertaining to sound, sounding. Sonantial, of or relating to a sonant. Sonantic, of or relating to a sonant. Sonnets, plural of sonnet. Sonabaranta, a quasi-classical name of Indian origin used by the Burmese court in state documents and formal enumerations of the style of the king to indicate the central part of his dominions. Sonar, alternative form of sonar. Sonar, echolocation. Sonargaon, a city in the Narayanganj district, Dhaka division, Bangladesh. Sonar-like, resembling or characteristic of sonar. Sonarman, one who operates and repairs sonar equipment. Sonarmen, plural of sonarman. Selmar, plural of sonar. Sonars, plural of sonar. Sonnes, plural of sona. Inata, a musical composition for one or a few instruments, one of which is frequently a piano in 3 or 4 movements that vary in key and tempo. Sonata form, a form of classical music consisting of a single movement divided into 3 main sections: the exposition, development, and recapitulation, sometimes followed by a coda. Sonata allegro form, sonata form. Sonata-like, resembling a sonata. Sonatas, plural of sonata. Sonate, to make a sound. Sonated, simple past and past participle of sonate. Sonates, third person singular simple present indicative of sonate. Sonatina, a musical composition resembling a sonata but shorter or simpler. Sonatinas, plural of sonatina. Sonatine, plural of sonatina. Sonneting, present participle and gerund of sonate. Tonation, the making of a sound especially by a bird. Sonations, plural of sonation. Sonhadra, a district of Mirzapur division, Uttar Pradesh, India. Headquarters, Robert Sganj. Sondhi, one who is blindly supportive of Sony's products. Danis, plural of Sonbi. Sanchafala, a particular melanpolide. Simicoya, a Central American tropical fruit related to the cherimoya, Annona purpurea. Simcoias, plural of Simcoia. An, alternative form of sound testing device. Tondage, a small test excavation or test pit to examine the stratigraphy of a site, a deeper investigation of a small part of a larger trench. Sondages, plural of sondage. Don, a Bantu language. Sondali, an Asian house shrew, a muskrat Suncus murinus. Sondeles, plural of sondeli. Tonder, the profound feeling of realizing that everyone, including strangers passing in the street, has a life as complex as one's own, which they are constantly living despite one's personal lack of awareness of it. Sonderbund, the Swiss cantons of Lucerne, Fribourg, Valais, Uri, Schwyz, Unterwalden, and Zug, all predominantly Catholic and governed by conservative administrations, and the subject of the Sonderbund War of 1847. Sonderweg, the supposed positively or negatively special path German history took before 1945, different from, for example, the democratic path of Western Europe and the autocracy of Eastern Europe, considered as a cause of the political structure that developed in Germany. Dans, a surname. Sondesh, alternative form of Sandesh. Sondheim, a surname from German. Sondheimian, of or relating to Stephen Sondheim, born 1930, American stage musical and film composer and lyricist. Sondheims, plural of Sondheim. Sondra, a female given name. Sondeo, a province of Lombardy, Italy. Sondry, obsolete spelling of sundry. Sons, plural of sond, alternative spelling of sons. To, alternative form of son. To, a fan of the South Korean girl group Girls' Generation. Sonsizumab, a humanized monoclonal antibody. Sonpeprazole, a drug derived from phenylpiperazine. Sonero, an improvising lead singer in salsa music. Soneros, plural of sonero. Ta, plural of son. Sons, a surname. Sonezas, plural of sons. Da, abbreviation of synchronous optical networking. Sonfucker, one who engages in incest with their son. Sonfuckers, plural of sonfucker. A surname from Chinese. Song and dance, a display of unnecessary excitement or activity. Song and supper room, a dining club in Victorian England offering informal songs and entertainment, often performed by the customers themselves. Song and supper rooms, plural of song and supper room. Songbook, alternative spelling of songbook. Songbooks, plural of songbook. Song Dynasty, a Chinese dynasty that lasted from 961,279 CE. Songman, synonym of lay clerk in certain choirs for a male singer. Songmen, plural of songman. Song of India, Dracaena reflexa, a tropical tree often grown as an ornamental. Song of SG, abbreviation of Song of Songs. Song of Sol, abbreviation of Song of Solomon. Song of Solomon, synonym of Song of Songs, a canonical book of the Hebrew Bible and Christian Old Testament. Song of Songs, the 22nd book of the Christian Old Testament and the 17th book of the Hebrew Bible. Song of the Three Holy Children, a book of the Apocrypha, now included in the passage Prayer of Azariah and Song of the Three Holy Children. Song of Tha, abbreviation of Song of the Three Holy Children. Song Saul, abbreviation of Song of Solomon. Song Sparrow, Melaspiza melodia, a medium-sized American sparrow. Song sparrows, plural of song sparrow. Song thrush, a songbird in the thrush family, found across Eurasia. Turdus philomelos. Song thrushes, plural of song thrush. Songgraft, alternative form of songcraft. Sompe, a district of Harbin, Heilongjiang, China. Songbird, a bird having a melodious song or call. Songbird-like, resembling or characteristic of a songbird. Songbirds, plural of songbird. Songbook, a book containing songs. Songbooks, plural of songbook. Songbu, a town in Mashang, Huangang, Hubei, China. Songpa, a system of ascribed status in North Korea based on one's political, social, and economic background and the behavior of relatives. Songburst, a short piece of birdsong. Songbursts, plural of songburst. Songtho, a barangay of Borongan, Eastern Samar, Philippines. Songcraft, the practice or skill of crafting or composing songs. Songyulan, a barangay of Sikwajer, Philippines. Songdo Point, a cape east of Sinpo and South Hanjiang, North Korea. Dog, obsolete spelling of song. Songer, a surname. Saunders, plural of songer. Donyers, plural of songe. Danthus, an event, often informal, where people sing together for the pleasure of it. Songfists, plural of songfists. Songfe, a fanfic that incorporates psalm lyrics and or uses them as inspiration for its plot. Songfex, plural of songfe. Songflight, a territorial display of a bird that involves singing while flying in a characteristic manner. Songflights, plural of songflight. Songful, disposed or able to sing, melodious. Songfully, in a songful manner. Song Falmus, the state or property of being songful. Songhai, any of a group of closely related languages or dialects sended on the middle stretches of the Niger River in West Africa and used as a lingua franca in that region. Songhai Empire, a Songhai state that dominated the Western Sahel in the 15th and 16th centuries. Songhais, plural of Songhai. Songhai, alternative form of Songhai. Songhais, plural of Songhai. Songhua, a river in northeast China which is the longest tributary of the Amur. Songhuadan, synonym of century ag. Comparative form of songy, more songy. Songiest, superlative form of songy, most songy. Songified, simple past and past participle of songify. Songifies, third person singular simple present indicative of songify. Songify, to make into a song. Songifying, present participle and gerund of songify. Sonish, consisting of or containing songs. Songjiai, a district of Shanghai, China, located along the Grand Canal and formerly the principal city of the region. Songke, a type of cloth made of silk or cotton interwoven with metallic threads which form intricate patterns and motifs. Dongkits, plural of Songkit. Dongtha, a province of Thailand. Dongtai, an Asian cap resembling a fez, worn mostly by male Muslims. Donggoks, plural of Songkok. Songkran, the traditional New Year celebrated in several Southeast Asian countries when the sun enters the constellation of Aries. Songlark, a bird of the species Synchloramphus coralis or Synchloramphus matthewsi, native to Australia. Songlarks, plural of songlark. Songless, without song. Songlessly, without a song. Songlessness, absence of songs. Songlet, a little song. Songlets, plural of songlet. Song-like, resembling a song. Songline, a path across the land or sometimes the sky marking the route followed by an Aboriginal ancestor made during the dreaming, often recorded in traditional songs, stories, dance, and painting, a dreaming track. Songlines, plural of songline. Somnolence, the state, quality, or condition of being somnolent. Sondoling, an administrative zone in Hillenburg, Inner Mongolia Autonomous Region, China. Songlings, plural of songling. Dolly, of resembling, pertaining to, or expressed in song, songful, musical. Songmaker, one who creates songs. Songmakers, plural of songmaker. Songmaking, the composition of songs. Tame, a singer, especially a singer of songs, a gleeman. Salmon, plural of salmon. Jeonnam, alternative form of Siangnam, South Korean city. Songdo, a kind of contemporary Cuban music originating in Havana. Songo salsa, a style of music that blends songo and salsa with rapping and hip-hop beats. Songalalo, a millipede. Songalalos, plural of Songalalo. Sondor, a pastoralist people from western Uganda. Songaring, a particular diterpene alkaloid. Dance, plural of song. Songs and dances, plural of song and dance. Sakshun, a district of Chifeng, Inner Mongolia Autonomous Region, China. Dorjis, a document containing the lyrics of a song to be consulted by the singer. Songjits, plural of songsheet. Songsmith, a writer of songs. Songsmiths, plural of songsmith. Dance, song, characterized or marked by song s or singing. Songspiel, an operatic musical drama in which spoken dialogue is interspersed with song. Songspiels, plural of songspiel. Songster, a man who sings songs, especially as a profession, a male singer. Songsters, plural of songster. Songstress, a female singer. Songstresses, plural of songstress. Sondiu, alternative spelling of songthiu. Sontius, plural of Sontiu. Sontao, Imayo Autonomous County in Tongren, Gizhu, China. Songtext, the written words to a song, lyrics. Songtexts, plural of songtext. Sonthiu, alternative spelling of songthiu. Songthiu, a pickup truck converted into a shared taxi by the addition of a bench or row of seats along each side of the bed. Songthius, plural of songthiu. Songuaries, plural of songuary. Songuary, the interpretation of dreams, a book containing such interpretations. Sondat, the official policy of North Korea by which the military gets first cut on food, clothing, medicine, and other necessities. Songthae, a fan-made video consisting of third-party clips with a song as background. Songmeds, plural of songve. Songword, synonym of lyric, the words of a song or other vocal music. Songwords, plural of songword. Songworthy, worthy of song RV song. Songwrite, a songwriter. Songwrites, plural of songwrite. Songwrite, to compose songs. Songwriter, a musician who composes songs, especially writing the song's lyrics and slash or creating a melody or a tune for the song. Songwriterly, befitting a songwriter. Songwriters, plural of songwriter. Songwrites, third person singular simple present indicative of songwrite. Songwriting, the work of a songwriter. Songwritings, plural of songwriting. Songwrite, past participle of songwrite. Songwrite. Simple past of songwrite. Dot, song-like. Song-I, a member of a Bantu ethnic group from the Central Democratic Republic of the Congo. Song-Is, plural of Song-I. Songyuan, a prefecture-level city of Jilin, China. Sonzi, a count-level city of Jingzhou, Hubei, China. Sonnat, the condition of being a son, especially the son of God. Sonads, plural of sonhead. Sonad, the state, condition, or quality of being a son, sonship. Sonads, plural of sonhood. Solny, a surname. Sonia, acronym of Sterling Overnight Index Average. Sonia, a female given name from Russian, the usual UK spelling of the name, which is spelled Sonia in the US. Tonic, or relating to sound. Sonic 2's Day, the North American and European release date of the video game Sonic the Hedgehog 2, Tuesday, November 24, 1992. Sonic Bang, Sonic Boom, Sonic Barrier, Sound Barrier. Sonic Barriers, plural of Sonic Barrier. Sonic Boom, the audible effect of a shock wave in the air, especially one caused by an aircraft flying faster than the speed of sound. Sonic Boomed, simple past and past participle of Sonic Boom. Sonic Booming, present participle and gerund of Sonic Boom. Sonic Booms, plural of Sonic Boom. Sonic Branding, the design consideration of the sound aspect of a brand's identity. Sonic Hedgehog, a morphogenic protein that controls cell division of adult stem cells and has been implicated in the development of some cancers. Sonic Logo, a sound or short melody associated with a brand and used in its advertising. Sonic Logos, plural of Sonic Logo. Sonicoi, in a sonic manner. Sonicate, to disrupt with ultrasonic sound waves. Sonicate, simple past and past participle of sonicate. Sonicates, third person singular simple present indicative of sonicate. Sonicating. Present participle and gerund of sonicate. Sonication. The process of disrupting or homogenizing something, usually a chemical solution or biological medium, with sound waves. Sonications. Plural of sonication. Sonicadu. Pertaining to sonication. Sonicator. Any device that produces high-intensity ultrasound. Sonicators. Plural of sonicator. Sonics. The science and technology of sound. Sonijib. A drug targeting the smoothen protein of the hedgehog signaling pathway, used for the treatment of basal cell carcinoma. Sonifaction. The production of sound by insects, typically by stridulation. Omnivorous. Producing or conveying sound, sonorous. Soniferously. In a soniferous manner. Sonificated. Modified or affected by sonification. Sonification. The process of sonifying. Sonifications. Plural of sonification. Sonify. Simple past and past participle of sonify. Sonifier. A device for subjecting a sample to sonic waves. Sonifiers. Plural of sonifier. Sonifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of sonify. Sonify. To map data to sound in order to allow listeners to interpret it in an auditory manner. Sonifying. Present participle and gerund of sonify. Sonographically. Alternative form of sonographically. Soninc. A West African ethnic group found in Mali, Fouta Djallon, southern Mauritania, eastern Senegal, Guinea, and the Gambia. Son-in-law. Alternative form of son-in-law. Sonos. Plural of Sony. Sonoscope. A sensor that uses high-frequency sound. Sonisms. The sound produced by a musical instrument. Sonisms. Plural of sonisms. Sanya. A female given name. Sanjo. A Bantu ethnic group of Tanzania. Songter. A kind of deep dish cobbler type of fruit pie from North Carolina. Songters. Plural of songer. Songpayo. The calm, straight-backed squat following the Shiko exercises in mental preparation for the Taishi. Sonless. Without a sun. Sunlessness. Lack of suns. Sonlacromanol. A free radical inhibitor that inhibits cancer development. Sunly. Comparative form of sunly, more sunly. Summist. Superlative form of sunly, most sunly. Sun-like. Resembling a sun. Summoness. The quality of being sunly. Somling. A young, little, or precious son. Somlings. Plural of somling. Somly. Of, pertaining to, or characteristic of a son. Thought. A surname from German. Sonborn. A district of Elberfeld, Wuppertal, North Rhine-Westphalia, Germany. A surname. Un. Simple past and past participle of son. Sonnenberg. A surname. Sonnenbergs. Plural of Sonnenberg. Sonnenschein. A surname from German. Sonnenscheins. Plural of Sonnenschein. Sonnenschein. A surname from German. Tonner, a surname from German. Soneraceaceous, of or relating to the Soneraceaceae. Soners, plural of soner. Dons, plural of son. Donness, the state or quality of being a son. Donna, a fixed verse form of Italian origin consisting of 14 lines that are typically 5-foot iambics and rhyme according to one of a few prescribed schemes. Sonetary, relating to sonnets. Sonnet, simple past and past participle of sonnet. Sonneteer, a writer of sonnets or small poems. Sonneteered, simple past and past participle of sonneteer. Sonneteeress, a female writer of sonnets. Sonneteeresses, plural of sonneteeress. Sonneteering, present participle and gerund of sonneteer. Sonneteerings, plural of sonneteering. Sonneteers, plural of sonneteer. Sonneter, a composer of sonnets, sonetist. Sonneters, plural of sonneter. Sonnetic, of or relating to a sonnet. Sonneting, present participle and gerund of sonnet. Sonnetize, alternative form of sonnetize. Sonnetize. Simple past and past participle of sonnetize. Sonnetizes, third person singular simple present indicative of sonnetize. Sonnetish, relating to or characteristic of a sonnet. Sonnetizing, present participle and gerund of sonnetize. Sonnetus, a writer of sonnets. Sonnetus, plural of sonnetus. Sonnetize, to compose sonnets. Sonnetized, simple past and past participle of sonnetize. Sonnetizes, third person singular simple present indicative of sonnetize. Sonnetizing, present participle and gerund of sonnetize. Sonnet-like, resembling or characteristic of a sonnet. Sonnetomania, alternative form of sonnetomania. Sonnetry, the composition of sonnets. Sonnets, plural of sonnet. Sonnet, simple past and past participle of sonnet. Sonneteer, alternative spelling of sonneteer. Sonneteered, simple past and past participle of sonneteer. Sonneteering, present participle and gerund of sonneteer. Sonneteers, plural of sonneteer. Sonneting, present participle and gerund of sonnet. Sonnetomania. Great enthusiasm for sonnets. Sonnetomaniac, an enthusiast of sonnets. Sonnetomaniacs, plural of sonnetomaniac. Sonnet-wise, in the form of a sonnet. Sonnet, a surname. Donniers, plural of sunnier. Donnes, plural of sunny. Sonnikins, alternative form of sonnikins. Sodding, a village and civil parish on the River Thames in Wokingham Borough, Berkshire. England OS Grid Ref SU 7575. Sonning Common, a village and civil parish in South Oxfordshire District, Oxfordshire, England, north of Reading, Berkshire, OS grid ref SC 7080. Onish, characteristic of a sun, characteristically sun-like. Sonai, archaic form of sonite. Sonites, plural of sonite. Dons, plural of son. Sonny, a nickname for a male child. Sonny boy, a familiar form of address for a boy. Sonny boys, plural of sonny boy. Sonny gem, a familiar or patronizing term of address for a male person, especially during a rebuke or correction. Sonicans, a familiar form of address for a boy or young man. Selno, of or relating to sound. Sonanatomic, relating to sonanatomy. Sonanatomical, alternative form of sonanatomic. Sonomatome, anatomy typically of bones as revealed by ultrasound. Sonography, angiography using ultrasound. Sonorthographer, relating to sonorthography. Sonorthography, arthrography using ultrasound. Sonobioreactor, a bioreactor in which ultrasound is used to enhance reaction. Sonobioreactors, plural of sonobioreactor. Sonoboy, a buoy that sends a radio signal when it detects the sound of underwater objects such as submarines. Sonoboys, plural of sonoboy. Sonocardiography, synonym of ultrasonic cardiography. Sonocatalysis, catalysis by means of ultrasound. Sonocatalysis, a catalyst that is aided by ultrasound. Sonocatalysis, plural of sonocatalyst. Sonocatalytic, relating to sonocatalysis. Sonochemical, of or pertaining to sonochemistry. Sonochemically, in a sonochemical way. Sonochemiluminescence, chemiluminescence initiated by ultrasound. Sonochemiluminescent, relating to sonochemiluminescence. Sonochemes, one who studies sonochemistry. Sonochemistry, the study the effect of ultrasound in forming acoustic cavitation in liquids resulting in the initiation or enhancement of chemical activity in the solution. Sonochemes, plural of sonochemes. Sonochemotherapy, sonochemical therapy. Sonochromatic, relating to sonochromatism. Sonochromatism, a neurological phenomenon in which colors are perceived as sounds. Sonochromatopsia, synonym of sonochromatism. Sonocrystal, a piezoelectric crystal used in sonomicrometry. Sonocrystals, plural of sonocrystal. Sonocystography, synonym of cystosonography. Tenoda, a surname from Japanese. Sonodynamic, that is activated by sound or by ultrasound. Sonodynamically, in a sonodynamic manner. Sonolastic, relating to sonolasticity. Sonolasticity, an imaging technique that uses sound waves to visualize the elasticity in tumors. Sonelastogram, an image produced by sonelastography. Sonelastographic, relating to sonelestography. Sonelestography, a form of ultrasonography used to image soft tissue. Sonembryology, the study of embryos using ultrasound imaging. Sonencephalogram, an image produced by sonencephalography. Sonencephalography, relating to sonencephalography. Sonencephalography, encephalography using sound. Sonendoscopic, relating to sonendoscopy. Sonendoscopy, endoscopy using sound. Sonafabich, alternative spelling of son of a bitch. Sonafabich stew, a cowboy dish of the Old West, a stew made with beef and offal. Sonafabiches, plural of sonafabich. Sonafabiching, awful, terrible. Sonafusion, a nuclear fusion reaction hypothesized to occur during sonoluminescence. Sada Ishira, a surname from Japanese. Sonegashira coupling, a cross-coupling reaction used in organic synthesis to form carbon-carbon bonds. It employs a palladium catalyst as well as copper co-catalyst to form a carbon-carbon bond between a terminal alkyne and an aryl or vinyl halide. Sonegashira couplings, plural of Sonegashira coupling. Sonegashira reaction, synonym of Sonegashira coupling. Sonegashira reactions, plural of Sonegashira reaction. Sonogel, a colloidal gel produced by the action of ultrasonically induced cavitation. Sonogels, plural of sonogel. Sonogenetic, relating to sonogenetics. Sonogenetics, the use of ultrasound to control cells that have been genetically modified with ion channels sensitive to sound. Sonogram, a medical image produced by an ultrasound echo. Sonogram, misspelling of sonogram. Sonogrammed, simple past and past participle of sonogram. Sonogramming, present participle and gerund of sonogram. Sonograms, plural of sonogram. Sonograph, an instrument that produces sonograms. Sonographer, ultrasonographer. Sonographers, plural of sonographer. Sonographic, of or pertaining to sonography. Sonograph, alternative form of sonographic. Sonographically, in a sonographic manner, by means of sonography. Sonographies, plural of sonography. Sonographist, a person who operates a sonograph, analyzes or interprets sonograms. Sonographists, plural of sonographists. Sonographs, plural of sonograph. Sonography, ultrasonography. Sonoholography, synonym of acoustic holography. Sonohysterogram, an image produced by sonohysterography. Sonohysterograms, plural of sonohysterogram. Sonohysterographic, relating to sonohysterography. Sonohysterography, an ultrasonographic procedure for the visualization of the uterine cavity. Sonohysteroscopingography, synonym of hysteroscoping sonography. Sonoinversion, a medical technique of delivering sound waves to the cochlea through the round window. Sonolite, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing fluorine, hydrogen, manganese, oxygen, and silicon. Sonological, of or relating to sonology. Sonologists, one who studies sonology. Sonologists, plural of sonologists. Sonology, the study of sound. Sonolucency, transparency to ultrasound. Sonolucent, transparent to ultrasound. Sonoluminescence, the emission of short bursts of light from imploding bubbles in a liquid when excited by sound. Sonoluminescent, exhibiting or relating to sonoluminescence. Sonolyze, to employ sonolysis. Sonolyze, simple past and past participle of sonolyze. Sonolysis, breakup of a material by means of sound, typically by ultrasound. Sonolytic, relating to sonolysis. Sonoma, a valley in Northern California, United States. Sonoma County, one of 58 counties in California, United States. County seat, Santa Rosa. Sonomate, a form of Pickering dye. Sonomammographic, relating to or by means of sonomammography. Sonomammography, mammography, by means of ultrasound. Sonomarin, the region of Sonoma and Marin counties in California. Sonomarker, a diagnostic marker detected in a ultrasound examination. Sonomarkers, plural of sonomarker. Sonometer, an instrument for measuring sounds or their intervals by means of a sounding board with strings stretched above it, movable bridges, and weights for varying the tension. Sonometers, plural of sonometer. Sonometric, relating to sonometry. Sonometry, the measurement of bone density by means of ultrasound. Sonomicrometer, a micrometer used in sonomicrometry. Sonomicrometers, plural of sonomicrometer. Sonomicrometric, relating to sonomicrometry. Sonomicrometry, the measurement of small distances by means of sound. Sonomorphologic, alternative form of sonomorphological. Sonomorphological, related to sonomorphology. Sonomorphologies, plural of sonomorphology. Sonomorphology, morphology is revealed by a sonograph. Sonomyogram, a sonogram of muscle tissue. Sonomyograms, plural of sonomyogram. Sonomyography, the use of sonography. Sonopathology, pathology using ultrasound. Sonopermeabilization, permeabilization by means of ultrasound. Sonophobe, someone suffering from sonophobia. Sonophobes, plural of sonopho. Sonophobia, an unusual fear of sounds, especially loud noises. Sonophobic, relating to sonophobia. Sonophoresis, the application of ultrasound to assist the absorption of topical medicine through the skin. Sonophoretic, relating to sonophoresis. Sonophotocatalysis, photocatalysis by means of ultrasound. Sonoporated, having undergone sonoporation. Sonoporation, the use of ultrasound to modify the permeability of cell plasma membranes. Sonoperations, plural of sonoporation. Sonoperator, a device used for sonoporation. Sonoprocess, to undergo sonoprocessing. Sonoprocessing, the manipulation of fluids using ultrasound waves. Sonopuncture, a form of acupuncture using sound instead of needles. Sonora, a state of Mexico. Sonorate, a monoclinic prismatic yellow-green mineral containing hydrogen, iron, oxygen, and tellurium. Sonoral, alternative form of sonorous. Sonoran, of or relating to the Sonoran Desert or places named Sonora. Sonoran bumblebee, Bombus sonoris, a species of bumblebee found from the southern United States into Central America. Sonoran bumblebee plural of Sonoran bumblebee. Sonoran desert, a desert which covers large parts of the southwestern United States in Arizona and California and of northwestern Mexico. Sonoran desert toad, a large olive green or brown toad, Incilius alvarius, native to parts of the southwestern U.S. and northwestern Mexico. Sonoran desert toads, plural of Sonoran desert toad. Sonorancy, the condition of being sonorant. Sonorans, plural of sonoran. Sonorant, a speech sound that is produced without turbulent airflow in the vocal tract, the generic term of vowel, approximant, nasal consonant, etc. Sonorants, plural of sonorant. Sonoras, plural of sonora. Sonorictor, a chemical reactor in which ultrasound is used to enhance reaction. Sonorictors, plural of sonorictor. Sonorescence, the quality of being sonorescent. Sonorescent, having the property of emitting sound under intermittent radiant heat or light. Sonoriometric, relating to sonoriometry. Sonorometry, a contact-free form of rheometry that uses sound. Sonor, pertaining to sonority or sound, acoustic. Sonority, sonority. Sonoriferous, omnivorous. Sonorific, producing sound. Sonorization, alternative spelling of sonorization. Sonorities, plural of sonority. Sonority, the property of being sonorous. Sonorization, increase in sonority, act of sonorizing. Sonorizations, plural of sonorization. Sonorize, to increase in sonority, to become more sonorous. Sonorize, simple past and past participle of sonorize. Sonorizes, third person singular simple present indicative of sonorize. Sonorizing, present participle and gerund of sonorize. Sonorophone, a kind of bombardin. Sonorophones, plural of sonophone. Sonorosity, the quality of being sonorous. Sonorous, capable of giving out a deep, resonant sound. Sonorosity, alternative spelling of sonorosity. Sonorously, in a sonorous way. Sonorousness, sonority. Sonorousinesses, plural of sonorousness. Sonosalpingography, a medical procedure for evaluating the patency of fallopian tubes. Sonosensitization, the sensitization to the effects of sound. Sonosensitizer, anything that sensitizes something to the effects of sound, but especially to sonodynamic therapy. Sonosensitizers, plural of sonosensitizer. Sonosol, a cell produced by the action of ultrasonically induced cavitation. Sonosols, plural of sonosol. Sonospectrographic, relating to sonospectrography. Sonospectrography, spectrography using a form of sound, typically ultrasound. Sonotactic, relating to sonotaxis. Sonotaxis, movement to or from a source of sound. Sonotherapy, the therapeutic use of sound, especially in alternative medicine. This practice is often considered a pseudoscience by medical experts due to a lack of empirical evidence supporting its effectiveness. Sonothrombolysis, thrombolysis by means of ultrasound. Sonothrombolytic, relating to sonothrombolysis. Sonotomography, relating to sonotomography. Sonotomography, tomography using sound. Sonotrode, a device that applies ultrasonic vibration to the flame of a welding tool. Sonotrodes, plural of sonotrode. Sonotube, a tube of compressed fiber into which wet concrete is poured in order to make columns or pillars. Sonotubes, plural of sonotube. Sonotubometer, a device used for sonotubometry. Sonotubometric, relating to sonotubometry. Sonotubometry, the measurement of eustachian tube function by placing a microphone in the ear and a source of sound within the mouth. Sonotype, any of a series of typefaces that incorporate sonogram interpretations of letters. Sonotypes, plural of sonotype. Sonorithography, urithography using sound. Sonorous, archaic spelling of sonorous. Denola, sonoma. Son of a bitch, alternative spelling of son of a bitch. Son of a bitches, plural of son of a bitch. Innovas, plural of Sonova. Sonoida, a town in northern Sonora, Mexico. Samurai, alternative form of Songhai. Sunrise, plural of Sonrai. Sons, plural of son. Sons of a bachelor, plural of son of a bachelor. Sons of a bitch, plural of son of a bitch. Sons of a duck, plural of son of a duck. Sons of a fuck, plural of son of a fuck. Sons of a gun, plural of son of a gun. Sons of a jackal, plural of son of a jackal. Sons of a seacock, plural of son of a seacock. Sons of Adam, plural of son of Adam. Sons of bachelors, plural of son of a bachelor. Sons of bitch, plural of son of bitch. Sons of bitches, plural of son of a bitch. Sons of ducks, plural of son of a duck. Sons of fucks, plural of son of a fuck. Sons of God, plural of son of God. Sons of guns, plural of son of a gun. Sons of Ishmael, children of Ishmael. Sons of motherless goats, plural of son of a motherless goat. Sons of privilege, plural of son of privilege. Sons of sea cooks, plural of son of a sea cook. Sons of the desert, plural of son of the desert. Sons of the manse, plural of son of the manse. Sons of the morning, plural of son of the morning. Sons of the soil, plural of son of the soil. Sons of whores, plural of son of a whore. Sons-in-law, plural of son-in-law. Sons of bitches, plural of son of a bitch. Sons-outlaw, plural of son-outlaw. Sons of bitches, plural of son of a bitch. Sonship, the position or state of being a son. Sonships, plural of sonship. Sonsi, alternative form of sonsi. Sonsi, comparative form of sonsi, more sonsi. Son-sign, particularly in Gilles Deleuze's cinematic philosophy, a pure son that exists independently of any immediate action or narrative progression. Son-signs, plural of son-sign. Sons of bitches, plural of son of a bitch. Sonsonate, a department of El Salvador. Sonsorolese, a Micronesian language of Palau closely related to Tobian, originally spoken on the islands composing the state of Sonsorol and spreading through migration elsewhere in the country. Sons of bitches, plural of sonovabich. Sons of bitches, plural of sonuvabich. Son is a lucky, fortunate, thriving, plump. Sontag, a surname. Sontagion, of or relating to Susan Sontag 1933-2004, American writer, filmmaker, philosopher, teacher, and political activist. Sontags, plural of Sontag. Santal, alternative form of Santal. Sonsals, plural of Santal. Sondal, alternative form of Santal. Sondals, plural of Sonful. Sonsor, a small town in northeastern Hesse, Germany. Sonus medius, a high central vowel occurring in the Latin language, I bar or possibly U bar, that developed from earlier /U/ in non-initial syllables due to vowel reduction in Old Latin, represented by the Claudian letter 2C76, letter 371. Thanova, alternative spelling of sonova. Sonuvabich, alternative spelling of son of a bitch. Sonuvabiches, plural of sonuvabich. Sonovabich, alternative spelling of son of a bitch. Sonovabiches, plural of sonovabich. Sony, an international electronics and media company based in Tokyo, Japan. Sony ponies, plural of Sony pony. Sony pony, a slavish supporter of Sony's video games or consoles, a Sony fanboy. Sonya, a female given name from Russian Sonya Sonya. Sonias, plural of Sony. Sanza Kate, a town in Sonsonate Department, El Salvador. Abbreviation of Sault Ste. Marie. Tui, alternative form of Sui. Tui, alternative form of Sui. Initialism of small owner-operated brothel. Alternative spelling of Suba. Tabas, plural of Suba. Plural of Su. Suchak, archaic form of Sauchon. Suchons, plural of Suchon. Suchao, alternative form of Suju. Suchap Creek, dated form of Suju Creek. Suchaomise, alternative form of Sujaonese. Suitor, alternative form of Shudra. Tutors, plural of suitor. Sudal, to walk slowly. Sudat, simple past and past participle of sudal. Sudals, third person singular simple present indicative of sudal. Suvle, present participle and gerund of sudal. Sudra, alternative form of shudra. Tudras, plural of sudra. Tui, alternative form of sui. Tui, a cry to get the attention of swine. Tuti, obsolete form of Sufi. Sufism, obsolete form of Sufism. Tutvis, plural of Sufi. Soda, a bedroll. Sodans, plural of Sugan. Sudi, a type of strong cleaning product for wood and paint on board a boat. Suji Muji, a type of strong cleaning product for wood and paint on board a boat. Turdi, simple past and past participle of suji. Surdi, present participle and gerund of suji. Suji is third person singular simple present indicative of suji. So, alternative form of suji. Sui, simple past and past participle of sogi. Sovi, present participle and gerund of sogi. Suvis, third person singular simple present indicative of sogi. Thirda, a bed quilt. Derdens, plural of sujin. Suwased, any frog in the family Sublasidi. Sublaseds, plural of sublased. Sude, present participle and gerund of sogi. 2. A surname from Taishanese. Uth, plural of Su. Suji, alternative spelling of Suji. Sud, alternative spelling of Suji. Sujimoji, a composition of caustic soda and quicklime for cleaning off old paint, varnish, etc. Sud, alternative spelling of Suji. The alternative spelling of Sok. Sok Ching, the systematic massacre of Singaporean Chinese by Japanese occupation forces from 18 February to 4 March 1942. Sugyao, a surname. Sugyaos, plural of Sukyo. a district municipality on the southern tip of Vancouver Island, Canada. The simple past and past participle of suk. The a female given name of Hebraic origin. So the comparative form of suki, more soki. Dukius, plural of suki. Dukius, superlative form of soki, most soki. Sokun, present participle and gerund of suk. The plural of suk. Suken Pu, a former district of Victoria, Hong Kong, United Kingdom. Yutfi, complaining, whinging, sad, jealous. Suki babies, plural of suki baby. Suki baby. Suk, a crybaby or timid person. To encourage, especially a dog. To attack. Sul, Sanad, and Kane, an administration in northern Somalia formed by the Rear Darwish in 2009, subsequently called the Katumo State 2012-2017. To, a surname. To, simple past and past participle of Sul. Tour, agitator, inciter. Hawk sense to, warmonger. Doers, plural of Suler. Sole, present participle and gerund of Sul. To, obsolete form of Sulu. Does, plural of Sulu. Does, third person singular simple present indicative of Sul. A surname. Soon as, ellipsis of as soon as. Soon to follow. Expected or promised to arrive or be produced in the near future. Sent to be. Planned or destined to have a specified position or quality in the near future. Soon to wed. A person or couple due to be married in the near future. Soon to weds. Plural of soon to wed. Sunamukhi, the state barge of the Governor General of India. Third, a Korean dish made of the boiled or steamed intestines of a cow or pig, stuffed with various ingredients. Obsolete spelling of soon. Third, archaic form of sunny. Sunnias, plural of Sunni. Tur, a native or resident of the American state of Oklahoma. Sooner child, a child conceived before a wedding and born afterwards. Sooner or later, eventually, at some undetermined time in the not-too-distant future. Sooner rather than later, in the fairly near future, fairly soon. Sooner state, official name for Oklahoma, a state of the United States. Sooner than later, alternative form of sooner rather than later. Sooner than later, misspelling of sooner than later. Sooners, plural of sooner. Thermas, superlative form of soon, most soon. A surname. Doubtness, plural of soon. Todi, obsolete form of sunny. Ponas, plural of Sunni. Todi, sometime in the not-so-distant, but not yet definable future. Sunmai. Todi, archaic form of sunny. Sunnis, plural of Sunni. Ponas, the quality of being seen. Tuns, plural of soon. To, elongated form of so. To, obsolete form of soup. Tuber. Alternative spelling of super, usually indicating mock excitement. Sofal. Tefal. Sufalale. A variety of deciduous shrub Shepherdia canadensis, the Canadian buffaloberry, the red fruits/berries of which may be used in the production of a frothy, aromatic drink. Supales. Plural of supale. That is, plural of soup. The alternative spelling of sauk. That, plural of soup. Dor, a pig, a worthless person. Dor, dated form of Surah chapter of Quran. Doras, plural of Sora. Sor, the skin of bacon. Swords, plural of sword. Soritama, a municipality in Espírito Santo, Brazil. Soritama slady antrike, a passerine bird of the antbird family, Thamnophilus ambigus sin. Thamnophilus mevius ambigus. Soritama slady antrikes. Plural of Soritama slady antrike. Sorgi, brick dust used in making mortar. Sorgi, alternative form of sorki. Dorma, a preparation of antimony with which Muslim men historically anointed their eyelids. Hors, plural of sor. Tet, plural of su. Tetik, alternative form of susi. It is, plural of susi. Susha, alternative form of sushka. Sushkas, plural of sushka. Zuhi, plural of sushka. Says it, a kind of silk cloth. It is, plural of Susie. Tosi, alternative form of Susie. Fine black or dull brown particles of amorphous carbon and tar produced by the incomplete combustion of coal, oil, etc. Soot ball, alternative form of soot ball. Soot balls, plural of soot ball. Soot blower, a device for directing a jet of steam on the boiler tubes of a steam boiler so as to remove deposits of soot inside the tubes. Soot blowers, plural of soot blower. Soot devil, a chimney sweep's young assistant who is sent up chimneys to clean them. Soot devils, plural of soot devil. Sootwort, a hyperkeratotic lesion on the scrotum formerly associated with chimney sweeps. Sootworts, plural of sootwort. Soot ball, alternative form of soot ball. Soot balls, plural of soot ball. Sootho, the traditional cry of a chimney sweep advertising his services. Sootproof, alternative spelling of sootproof. Sootbag, a bag of soot. Sootbags, plural of sootbag. Sootball, a ball of soot or ash. Sootballs, plural of sootball. Stained or marked with soot. Oven, to cover with soot, make sooty. Oven, simple past and past participle of sooten. Sooting, present participle and gerund of soot. Ovens, third person singular simple present indicative of sooten. Souther, a surname. Sutterkin, a mouse-like creature which, according to folklore, Dutch women who sit over stoves give birth to. Sutterkens, plural of sooterkin. Sooters, plural of sooter. Soot flake, a flake of soot. Soot flakes, plural of soot flake. Shrew. Suitability, the ability to be suitable, capable of being soothed. The, to restore to ease, comfort, or tranquility, relief, calm, quiet, refresh. The, simple past and past participle of soothe. Soda, to make comforted, cause to feel soothed, to ease, relieve, or alleviate. Seventh, simple past and past participle of soothen. Soothing, present participle and gerund of soothen. Towens, third person singular simple present indicative of soothen. Tutor, comparative form of sooth, more sooth, truer. Soother, simple past and past participle of soother. Souvre, present participle and gerund of soother. Toothers, plural of soother. Third person singular simple present indicative of soothe. To the, characterized or marked by soothing, comforting. Toves, superlative form of soothe, most soothe. Sune, third person singular simple present indicative of soothe. Toves, actual. Real. Soothasly, actually, truthfully, honestly. So the fastness, truth, honesty, veracity. Sevhal, sude, tending to soothe. Soothingly, in a soothing manner. Soothingness, the quality of being soothing. Soothingness, plural of soothing. So thus, devoid of truth, false. Lying. Totally, truly, verily. Sauveur, an outsider, someone who is not native to the Isles, especially someone from the south. Sauveurs, plural of souvmouther. Third person singular simple present indicative of sooth. Soothsay, simple past and past participle of soothsay. Suicide, a true saying, truth. Suicide, plural of soothsaw. Soothsay, to foretell the future. Make predictions. Soothsayer, one who attempts to predict the future using magic, intuition, or intelligence, a diviner. Soothsayers, plural of soothsayer. Soothsaying, a method of foretelling the future. Soothsayings, plural of soothsaying. Soothsays, third person singular simple present indicative of soothsay. Characterized by ease, comfort, or relaxation, soothing. Simple past and past participle of sooty. Comparative form of sooty, more sooty. Is, third person singular simple present indicative of sooty. Superlative form of sooty, most sooty. Sootily, in a sooty manner. Sootiness, the state or perfidy of being sooty. Sootiness, plural of sootiness. Sooty, present participle and gerund of soot. Sootings, plural of sooting. Soothis, dootless, without soot. Sootlessness, absence of soot. Soot-like, resembling soot or some aspect of it. Tufroof, resistant to soot. Thus, a surname from Dutch. Tut, plural of soots. Of, relating to. Or producing soot. Sooty albatross, a medium-sized marine bird of the species Phobetria fusca, having a sooty brown or black color. Sooty albatrosses, plural of sooty albatross. Sooty bark disease, a disease of maple trees caused by the fungus Cryptostroma corticale. Sooty blotch and fleispeck, a plant disease caused by a complex of saprophytic fungi which colonize the epicuticular wax layer of the apple and other trees and vines. Sooty grouse, any of species Dendrogapus fuliginosus of grouses of the Pacific Coast ranges of North America. Sooty grunter, a freshwater fish of species Hephaestus fuliginosus of coastal northern Australia. Sooty grunters, plural of sooty grunter. Sooty kangaroo, synonym of western gray kangaroo. Sooty orange tip, an orange tip butterfly of species Zegus eupheme. Sooty orange tips, plural of sooty orange tip. Sooty stripe, a disease of sorghum caused by the fungus Ramulus borosorgi. Sooty tern, a seabird of species Onychoprion fuscus of the tropical Indian and Pacific Oceans. Sooty terns, plural of sooty tern. Sooty-headed bulbul, a bird of species Pycnonotus origaster of the bulbul family Pycnonatidae of southeastern Asia. Sooty-headed wren, Fugobius spatix, a species of wren with a black head found only in Colombia and small parts of Panama. Sooty, present participle and gerund of sooty. Thuy, alternative form of sui. Thuy, a surname. It is plural of sui. Ha, initialism of State of Palestine. SOP, alternative letter case form of SOP system/systems of provision. Ha, something entirely soaked. Sup camming, alternative form of sup camming. Sop to Cerberus, something given or done to pacify or bribe. Sapa, to absorb, to soak up. Sop and wine, alternative form of sops and wine. Selpa, initialism of Stop Online Piracy Act. Sapeva, synonym of sape pilla. Sapevas, plural of sapepa. Sapepilla, a small, crisp, puffy, deep-fried pastry often served with honey. Sapepillas, plural of sapepilla. Sapem, a male given name from Bengali. Sopapaya, misspelling of sapepilla. Sopapayas, plural of sopapia. Apara, former name of Nalasapara. Saptate, an orthorhombic brownish-gray mineral containing palladium, silver, and tellurium. Sope, a traditional Mexican food consisting of a masa base with various savory toppings. Soper, a surname originating as an occupation for a soper. Sopers, plural of sober. Soperton, a city, the county seat of Trutland County, Georgia. Georgia, United States. Sopes, plural of sope. Ha, a diminutive of the female given names Sophie or Sophia. Tafa, obsolete form of sofa. Safas, plural of Safa. Hafrin, province of ancient Armenia and of the Roman Empire, located to the southwest of Greater Armenia. Independent kingdom from 3rd century BC until 90 BC. Lies in modern-day southeastern Turkey. Alenia, of or pertaining to Safin. Zavaniams, plural of Safinian. Sofa, a surname. Soveric, alternative form of Soferic. Sopherim, plural of Sopher. Sophers, plural of Sopher. Safhai, archaic spelling of Sufi. Sophia, a female given name from ancient Greek. Thophan, of or relating to Sophia, a figure in Gnosticism, analogous to the human soul but also simultaneously one of the feminine aspects of God. Sophianism, Sophiology. Sophias, plural of Sophia. Tai, teaching wisdom. Sophocles, Tai, sophically, in a sophic manner. Sylvie, a female given name from French Sophie, equivalent to English Sophia of ancient Greek origin. Sophie Germain prime, any prime number p where 2p plus 1 is also prime. Sophie Germain primes. Plural of Sophie Germain prime. Sophie's choice, a choice where every alternative has significant negative consequences. Sophie's choices, plural of Sophie's choice. Sophies, plural of Sophie. Sophiology, relating to Sophiology. Sophiological, relating to Sophiology. Sophiology, a controversial school of thought in Russian Orthodoxy, holding that divine wisdom is to be identified with God's essence and that this divine wisdom is in some way expressed in the world as creaturely wisdom. Sophies, plural of Sophi. Sophism, the school of the sophists in antiquity, their beliefs and method of teaching philosophy and rhetoric. Sophisms, plural of sophism. Sophos, one of a class of teachers of rhetoric, philosophy, and politics in ancient Greece. Sophister, as sophist. Sophisters, plural of sophister. Subisti pop, a subgenre of pop music that emerged during the mid-1980s in the UK. Sophistic, alternative letter case form of sophistic pertaining to the sophists. Sophistical, pertaining to a sophist or sophistry. Sophistically, in a sophistical fashion. Sophisticalness, the quality or state of being sophistical. Sophisticate, to make something less innocent or natural, to artificialize. Sophisticated, of a person having obtained worldly experience and lacking naivete, cosmopolitan, worldly wise. Sophisticated falsificationism, a form of falsificationism in which claims are evaluated statistically as opposed to naive falsificationism, which takes an absolutist perspective. Sophisticatedly, in a sophisticated manner. Sophisticatedness, quality of being sophisticated. Sophistication. Sophisticates, plural of sophisticate. Sophisticating, present participle and gerund of sophisticate. Sophistication, enlightenment or education. Sophistications, plural of sophistication. Sophisticative, deceptive, sophistical. Sophisticator, someone or something that sophisticates, that makes sophisticated. Sophisticators, plural of sophisticator. Sophisticism, the philosophy or the methods of the sophists. Sophisticisms, plural of sophisticism. Sophisto, a trendy, sophisticated person, a hipster. Sophistos, plural of sophisto. Sophistress, a female sophist. Sophistresses, plural of sophistress. Sophistries, plural of sophistry. Sophistry, the actions or arguments of a sophist. Sophists, plural of sophists. Sophomore, misspelling of sophomore. Sopho, wise, intelligent, wisdom. Sophocarpine, an alkaloid found in the plant Sophoraflavescens. Sophoclean, of or pertaining to Sophocles. Or his works. Sophocles, a Greek dramatic poet ca. 497 BCE, 405 BCE. Sophocles was one of the three greatest Greek tragedians. In the Athenian dramatic competitions of the Festival of Dionysus, he won more first prizes, around 20, than any other playwright, and placed second in all others he participated in. He is best remembered for his Oedipus cycle of plays. Sophocracy, political rule by philosophers. Sophi, plural of Sophos, sage, wise man. Sophomania, a delusion of having superior intelligence. Sophomaniac, a person evidencing sophomania. Sophomaniacs, plural of sophomaniac. Sophomore, the second in a series, especially the second of an artist's albums or the second of 4 years in a high school 10th grade or university. Sophomore slump, the situation where a second effort fails to live up to the relatively high standards of the first. Sophomore slumps, plural of sophomore slump. Sophomorides, alternative spelling of sophomoritis. Sophomores, plural of sophomore. Sophomore, conceited and overconfident of knowledge but poorly informed and immature. Sophomorical, sophomoric, sophomorically, in a sophomoric way. Sophomoritis, a tendency of sophomores in high school or college to slack off and lose motivation as if they were seniors with senioritis. Sophomoronic, sophomoric and moronic. Havon, a male given name. Sophonisba, a Punic noblewoman, daughter of Hadras Bulgisco and wife of Syphax. Sophonsify, alternative spelling of sophonsify. Sophonsify, alternative spelling of sophonsify. Sophon, an intelligent being, a being with a base reasoning capacity awfully equivalent or greater than that of a human being. The word does not apply to machines unless they have true artificial intelligence, rather than mere processing capacity. Sophons, plural of sophont. Sophophobia, the fear of learning. Sophophoron, any drosophilid of the subgenus Sophophora. Sophophorans, plural of Sophophoran. Sophora. Any of the genus Sophora of small trees and shrubs related to the pea. Sophrabaceae, an isoflavonoid found in the fruits of Styphnelobium japonicum sin. Sophora japonica. Sophoraceous, of or relating to the Sophoraceae. Sophoretin, an isoprenyl chalconoid found in the herb Sophora tonkinensis. Sophrafloveni, any of a group of phytoncides produced by plants of the genus Sophora. Sophraflovenons, plural of Sophraflovenon. Sophoraflavonalosi, a glucoside of chemoferol that is a plant metabolite. Sophoramine, a quinolizidine alkaloid with the molecular formula CHN2O. Sophorus, plural of Sophora. Sophoretin. Quercetin. Tavoria, an alkaloid obtained from Dermatophyllum secundiflorum, formerly Sophora speciosa, having effects similar to those of the calabarbine. Sophoric acid, an isoflavonoid found in the fruits of Styphnelobium japonicum sin. Sophora japonica. Sophoridine, an alkaloid found in the plant Sophora flavescens. Sophorin, synonym of rutin. Sophorin, cytosine. Sophorolipid, a surface-active glycolipid compound that can be synthesized by a number of non-pathogenic yeast species. Sophorolipids, plural of sophorolipid. Sophoropentose, a pentasaccharide present in sophorolipid. Sophorose, a disaccharide present in sophorolipid. Sophorosci, any glycoside of sophorose. Sophorosides, plural of sophorosci. Sophorotreos, a tetrasaccharide present in sophorolipid. Sophorhios, a trisaccharide present in sophorolipid. Sophrocatolia, any plant of the genus Sophrocatolia. Sophrocatolias, plural of Sophrocatolia. Sophrolaliacatolia, any member of the gnathogenous Sophrolaliacatolia. Sophrolaliacatolias, plural of Sophrolaliacatolia. Sophrological, of or relating to sophrology. Sophrologists, someone who practices sophrology. Sophrologists, plural of sophrologists. Sophrology, a technique consisting of a set of physical and mental exercises for reducing stress and promoting well-being. Tafrong, with sound and well-balanced mind, moderate, prudent, sensible, reasonable. Tevronia, a female given name from ancient Greek. Sophronize, to imbue with moral principles or self-control. Sophronize, simple past and past participle of sophronize. Sophronizos, third person singular simple present indicative of sophronize. Sophronizing, present participle and gerund of sophronize. Sophrosine, 134 Sophrosine, a main belt asteroid. Das, plural of soph. Softha, archaic form of softa. Softas, plural of softa. Sophomore, a student in the second year of a four-year college. Tophos, a male given name from ancient Greek. Sophi, a diminutive of the female given name Sophia. Sope, an alcoholic drink of Indonesia made with sugar palm. Sopident, soporific. Dapil, a type of woodwind instrument from Croatia similar to the oboe. Sopish, having characteristics of a term or an entry that is some of its parts. Sopite, to put to sleep or to quieten. Sopite syndrome, a neurological disorder involving fatigue, drowsiness, and mood changes attributed to prolonged periods of motion. Sopide, simple past and past participle of sopite. Sopites, third person singular simple present indicative of sopite. Sopide, present participle and gerund of sopite. Sopition, the act of putting to sleep. Davish, a municipality of Croatia. Sopko, a surname. Sopley, a village and civil parish in New Forest District, Hampshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 1597. Soptho, initialism of sexual offenses prevention order. Sover, an unnaturally deep sleep. Sopere, to lay or put to sleep, to stupefy. Soperated, simple past and past participle of soperate. Soperates, third person singular simple present indicative of soperate. Soporiferous, soporific, sleep-inducing. Soporiferously, in a soporiferous manner. Soporiferousness, the quality of being soporiferous. Soporific, something inducing sleep, especially a drug. Soporifical, soporific, sleep-inducing. Soporifically, in a soporific manner. Soporific, obsolete form of soporific. Soporifics, plural of soporific. Soporifics, plural of soporific. Soporos, alternative form of soporus. Soporus, causing sleep, sleepy. Sovers, plural of soper. Sopo, plural of sopo. Dafai, a city in Pomeranian Voivodeship, Poland. Sapatunu, a village and commune of Kara-Severin County, Romania. Obsolete spelling of sop. Hut, simple past and past participle of sop. Sapta, simple past and past participle of sop up. Sover, someone who sops. Sovers, plural of sopper. Duffus, plural of sop. Sothe, comparative form of soppy, more soppy. Sappius, superlative form of soppy, most soppy. Sottily, in a soppy way. Soppiness, the state or condition of being soppy, over sentimentality. Soppe, soaked, drenched, completely wet to the point of dripping. Sopping up, present participle and gerund of sop up. Sopping wet, extremely wet, soaking wet. Soppingly, so as to be wet to the point of dripping. Soppings, plural of sopping. Tobit, a surname from Old English. Soppets, plural of soppet. Depressata, any of various types of Italian dry-cured pork salami. Suppressatas, plural of suppressata. Save, very wet, sodden soaked. Abruni, plural of soprano. Sopranini, plural of sopranino. Sopranino, a musical instrument, especially a saxophone or recorder that is a pitch higher than the soprano instrument of its class. Sopranino recorder, a recorder whose lowest note is F5 or otherwise in the range of E flat to G. Sopranino recorders. Plural of sopranino recorder. Sopranino sax. Clipping of sopranino saxophone. Sopranino saxes. Plural of sopranino sax. Sopranino saxophone, a member of the saxophone family of woodwind instruments that is smaller than the soprano saxophone but larger than the soprillo, with a range of D flat to a flat or similar. Sopranino saxophones, plural of sopranino saxophone. Sopranino saxophonist, a person who plays the sopranino saxophone. Sopranino saxophonists, plural of sopranino saxophonists. Sopraninos, plural of sopranino. Sopranissimo sax, clipping of sopranissimo saxophone. Sopranissimo saxes, plural of sopranissimo sax. Sopranissimo saxophone, aprillo. Sopranissimo saxophones, plural of sopranissimo saxophone. Sopranissimo saxophonist, a person who plays the sopranissimo saxophone soprillo. Sopranissimo saxophonists, plural of sopranissimo saxophonists. Sopranist, a male soprano singer. Sopranista, an adult male singer who sings music written in soprano range without the use of falsetto. Sopranistas, plural of sopranista. Sopranists, plural of sopranists. Soprano, a surname from Italian. Soprano clarinet, a clarinet that is higher in register than the bassette horn or alto clarinet. Soprano clarinets, plural of soprano clarinet. Soprano recorder, a recorder whose lowest note is C5 or otherwise in the range of B flat to D. Soprano recorders, plural of soprano recorder. Soprano sax, clipping of soprano saxophone. Soprano saxes, plural of soprano sax. Soprano saxophone, a member of the saxophone family of woodwind instruments that is smaller than the alto saxophone but larger than the sopranino saxophone, with a range of a flat to E6 or similar. Soprano saxophones, plural of soprano saxophone. Soprano saxophonist, a person who plays the soprano saxophone. Soprano saxophonists, plural of soprano saxophonists. Sopranode, simple past and past participle of soprano. Sopranos, plural of soprano. Sopranoing, present participle and gerund of soprano. Sopranoist, someone who plays the soprano saxophone. Sopranoists, plural of sopranoists. Soprano-like, resembling or characteristic of a soprano. Sopranos, plural of soprano. Sopraventricular, alternative form of supraventricular. Daprillo, the smallest member of the saxophone family of woodwind instruments, one size smaller than the sopranino saxophone and with a range of a flat to E flat or similar. Soprillo sax, clipping of soprillo saxophone. Soprillo saxes, plural of soprillo sax. Soprillo saxophone, aprillo. Soprillo saxophones, plural of soprillo saxophone. Soprillo saxophonists, a person who plays the soprillo saxophone soprillo. Soprillo saxophonists, plural of soprillo saxophonists. Toprillos, plural of soprillo. Sopris Creek, a tributary of the Roaring Fork River in Eagle County and Pitkin County, Colorado. Sopricide, synonym of hexachlorocyclohexane when used as a pesticide. Sopramidine, a neuroprotective drug. Sopron, a city in Hungary. Plural of SOP. Sohias, plural of SOP. Thus, plural of sop. Sops of wine, an old European variety of apple of a yellow and red color, shading to deep red. Sops up, third person singular simple present indicative of sop up. Sops and wine, a flower resembling a carnation. Sops of eye, alternative form of sops of wine, a kind of apple. Sops of vines, plural of sops of vine. Sopska salad, alternative form of shopska salad. Sopiru, a male given name. Tav, initialism of sex on premises venue. Sabvama, synonym of Malsino-Tibetan language. Tav, plural of sop. Sopwe, a surname. Sopwes, plural of sopwe. Sakatra, alternative form of Sakatra. Sakatra, alternative form of Sakatra. Sakatran, alternative form of Sakatran. Sakatrans, plural of Sakatran. Sakashri, a modern South Arabian language spoken on the island of Socotra in Yemen. Sakwal, a census-designated place in Santa Cruz County, California, United States. Saquinalal, a beta-adrenergic blocking drug. Dor, a surname from Khmer. Dor, acronym of Sex Offenders Registration Act. Dor, alternative form of Soram, surname of Mayday origin. Sora, an Arabic-based writing system for the Malagasy language. Sorabian, alternative form of Sorbian. Sorabians, plural of Sorabian. Sorati, a subprefecture of Hokkaido Prefecture, Japan. Sorafno, a small molecule drug used to treat cancer of the kidney and liver. Soresum, a Mayday surname from Manipuri. Sorismus, the awkward or humorous use of different languages mixed together, often using a foreign term incorrectly or in an inappropriate situation. Sora, relating to the Saurus. Soralia, plural of Soralium. Soralium, a cluster of Sordia. Tora, a Mayday surname from Manipuri. Soramemi, a homophonic translation of a song lyric, typically humorous, and mondegreen. Arams. Sornas, bang. Sorang Sampang, the alphabet used to write the Sora language. Sorani, the Kurdish language spoken by the majority of Kurds in Iran and Iraq. Sorani, alternative form of Sorani. Soro, alternative form of Salelin. Sororin, alternative form of Salelin. Auras, plural of Sora. Sora, synonym of Saurashtra Indian region. Sor of Tansai, an immunoconjugate formed from a human monoclonal antibody. Soria, a female given name from Persian. Zor, a member of a Slavic people living in Lusatia in eastern Germany. Sorb apple, a European fruit tree, Sorbus domestica, also called the service tree. Sorb apples, plural of sorb apple. Sorb apple, alternative spelling of sorb apple. Sorb apples, plural of sorb apple. Sorbabilities, plural of sorbability. Sorbability, the degree to which something can absorb and slash or adsorb. Sorbable, that can be sorbed. Sorbate, any salt or ester of sorbic acid. Sorbates, plural of sorbate. Sorbum, the Sorbians as a people seen as constituting a unified cultural or political community. Sor, simple past and past participle of sor, seen as constituting a unified cultural or political community. Sor, simple past and past participle of sor. Sorbifacient, producing absorption. Sorbifacients, plural of sorbifacient. Sarbello, a surname from Italian. Sarbellos, plural of sorbello. Sorbet, a substance that can enable sorption. Sorbets, plural of sorbent. Sorter, a surname. Sorters, plural of sorber. Sorbet, frozen fruit juice, sometimes mixed with egg whites, eaten as dessert or between courses of a meal. Sorbier, an ice cream maker. Sordes, plural of sorbetiere. Sorbet-like, resembling sorbet. Sorbes, plural of sorbet. Sorbian, a group of Slavic languages spoken by a minority in eastern Germany. Sorbianize, to give a Sorbian character to. Sorbians, plural of Sorbian. Sorbe, of or relating to the rowan tree the sorb. Sorbic acid, unsaturated aliphatic carboxylic acid CH det Q found in berries and used as a preservative. Sorbicillactone, any of a group of sorbicillinoid lactones. Sorbicillactones, plural of sorbicillactone. Sorbicillin, the sorbicillinoid 2E4E124-dihydroxy-3,5-dimethylphenyl-hexa-2,4-dene 11. Any of a group of hexaketide marine sponge metabolites that have a sorbyl side chain. Sorbicillinoids, plural of sorbicillinoid. Sorbiri, synonym of sorbitol when used as a food additive. Sorbile, fit to be drunk or sipped. Sorbe, an unfermentable sugar, isomeric with glucose, found in the ripe berries of the rowan tree or sorb. Sorbi, alternative form of sorbin. Sorbe, present participle and gerund of sor. Sorbinil, an aldose reductase inhibitor. Sorbinose, sorbos. Sorbinosas, plural of sorbinose. Sorbish, synonym of sorbian. Sorbital, misspelling of sorbitol. Sorbitan, a dehydration product of sorbitol having a tetrahydrofuran ring and 4-hydroxy group. It is used in the manufacture of emulsifiers. Sorbitants. Plural of sorbitant. Sorbit. Perlite. Sorbites. Plural of sorbit. Sorbid. Of. Pertaining to or made of sorbit. Sorbitization. Alternative form of sorbitization. Sorbitizations. Plural of sorbitization. Sorbitize. Alternative form of sorbitize. Sorbitize. Simple past and past participle of sorbitize. Sorbitizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of sorbitize. Sorbitizing. Present participle and gerund of sorbitize. Sorbitization. The process of sorbitizing, especially in the hardening of metal by interrupted quenching. Sorbitizations. Plural of sorbitization. Sorbitize. To convert into a form containing sorbit. Sorbitize. Simple past and past participle of sorbitize. Sorbitizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of sorbitize. Sorbitizing. Present participle and gerund of sorbitize. Sorbitol. A faintly sweet alcohol C6H6 that occurs in some fruits, is made synthetically, and is used especially as a humectant and softener and in making ascorbic acid. Sorbitols. Plural of sorbitol. Sorbo. A surname. Sorbrin. A commune of Ardennes department, France. Sorbonne. Alternative form of sorbonical. Sorbonical. Belonging or relating to the Sorbonne or to a Sorbonist. Sorbonist. A student or master at the Sorbonne. Sorbonists. Plural of Sorbonists. Sorbonne. A building in Paris that houses several universities and schools. Sorbopyrenos. The Pyrenees form of sorbos. Sorbopyrenoses. Plural of Sorbopyrenos. Sorbos. Plural of sorbo. Sorbos. The ketohexose 3s, 4R5s, 1,3,4,5,6 benzhydroxyhexanate 2,1 used in the production of ascorbic acid. Sorbuses. Plural of sorbos. Sorbothane. A synthetic viscoelastic urethane polymer used as a shock absorber. Sorbus. Plural of sor. Sorbus. Any plant of the genus Sorbus. Sorbuses. Plural of sorbus. Sodiate. A monoclinic prismatic white mineral containing antimony, arsenic, lead, and sulfur. Sorbil. The radical 2,4-hexadienyl. Dors. A surname from Italian. Sorsal. Alternative form of ensorsal. Sorsolve. Simple past and past participle of sorsal. Alternative form of ensorsal bewitched, enchanted. Sorsal. Alternative form of ensorsal. Sorsolve. Simple past and past participle of sorsal. Alternative form of ensorsal bewitched, enchanted. Sorsolang. Present participle and gerund of sorsal. Sorcerer. A magician or wizard, sometimes specifically male. Sorcerer's apprentice. Person who experiments carelessly, without paying attention to the possible consequences of their experiments and without the ability to contain them should they spiral out of control. Sorcerer's apprentices. Plural of sorcerer's apprentice. Sorcerer's stone. Synonym of philosopher's stone. Sorcerer's stones, plural of sorcerer's stone. Sorcerers, plural of sorcerer. Sorcerer's stone, alternative form of sorcerer's stone. Sorcerer's stones, plural of sorcerer's stone. Sorcerer's stone, alternative form of sorcerer's stone. Sorcerer's stones, plural of sorcerer's stone. Sorceress, a female sorcerer, especially one who is elegant. Compare witch. Sorceresses, plural of sorceress. Sorcerio, of or pertaining to sorcery. Sorceries, plural of sorcery. Sorcering. Sorcery. Sorcerings, plural of sorcering. Sorcerize, alternative spelling of sorcerize. Sorcerize, simple past and past participle of sorcerize. Sorcerizes, third person singular simple present indicative of sorcerize. Sorcerizing, present participle and gerund of sorcerize. Sorcerize, to transform or alter through sorcery. Sorcerize, simple past and past participle of sorcerize. Sorcerizes, third person singular simple present indicative of sorcerize. Sorcerizing, present participle and gerund of sorcerize. Sorcerman, a surname. Sorcerer, misspelling of sorcerer. Sorcerers, plural of sorcerer. Sorceress, similar to or involving sorcery. Sorcerously, in a sorcerous way, by means of sorcery. Sorcery, magical power, the use of witchcraft or magic arts. Sorces, plural of source. Sorja, a female given name from Scottish Gaelic or Irish. Sorthai, a surname from Italian. Durses, plural of sorci. Sor, a flock of mallards. Sordrius, of or relating to the Sordariaceae. Sorderin, any of a certain group of tetracyclic glycosidic antifungal agents. Sorderins, plural of sorderin. Sordariaceae, any fungus belonging to the Sordariaceae. Sordariaceae, plural of Sordariaceae. Sordon, a surname. Swords, deposits of dirt or bacteria on the body, discharges, bacterial deposits on the teeth or tongue. Sordid, distasteful, ignoble, vile, or contemptible. Sorditer, comparative form of sordid, more sordid. Sorditis, superlative form of sordid, most sordid. Sordidities, plural of sordidity. Sordidity, sordidness. Sordidly, in a sordid manner, in a way that is dirty or morally low. Sordidness, the quality or state of being sordid. Sordidnesses, plural of sordidness. Sording, a mute for musical instruments. Sordines, plural of sordine. Sordini, plural of sordino. Sordino, synonym of sordine. Sordinos, plural of sordino. Sordono, an old musical instrument of the oboe family, resembling the bombard. Sordor, sordidness. Sordors, plural of sordor. Swords, plural of sword. Door, acronym of small off-road engine. Door, causing pain or discomfort, painfully sensitive. Sore boob means more boo. Sore breasts should be appreciated as a sign of breast growth. Sore eyes, conjunctivitis, pink eye. Sore loser, one who complains or blames others for one's loss, one who is easily angered by losing a game or contest or because of some other misfortune or bad luck. Sore loserman, nickname for Al Gore and Joe Lieberman, the 2000 U.S. Democratic presidential nominees for president and vice president, respectively. Sore losers, plural of sore loser. Sore point, an action, belief, or state of affairs which is an enduring basis for disagreement or dissatisfaction. Sore points, plural of sore point. Sore throat, any inflammation of the pharynx that causes soreness. Sore throats, plural of sore throat. Sore thumb, something that draws negative attention or is out of place. Sore thumbs, plural of sore thumb. Sore winner, one who gloats over a victory. Sore winners, plural of sore winner. Sore loserman, alternative form of sore loserman. Sore thumbish, distinct in a way that draws negative attention, out of place, conspicuous. Sore/loserman, alternative form of sore loserman. Soryish, the time between a hawk's being taken from the eyrie and first mewing or molting its feathers. Sore, subjected to soaring. Sore, synonym of sordium. Swords, plural of sword. Sordia, plural of sordium. Sordao, having or relating to a sordium. Sode, pertaining to or characterized by the presence of many sordia. Sordiferous, bang sardia, sordiate. Sordiferous, alternative form of sordiferous. Sordioi, resembling a sordium. Sordios, synonym a sordiate. Sordium, a common scale-like reproductive structure in lichens consisting of albal cells enveloped in a network of hyphae. Tori, obsolete form of sora, the bird. Sories, plural of sori. Sorehead, a person who has a tendency to be angry or to feel offended. Soreheaded, having a tendency to be angry or irritable, easily offended, like a sorehead. Soreads, plural of sorehead. Sorehan, a kind of servile tenure in Ireland which required the tenant to maintain his chieftain gratuitously whenever he wished to indulge in a revel. Sorrow, a surname from French. Sorelien, of or relating to Georges Sorel 1847-1922, French philosopher and theorist of revolutionary syndicalism. Sorelianism, the ideology of the French revolutionary syndicalist Georges Sorel. Sorrow, a town northeast of Hobart, Tasmania, Australia, named after William Sorel. Sorrels, plural of sorrel. Sorrel, in a sore or desperate manner. Soreness, the property, state, or condition of being sore. Painfulness. Sorenesses, plural of soreness. Sorensen, a surname. Sorensens, plural of Sorensen. Sorensen, a surname. Sorensens, plural of Sorensen. Sore, comparative form of sore, more sore. Tor, plural of sore. Tors, plural of sore. Dorsts, superlative form of sore, most sore. Sora, alternative form of Sora. Sorry, a surname. Tories, plural of sorry. Tor, acronym for short open reading frame. SOR, plural acronym for short open reading frames. Tor, a surname. Sordi, a substance derived from sorghumrüben. Sorgo, sor. Sorghum, sorghumrüben, a pigment found in sorghum. Sorghum, a cereal, sorghum genus and species, the grains of which are cultivated to make flour and feed cattle. Almost all cultivated ones as well as some wild ones belong to the species Sorghum bicolor sin. Sorghum vulgare. Sorghum downy mildew, a disease of sorghum caused by Paranosplerospora sorghii and having symptoms including chlorosis, shredding of leaves, and plant death. Sorghum midge. Contarrhenia sorticola, a gall midge pest of sorghum. Sorghum midges, plural of sorghum midge. Sorghum molasses, a syrup made from varieties of sorghum grass with a high sugar content, particularly in the southern United States. Sorghum rum, a rum made from sorghum grain and molasses rather than sugar. Sorghum rums, plural of sorghum rum. Sorghum syrup, a syrup made from varieties of sorghum grass with a high sugar content, particularly in the southern United States. Sorghum whiskey, a distilled spirit made from sorghum syrup, derived from the stalk of the sorghum plant. Sorghum whiskeys, plural of sorghum whiskey. Sorghum whiskeys, plural of sorghum whiskey. Sorghum whiskey, alternative spelling of sorghum whiskey. Sorghums, plural of sorghum. Sorgo, sorghum. Sorgalactone, any of several isomers of astrigalactone found in sorghum. Sorgalactones, plural of sorgalactone. Sorgoa, a hydrophobic root exudate of sorghum bicolor. Sors, plural of sor. Sori, plural of Saurus. Todia, the capital city of the province of the same name in the autonomous community of Castile and Leon, Spain. Soriano, a surname from Spanish. Sorianos, plural of Soriano. Saurice, any shrew in the family Sauricidae. Sauricidin, a paralytic oligoptide present in the saliva of some shrews of the family Sauricidae. Sauricids, plural of sauricid. Sauricine, or relating to the shrew family Sauricidae, resembling a shrew in form or habits. Sauricine bat, synonym of Pallas's long-tongued bat Glossophaga sauricina. Sauricines, plural of sauricine. Sauricoi, sauricine, shrew-like. Sauricomorph, any member of the order Sauricomorpha of shrew-like mammals. Sauricomorphs, plural of sauricomorph. Sorry, obsolete spelling of sorry. Sauriferous, bearing sorry. Soaring, the practice of making it painful for a horse's feet to touch the ground, resulting in the horse picking its feet up quickly, with the goal of accentuating its gait. Sorites, a series of propositions whereby each conclusion is taken as the subject of the next. Sorites paradox, a paradox arising from vague predicates and repeatedly applying a small difference. For example, removing one grain from a heap of sand still leaves a heap, yet removing enough grains will eventually not leave a heap. Sorites paradoxes, plural of Sorites paradox. Soritic, synonym of soritical. Soritical, of, pertaining to, or resembling as sorites. Soriticality, the property of being soritical, the property of giving rise to the Sorites paradox. Soravudine, a thymine analog antiviral drug. Sorkay, a Western Iranian language spoken in the village of Sorkay, Iran. Sorge, a surname. Sorkinism, the characteristic style of Aaron Sorkin, born 1961, American screenwriter, producer, and playwright, known for rapid-fire dialogue and extended monologues. Sorkinisms, plural of Sorkinism. Sorkins, plural of Sorkin. Sorale, a male given name. Sorles, plural of Sorley. DOOR, acronym of Statutory Off-Road Notification. DOOR, to impose upon another for food and lodging. Zorna, alternative form of Zerna. Sornai, alternative form of Zerna. Sornais, plural of Sornai. Yarnas, plural of Sorna. Sor, simple past and past participle of Sorn. Sorner, one who intrudes themselves on another for bed and board. Sorners, plural of Sorner. Sornidipine, a calcium channel blocker. Sorning, present participle and gerund of Sorn. Door, plural of Sorn. Sorns, third person singular simple present indicative of Sorn. Sora, clipping of sorority. Sora Soak, a political slogan where Nigerians seeking to make their voices heard. Soraben, a Japanese abacus derived from the Chinese suanpan. Sorabens, plural of Soraben. Soroka, a city, district, and municipality of Moldova. Saurocarp, a fruiting body characteristic of certain cellular slime molds consisting of both a saurophore and a saurus. Saurocarpic, relating to a saurocarp. Saurocarps, plural of saurocarp. Saurach, altitude sickness, mountain sickness. Sorachi, alternative form of Sorach. Soracho, alternative form of Sorach. Soroka, a surname from Ukrainian. Sorokes, plural of Soroka. Sorakaban, a Meitei surname from Manipuri. Sorkin, a surname from Russian. Sorakai, a surname. Sorokinian, of or relating to Pidirim Sorokin 1889-1968, Russian-American sociologist. Soroko, a surname from Russian. Sorokai, a city in Luhansk Oblast in eastern Ukraine. Sorology, misspelling of sorology. Sor, a city in West Papua, Indonesia. Saurophore, a sorus-bearing structure in certain ferns. Saurophores, plural of saurophore. Sauroptimus, a member of Sauroptimist International, founded 1921, a worldwide volunteer service organization for professional women who work to improve the lives of women and girls. Sauroptimists, plural of Sauroptimists. Soror, a sorority sister, a fellow member of one's sorority. Sororal, of, pertaining to, or characteristic of a sister or sisters, sister-like, sisterly. Sororal nephew, the son of one's sister. This entity is a translation hub. Sororal nephews, plural of sororal nephew. Sororal niece, the daughter of one's sister. This entity is a translation hub. Sororal nieces, plural of sororal niece. Sororally, in a sororal manner, sisterly. Sorore, the custom of the marriage of a man to the sister of his wife, usually after the wife has died. Sororate marriage, a marriage in which a husband engages in marriage or sexual relations with the sister of his wife, usually after the death of his wife or once his wife has proven infertile. Sororate marriages, plural of sororate marriage. Sororates, plural of sororate. Sororal, synonym of sororal of, pertaining to, or characteristic of a sister or sisters. Sororale, alternative form of sororally. Sororicidal, of or pertaining to sororicide, the killing of one's sister. Sororicide, the killing of one's sister. Sororicides, plural of sororicide. Sororin, a phosphoprotein that regulates sister chromatid cohesion. Sororize, alternative form of sororize. Sororize, simple past and past participle of sororize. Sororizes, third person singular simple present indicative of sororize. Sororizing, present participle and gerund of sororize. Sororities, plural of sorority. Sorority, a group of girls or women associated for a common purpose, a sisterhood. Sorority-like, resembling or characteristic of a sorority social organization of female students. Sororize, to associate or hold fellowship as sisters, to have sisterly feelings. Sororize, simple past and past participle of sororize. Sororizes, third person singular simple present indicative of sororize. Sororizing, present participle and gerund of sororize. Sorors, plural of sor. Soros, a surname. Soros, bearing sorry. Soroses, plural of sorrows. Sorosian, of or pertaining to George Soros or his ideas, philosophy, or adherents. Sorosilicate, any silicate based on the dimeric anion C2O. Sorosilicates, plural of sorosilicate. Soroses, any multiple fruit, usually fleshy, that is derived from the multiple ovaries in an infructescence. Such a structure typically includes remnants of floral tissues such as the perianth. Examples include the mulberry and pineapple. Sorosite, a hexagonal dihexagonal dipyramidal pinkish tin white mineral containing antimony, copper, and tin. Sorostidud, a slutty member of a sorority social group for female students. Sorostitutes, plural of sorostitute. Sorasas, a fleshy multiple fruit, such as a mulberry or a pineapple. Sorpadal, alternative form of sarapadal. Sorption, either of the processes of absorption and adsorption, sorbing. Sorptions, plural of sorption. Sorptive, relating to sorption or sorptivity. Sorptivity, the ability or tendency of a material to absorb or dissolve liquids by capillarity. Sorptometer, a device used to measure sorption. Sorptometers, plural of sorptometer. Door, initialism of sequence of returns risk. Door, pronunciation, spelling of sir. Door, sorrow. Sorry. The blades of green corn, wheat, or barley. Soria, a rare breed of horse indigenous to the portion of the Iberian Peninsula in the Soria River Basin in Portugal. Arts, obsolete form of sorens. Artses, plural of sorens. Yaris, plural of sora. Doro, a female given name. Doro, a surname. Eros, plural of sorrel. Eros, plural of sorrel. Sorrentai, of or relating to Sorrento in Italy. Sorrentines, plural of Sorrentine. Sorrentino, a surname from Italian. Sorrentinos, plural of Sorrentino. Sorrento, a town and commune of the province of Naples, Campania, Italy. Sorrento Peninsula, a peninsula on the western coast of Italy between the Bay of Naples to its northwest and the Bay of Salerno to its southeast. Sorrento work, ornamental work, mostly carved in olive wood, decorated with inlay, made at or near Sorrento, Italy. Sorrentos, plural of Sorrento. Sorry, simple past and past participle of sorry. So, comparative form of sorry, more sorry. Sorries, plural of sorry. Sorries, superlative form of sorry, most sorry. Sorry, in a sorry manner, poorly. Sorriness, the state or quality of being sorry, regret. Sorrow, a surname. Sorrow-ridden, filled with sorrow or sorrows. Sorrow, obsolete spelling of sorrow. Sorrow, made sad, caused to feel sorrow. Sorrower. One who sorrows. Sorrows, plural of sorrower. Sorrows, plural of sorrow. Sorrowous, second person singular simple present indicative of sorrow. Sorrowa, third person singular present simple form of sorrow. Sorrowful, exhibiting sorrow, dejected, distraught, sad. A person. Sorrowful mother, synonym of Mary Mary, mother of Jesus. Sorrowfully, in a sorrowful manner, with sorrow and regret. Sorrowfulness, the quality or state of sorrow, sadness. Sorrowfulnesses, plural of sorrowfulness. Sorrowing, present participle and gerund of sorrow. Sorrowingly, while sorrowing, sorrowfully, woefully. Sorrowings, plural of sorrowing. Sorrowless, devoid of sorrow. Sorrowlessness, absence of sorrow. Sorrowly, with sorrow, full of sorrow. Sorrows, plural of sorrow. Sorrowsome, marked by sorrow, sad, dreary, sorrowful. Sorrowy, sorrowful. Door, plural of sore. Doors, plural of sore. Sorry, regretful or apologetic for one's actions. Sorry business. A mourning practice such as a funeral. Sorry Day, an annual event held in Australia on 26 May since 1997 to commemorate the mistreatment of the continent's indigenous population. Sorry Days, plural of Sorry Day. Sorry for 1999, used to apologize for speaking with poor communication skills or to apologize for lacking the ability to convey one's intended meaning. Sorry for oneself, self-pitying. Sorry I am late, used to apologize for not arriving on time. Sorry not sorry. Alternative form of sorry, not sorry. Sorry, not sorry, used to sarcastically express a lack of guilt over an action or statement. Serious, pitiful, worthless, utterly terrible or dire. Sorry not sorry, alternative form of sorry, not sorry. Sorrowful, sorrowful. Sorry, present participle and gerund of sorry. Say, somewhat sorry. Zarius, plural of sorry. Tors, plural of sore. Sorsh Ilish, a Bengali dish made from Hilsa tenulosa ilisha, a type of herring, cooked in mustard gravy. Sorsogon, Sorsogon province, a province of the Bicol region, Luzon, Philippines, capital and largest city, Sorsogon City. Sorsogon City, a city, the provincial capital of Sorsogon, Bicol region, Luzon, Philippines. Tor, a general type. Sword code, a code assigned to a specific branch of a bank. Sort codes, plural of sort code. Sort of, approximately, in a way, partially, not quite, somewhat. Sort oneself out, to organize or solve one's personal problems. Sort out, to clarify by reviewing mentally. Sort the wheat from the chaff, alternative form of separate the wheat from the chaff. Sort through, to look through a collection of documents, facts, etc. to make sense of them or put them in order. Jorda, misspelling of sort of. Jorda, alternative spelling of sort of. Sorta, contraction of sort of. Sorta kinda, synonym of kinda sorta. Sorta kinda, alternative form of sorta kinda. Sortability, the quality of being sortable. Sortable, that can be sorted. Sortables. Plural of sortable. Sortably, sortably. Sortag, to employ or to undergo, sortagging. Sortat, simple past and past participle of sortag. Sortagging, present participle and gerund of sortag. Sordags, third person singular simple present indicative of sortag. Sorta kinda, alternative form of sorta kinda. Sortal, of or pertaining to a sort or kind. Sortals, plural of sortal. Sortants. fittingness, appropriateness, seemliness. Sortase. Any of a group of prokaryotic enzymes that form pili through cleavage and isopeptide bonding of precursors. Sortases. Plural of sortase. Sortation. The use of any process of sorting. Sortations. Plural of sortation. Sortavala. A town in Kalia, Russia, formerly in Finland. Dor. Obsolete form of sort. Sorted. Simple past and past participle of sort. Sorted oneself out. Simple past and past participle of sort oneself out. Sorted out. Simple past and past participle of sort out. Sorted through. Simple past and past participle of sort through. Sortedness. The quality of being sorted. Sorter. A person employed to sort. Sorters. Plural of sorter. Dorts. Divination or the seeking of guidance by chance selection of a passage in the Bible or another text regarded as authoritative. Sorta. Third person singular simple present indicative of sort. Sorty. A surname. Sorty. Simple past and past participle of sorty. Sortie. Present participle and gerund of sortie. Sorties. Plural of sortie. Sortilege. Witchcraft, magic, especially as a means of making decisions or predictions. Sortileger. A magician. Sortilegers. Plural of sortileger. Sortileges. Plural of sortilege. Sortilge. Plural of sortilgus. Sortilge. Synonym of sortilgus. Sortilges. Plural of sortilge. Sortilgus. Pertaining to sortilege, sorceress. Sortilgus. A diviner or soothsayer. Sortilgy. Sortilege. Sortilin. Any of a group of membrane glycoproteins that regulate cardiovascular activity. Sortilins. Plural of sortilin. Sorting. Present participle and gerund of sort. Sorting office. A building in which mail is collected together, then sorted prior to delivery. Sorting offices. Plural of sorting office. Sorting oneself out. Present participle and gerund of sort oneself out. Sorting out. Present participle and gerund of sort out. Sorting table. A table on which finds are sorted by date, origin, etc. Sorting tables. Plural of sorting table. Sorting through. Present participle and gerund of sort through. Sortings. Plural of sorting. Sortino. A surname from Italian. Sortinos. Plural of sortino. Sortita. The air sung by any of the principal characters in an opera on entering. Sortation. Selection by drawing lots. Sortition. Chosen by sortition. Selected by drawing lots. Sortitions. Plural of sortition. Sortative. Relating to sortition. Sortie. A key field or value by which data items are sorted. Sortkeys. Plural of sort key. Sortmet. As sortvet. Sortments. Plural of sortment. Sordo. A surname. Sordos. Plural of sordo. Dorts. plural of sort. Sorts oneself out. Third person singular simple present indicative of sort oneself out. Sorts out. Third person singular simple present indicative of sort out. Sorts through. Third person singular simple present indicative of sort through. Sorts sorti, present participle and gerund of sortie. Dor, a surname from Norwegian. Dorums, plural of sorum. Aris, any reproductive structure in some lichens and fungi that produces spores. Jora, either of the tropical plants Calma macrocarpa and Calma utilis. Soy, green vitriol or some earth impregnated with it. Dors, sorry. Shora, a town and municipality in Western Zealand, Denmark. Us, the conventional Morse code call made by a ship in distress. Plural of so. Toas, alternative letter case form of sauce. Us, plural of so. Us, plural of SOS. Self, a surname. Sasaku Hanga, an early 20th century Japanese art movement of woodblock printing. Saucetti, a teba curried meat on a skewer, cooked over an open flame or on the braai, usually not made of pork. Sausanese, plural of saucetti. Thus, initialism of studies of society and environment. Sausbe. A surname. Sosbys, plural of Sosby. Sost kais, an orthorhombic dipyramidal colorless mineral containing aluminum, antimony, calcium, niobium, oxygen, potassium, sodium, and tantalum. So says, plural of SOS. The abbreviation of various terms beginning social, used especially in compound terms. Sashmed, alternative form of Sashmed. Sashmeds, alternative form of Sashmed. Sashmi, social media. Sashmeds, alternative form of Sashmed. Dahes, plural of Sash. Socialists, informal spelling of socialist. Socialists, plural of socialists. Sosapater, a person mentioned in Romans 16:21, perhaps the same person as Sopater. Sasesi, small sausages made from a mixture of ground meats, spices, and sometimes other ingredients like breadcrumbs or grains. Sasne, a surname. Sainegi, a surname from Polish. Sainegis, plural of Sasniki. Sosmex, plural of Sosnek. Sosnemka, a city in Chervonorad urban Hamada, Sheptitsky rayon Lviv Oblast, Ukraine. Sosnoes, 4 villages and settlements in Poland. Sosnowski, a surname from Polish. Sosnowskis, plural of Sosnowski. Self-thou, a surname. Sispeda, an epithet of the Roman goddess Juno. As, anything dirty or muddy, a dirty puddle. As, simple past and past participle of sauce. Dases, plural of sauce. Saucing, present participle and gerund of sauce. Sausal, to make a mess with liquids, to slop. Sazol, simple past and past participle of sasel. Dazols, plural of sasel. Sasling, present participle and gerund of sasel. Safai, plural of sasos. Sasos, a quantity of 60, such as a period of 60 years. Sasag, a surname. Sostenuti. Plural of sostenuto. Sostenuto, played in a sustained manner beyond the note's normal value. Sostenutos. Plural of sostenuto. Soster, a surname. Sosters, plural of soster. Sostrum, a reward given for saving a person's life, a physician's fee. Sisalva, alternative form of Suzumber. Sazumi, an alert chime sampled from a xylophone used by Apple Inc. computers. Audio recorded to accompany vision, as opposed to audio recorded later, such as voiceover. Stupid person, fool. Satwi, tobacco. Selda, initialism of state of the art. Selda, a Japanese male given name. Sedatian, satah, satah, relating to or resembling the compositions of the ancient Greek poet Saudades, often of an obscene or satirical nature. Satiric zone, a region of the world, approximately defined as a strip of Afro-Eurasia from the Mediterranean region eastward as well as the entirety of the Americas, in which male homosexuality was supposed to be societally prevalent. Satax, plural of satatic. Sotagliflozin, an inhibitor of glucose transporters used as a drug to counter diabetes. An ordeal of a woman drinking priest-cursed bitter liquid to determine if she has committed adultery. Zadak, a surname from Slovak. Zadax, plural of Satak. Sothallol, a beta-adrenergic blocking agent administered in the form of its hydrochloride CHN2O3SHCl to treat ventricular arrhythmias. Sotatercept, activin inhibitor, trialed among other applications to counteract chemotherapy-induced anemia. Tzadkoa, initialism of Society of 20th Century Wargamers. Sodalo, a surname. Sodalos, plural of Sodalo. Satilo, a surname from Spanish. Satilos, plural of Satilo. Teldelt, obsolete spelling of subtlety. Soda, an honorific epithet for rulers, heroes, and gods. Soteriel, of or pertaining to usually Christian salvation. Soteriologe, synonym of soteriological. Soteriological, pertaining to soteriology. Soteriologically, in terms of soteriology. Soteriologies, plural of soteriology. Soteriologist, one who studies soteriology. Soteriologists, plural of soteriologists. Soteriology, the study or doctrine of salvation. Soterios, a male given name from Greek. Soteronousa, a barangay of Roxas, Isabella, Philippines. Soders, plural of soder. Da, a surname. Sa, a surname. That, obsolete form of Sooth. Sathavi, a female given name from Khmer. Sathari, a habitational surname from Old English. Sathavis, an international auction house. Sava, significant other. Sathya, alternative form of Sothic, of or related to the star Sirius. Sathyakal, alternative form of Sathyak relating to the star Sirius. Sai, of or relating to the star Sirius, particularly in Egyptian or ancient Greek contexts. Sothic cycle, the roughly 1,460-year cycle between successive alignments of the first days of the Egyptian civil calendar and the observational Sothic year. Sothic cycles, plural of Sothic cycle. Sothic period, the roughly 1,460-year period of time between successive alignments of the first days of the Egyptian civil calendar and the observational Sothic year. Sothic periods, plural of Sothic period. Sothic year, the span of time between successive heliacal risings of the star Sirius, equivalent to almost precisely 365 quarter days. Sothic years, plural of Sothic year. Sothis, a star given great significance by the ancient Egyptians, believed to be Sirius by modern scholars. Sado, a group of closely related Bantu lexes spoken in South Africa, Lesotho, Botswana, and Zambia. Das, plural of Sa. Sold outside, ticketed inside, relative to the country of origin of travel. Soteris, a transliteration of the Greek male given name Sigma Megatauideroides Sigma Soteris. A village in Jagharkunik, Armenia. Satkamo, a municipality of Kanu, Finland. Yada, initialism of Satcom on the move, the ability for moving vehicles to remain in contact with a satellite communication network. Initialism of Sokt on the nose. Satya, a Russian or Ukrainian army unit of about 100 soldiers, chiefly with reference to Cossacks. Satnyas, plural of Satnya. Satne, a military commander and leader of a certain rank in Ukraine and nearby territories. Sotniks, plural of Sotnik. Sotne, alternative form of Sotnik. Sotniks, plural of Sotnik. Sold outside, ticketed outside, relative to the country of origin of travel. Selva, a school of Zen Buddhism in Japan, based on gradual attainment of enlightenment through meditation. Soto ayam, a traditional Indonesian stew made with chicken, vegetables, noodles, turmeric, etc. Sada gaik, a Khmerite in which the attacker pulls his opponent towards him, hooks his leg, and drives him over backwards. Sada kamata, a Khmerite in which the attacker grabs his opponent's leading leg over the top of the thigh and drives him over backwards. Dada, any of several species of North American desert plants of the genus Desilerian of the asparagus family. Sathawa, a lactone and extremely powerful aroma compound, which smells of fenugreek or curry at high concentrations and maple syrup or caramel at lower concentrations. Satalon, alternative spelling of Satalin. Satalongo, a surname. Satalongos, plural of Satalongo. Ildos, plural of Satal. Sotomayor, a surname from Spanish or Galician. Sotomuso, a Kimmerite in which the attacker reaches over his opponent's body to block his leg and at the same time locking his gripping arm and twisting him over onto his back. Aden, abbreviation of Southampton seen on road signs. Davi, Didwed. Setonian, someone from Southampton. Setonians, plural of Setonian. Sod or azode, an anti-cancer medication used to treat non-small cell lung cancer. Sodos, plural of Soto. Soto's syndrome, a rare genetic disorder characterized by excessive physical growth during the first years of life, sometimes accompanied by intellectual and other disabilities. Sotosalbos, a municipality of Segovia, Castile and Leon, Spain. Soto Tasukazori, a Kimmerite in which the attacker bars his opponent's inside gripping arm, grabs his closest leg and pulls it up and forces him to touch down. Satrastorin, a protein kinase C inhibitor. Satrail, a village and commune of Prahova County, Romania. Sotrovimab, a monoclonal antibody used to treat COVID-19. Oz, plural of Sot. Dod, simple past and past participle of Sot. Soderies, plural of Sodery. Sodery, drunkenness. Sot Valles Rouen, a commune in Seine-Maritime Department, Normandy, France. Sothau, a surname from Italian. Sodals, plural of Sotile. Sodding, present participle, and gerund of sod. Sodish, alcoholic, drinking heavily. Soddishly, in a soddish manner. Soddishness, the state or condition of being soddish. Soddishness, plural of soddishness. Sodisy, a compilation of banal, hackneyed, or otherwise objectionable snippets of text from various authors. Sodicers, plural of sodicere. Sodo, a surname. Sotto voce, in soft tones, quiet. Sotto voce, plural of sotto voce. Sodicabate, simple past and past participle of sodicabe. Sodicabes, third person singular simple present indicative of sodicabe. Sodicabe, to plagiarize. Sadicabeing, present participle and gerund of sodicabe. Sodigate, the series of plagiarism cases involving Philippine Senator Tito Sotto. Sotos, plural of Sotto. Sotto, the annual State of the Union address of the President of the United States. Sodignang, alternative spelling of Sodignang. Sodignang, nephew of Teoa and creator of the 9 universal kingdoms. Sodom, plural of Sadu. A surname. There is alternative form of southeast. There is plural of Suis. Suis, alternative form of south-southeast. To west, alternative form of south-southwest. Due west, alternative form of southwest. Due west, plural of Sue-west. Southeaster, alternative form of southeaster. Southeasters, plural of southeaster. Southafrican, South African. Southafricans, plural of Southafrican. Sou'wester. Alternative form of southwester wind. Sou'wester. Wearing a sou'wester. Sou'westers. Plural of sou'wester. Suantan. Alternative form of suanpan. Tawari. Any tui of the genus Cuyefa. They yield strong timber and some bear edible nuts. Saubadar. Alternative spelling of Saubadar. Saubadars. Plural of Saubadar. Sauba. Alternative spelling of Suba. Saubadar. Archaic form of Subadar. Saubadars. Plural of Saubadar. Saubas. Plural of Sauba. Sauba. A Meitei surname from Manipuri. Saubadar. Alternative spelling of Subadar. Saubadars. Plural of Saubadar. Saubiran. A surname from French in turn from Occitan. Saubais. A bechamel-based sauce containing strained or pureed onions. Saubaises. Plural of Saubais. Saubrisaf. A sudden jump from both feet, traveling forward in first, third, or fifth position and landing on both feet in the same position as they started. Saubrisouts. Plural of Saubrisouts. Tauret. A female attendant or servant, especially one who is cheeky or mischievous, often featuring in theatrical comedies. Taubrets. Plural of Saubret. Saubretish. Like a saubret, cheeky and mischievous. Saubriquet. Alternative spelling of sobriquet. Saubriquets. Plural of saubriquet. Saukar. A money dealer. Saukars. Plural of saukar. Tas. Obsolete form of souse. Tust. Simple past and past participle of souse. Tauvtek. A surname from Czech. Sausakite. An orthorhombic pyramidal lead gray mineral containing bismuth, copper, lead, selenium, and sulfur. Tauthex. Plural of Sausek. Southes. Third person singular simple present indicative of souse. Taucht. A surname. Sauchis. Plural of Sauchi. Sauchong. Any of several varieties of aromatic black tea from China. Sauchongs. Plural of Sauchon. Sauti. Synonym of water. Sauchi. Saucy. A surname. Sauzes. Plural of Saucy. Sousing. Present participle and gerund of souse. Saucoup. A type of small submarine designed to hold two people. Saucoups. Plural of Saucoup. Saucouant. A night witch who sucks people's blood, sheds her skin, and can transform into a fireball and fly. Saucouants. Plural of Saucouant. Saucriant. Alternative form of Saucouant. Saucriants. Plural of Saucriant. Sousy. A surname. Souzes. Plural of Sousy. Southa. Alternative spelling of Suda. Soudagger. Alternative form of Saudager. Saudaggers. Plural of Saudagger. Soudan. Archaic form of Sudan, a country in North Africa and East Africa. Soudanese. archaic form of Sudanese. Soudanian, synonym of Sudanese. Souder, a surname. Souders, plural of Souder. Saujauk, alternative form of Sujuk. Saujauks, plural of Saujaup. Saudra, alternative form of Shudra. Saudras, plural of Saudra. Sauleda, alternative form of Suwida, Syria. Sausite, synonym of a warroot. To fly, the surrealist technique of blowing liquid paint to inspire or reveal an image. To fly, alternative spelling of soufflé dish made with eggs. To fly, a baked dish made from beaten egg whites and various other ingredients, usually prepared and served in a small earthenware bowl ramekin. Soufflé Rothschild, a sweet soufflé including candied fruit macerated in Goldwasser or now sometimes Kirsch cognac or Grand Marnier before cooking. Tufel, simple past and past participle of soufflé. Tiflaid, simple past and past participle of soufflé. Tiflaid, simple past and past participle of soufflé. Tiflaid, simple past and past participle of soufflé. Souffling, present participle and gerund of soufflé. Souffling, present participle and gerund of soufflé. Soufflés, plural of soufflé. Soufflés, plural of soufflé. Soufflés Rothschild, plural of soufflé Rothschild. Soufret, a surname. Soufrents, plural of souffrant. Souvlaki, alternative spelling of souvlaki Greek dish. Souvlakia, plural of souvlaki. Souvlakis, plural of souvlaki. Soufrica, South Africa. Tuvet, a village in Dominica. Saugajam, a Meitei surname from Manipuri. Saugan, alternative form of Sugan. Saugans, plural of Saugan. A hamlet in Kelbrook and So Parish, Pendle Borough, Lancashire, England. OS Grid Ref SD 9045. Simple past and past participle of so. Sewing, present participle and gerund of so. Sewings, plural of sewing. Thus, third person singular simple present indicative of so. Simple past and past participle of seek. Sought after, alternative form of sought after. Dot for. Simple past and past participle of seek for. Sought one's virtuous couch. Simple past and past participle of seek one's virtuous couch. Sought out. Simple past and past participle of seek out. Sought after, popular, desired, in demand. Thought, past of seek. Saudis. Second person singular simple past indicative of seek. Dox. Second person singular simple past indicative of seek. Saugrek Bam, a Meitei surname from Manipuri. Sauhegan, a river in New Hampshire, United States. Souai, a town and commune in Lot Department, Occitania, France. Sauji, alternative spelling of Suji. Kauk, alternative spelling of Sauk. Saukars, a city, the capital of Souk Ahras province, northeast Algeria. Souk El Arbra, former name of Jindaba, Tunisia. Souk like, resembling or characteristic of a Souk Arabic street market. Soukous, a genre of African popular music resembling rumba that originated in the Congo region in the 1930s. Soux, plural of Souk. Soukup, a surname from Czech. Soul, the spirit or essence of a person usually thought to consist of one's thoughts and personality, often believed to live on after the person's death. Soul bell, synonym of passing bell. Soul bells, plural of soul bell. Soul blues, synonym of soul blues. Soul brother, a fellow African American man. Soul brothers, plural of soul brother. Soul cake, a cake seasoned with spices or raisins given to beggars on All Souls' Eve Halloween. Soul cakes, plural of soul cake. Soul food, nourishment for the soul, spiritual sustenance. Soul foods, plural of soul food. Soul fragment, a part of a person's energy field that is thrown away, lost or stolen, and that now exists separately from and independently of that person. Soul fragments, plural of soul fragment. Soul kiss, synonym of French kiss, kissing involving the tongue. Soul kiss, simple past and past participle of soul kiss. Soul kisses, plural of soul kiss. Soul kissing, present participle and gerund of soul kiss. Soul now, synonym of passing bell. Soul knells, plural of soul knell. Soul link, a variation of a Nuzlocke where two players team up to play the same Pokemon game version on separate consoles. When each player catches a Pokemon on the same route, those two Pokemon become linked. If one of the linked Pokemon faints, both it and its counterpart can no longer be used for the rest of the playthrough. Soul Link, alternative form of Soul Link. Soul Links, plural of Soul Link. Soul Links, plural of Soul Link. Soulmate, alternative spelling of soulmate. Soulmates, plural of soulmate. Soul music, a genre of music that originated in Black American gospel, characterized by the use of secular lyrics and an earthy, intensely emotional style. Soul patch, a narrow beard descending from the lower lip, above the chin. Soul patches, plural of soul patch. Soul roll, a food consisting of soul food, such as collard greens, black-eyed peas, chicken, and rice, or brisket wrapped in a wonton or egg roll wrapper. Soul rolls, plural of soul roll. Soul search, alternative form of soul search. Soul search, simple past and past participle of soul search. Soul searches, plural of soul search. Soul searching, alternative spelling of soul searching. Soul searchings, plural of soul searching. Soul sick, alternative form of soul sick. Soul sister, a fellow African American woman. Soul sisters, plural of soul sister. Soul tie, a metaphysical connection between a person and someone or something else, formed by being extremely close to them. Soul ties, plural of soul tie. Soul ale, a wake or funeral gathering at which ale is served, also called dirge ale. Soul ales, plural of soul ale. Soul blues, a genre of vocal soul music with a gospel-influenced bluesy sound. Soul cake, alternative form of soul cake. Soul cakes, plural of soul cake. Soul crushing, demeaning, boring, disheartening. Soul crushingly, in a soul crushing way. Soul destroying, causing erosion of moral fortitude, or that eliminates hope or motivation. Soul food, alternative form of soul food. Soul foods, plural of soul food. Soul, a deep love that is experienced through the souls of the lovers. Soul rending, alternative form of soul rending. Soul rendingly, in a soul rending manner. Soul search, an act or instance of soul searching. Soul search, simple past and past participle of soul search. Soul searcher, one who engages in soul searching. Soul searches, plural of soul search. Soul searching, involving probing introspection or a critical consideration of one's conscience, especially motives and values. Soul searchings, plural of soul searching. Soul shaking, frightful, terrifying, extremely unsettling. Soul sick, alternative form of soul sick. Soul sacking, depressingly tedious. Soulagian, of or pertaining to, characteristic of, associated with, or suggestive of French abstract painter Pierre Soulages, born 1919, his works, or his authorship, especially of his use of the black color. Soulbond, a fictional character to whom an individual forms an emotional attachment. Soulbonds, plural of soulbond. Soulba, an adherent of any of a variety of British subcultures of the 1970s and 1980s that focused on soul or funk music and dancing, most notably the Northern Soul movement. Soulbas, plural of soulboy. Soulbury, a village and civil parish in Buckinghamshire, England. Soulby, a village located in Cumbria, England. Souldick, alternative form of soul cake. Soul cakes, plural of soul cake. Soulcraft, an activity that is nourishing to the soul or fulfilling. Solder, a village and civil parish in Cherwell District, Oxfordshire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 5231. Soldier, obsolete spelling of soldier. Soldered, simple past and past participle of soldier. Soldering, present participle and gerund of soldier. Soldiers, plural of soldier. Soldier, obsolete form of soldier. Soldiers, plural of soldier. Soldier, obsolete form of soldier. Soldiers, plural of soldier. Soldrop, a village in Notting and Soldrop Parish, Bedford Borough, Bedfordshire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 9861. So, a surname. Told, furnished with a soul. Tower, a mummer or geyser. Sowers, plural of solar. Toes, plural of soul. Soliton, the Basque dialect spoken in Soule, France. Soulful, full of emotion and vigor. Soulfully, in a soulful manner. Soulfulness, the state of being soulful. Soulfulnesses, plural of soulfulness. Soulfuls, plural of soulful. Soulical, of or relating to a person's soul, sometimes theology as opposed to the divine spirit. Soul, a surname from French. Souliers, plural of soulier. Solely, a long-tailed, crested Javan monkey Presbytes melolophos sin. Semipithecus mitretus. Sololis, plural of sololi. Sole, the practice of giving and receiving soul cakes on All Souls' Day. Soulish, relating to or involving the human soul. Soulishly, in a soulish manner. Soulishness, the state, quality, or condition of being soulish. Soulless, as if without a soul, insensitive, unfeeling. Soullessly, in a manner lacking soul or spirit. Soullessness, the state of being soulless. Soulier, a surname from French. Souliers, plural of soulier. Soul-like, resembling or characteristic of a soul. Soul mark, a mark on a character's body identifying their soulmate S, the physical manifestation of a character's soul bond. Soul marks, plural of soul mark. Soul mass, All Souls' Day. Soulmate, someone, especially a romantic partner, with whom one is exceptionally or uniquely compatible or has a special, almost spiritual connection. Soulmates, plural of soulmate. Soul-rending, that causes great grief, anguish, or distress. Soul-rendingly, in a soul-rending manner. Dose, plural of soul. Soulsborne, a loose series of dark fantasy action role-playing video games developed by From Software, generally held as including Demon's Souls 2009, the Dark Souls Trilogy 2011-2016, Bloodborne 2015, and Elden Ring 2022. Soulsborns, plural of Soulsborne. Soulsity, a surname. Soulsbuil, a census-designated place in Tuolumne County, California, United States. Soulscape, a notional landscape of the soul. Soulscapes, plural of soulscape. Soulscot, a funeral payment formerly made at the grave, usually to the parish priest in whose church service for the departed had been said, a mortuary. Soulscots, plural of soulscot. Soul search, alternative form of soul search. Soul search, simple past and past participle of soul search. Soul searches, plural of soul search. Soul searching, alternative form of soul searching. Soulsful, plural of soulful. Soulsick, having a spiritual problem, especially one affecting one's mood. Souls-like, a subgenre of action role-playing video games influenced by the Dark Souls trilogy, characterized by high difficulty, trial and error progression, esoteric enemy movesets, environmental storytelling, and complex lore. Souls-likes, plural of souls-like. Soulster, a performer of soul music. Soulsters, plural of soulster. Soulstress, a female soulster. Soulstresses, plural of solstice. Solar. Of, relating to, or characteristic of the soul. Soulward. Towards the soul. Soulwinner. One who proselytizes. Soul winners. Plural of soul winner. Soul winning. Proselytization. Sui. Soulful, characteristic of soul music. Sao. A surname from French in turn from Occitan. Salmac. Alternative form of Salmac. Sal Magnus Owl. Synonym of red owl Tito Salmagne. Salmac. A flat weave technique for making sturdy, decorative fabrics used for carpets, bags, bedding, etc. Salmac. Alternative form of Salmac. Salmon site. Synonym of wardite. Sambala. Alternative form of Sambala. Sound. Simple past and past participle of sound. Salming. Present participle and gerund of salm. Salmings. Plural of salming. Salms. Plural of salm. Salva. A female given name. Town. A surname. Town. The strait that separates Zealand and island of Denmark from Scania, part of Sweden. Also sometimes called by the Danish name Orsund. Sound and fury. Impotent or meaningless ranting. Sound art. An artistic discipline in which sound is used as a primary medium or material. Sound artist. An artist who produces sound art. Sound artists. Plural of sound artists. Sound as a barrel. Healthy, enjoying good health. Sound as a bell. In excellent condition. Sound as a dollar. Very secure and dependable. Sound as a pound. Wholesome, reliable, in good condition. Sound as a roach. Perfectly sound. Sound asleep. Sleeping still and silently. Sound barrier. Sonic barrier, the sudden increase in drag resistance and other effects experienced by moving objects when their speed approaches that of sound or becomes supersonic, which used to be considered a barrier to higher speeds. Sound barriers. Plural of sound barrier. Sound bath. The practice of listening to soothing sounds produced by singing bowls, bells, and chimes in order to relax or meditate. Sound baths. Plural of sound bath. Sound bite. An extract from a speech or interview used as edited into a news or other broadcast. An interview clip, especially seen as particularly expressive or pithy. Sound bites. Plural of sound bite. Sound blimp. A housing attached to a camera in order to reduce the shutter click sound. Sound blimps. Plural of sound blimp. Sound booth. A room in an audio recording studio in which performers can perform without interference from outside noise. Sound booths. Plural of sound booth. Sound bowl. Synonym of singing bowl. Sound bowls. Plural of sound bowl. Sound box. The open chamber resonator of a string musical instrument, which intensifies its tone. Sound boxes. Plural of sound box. Sound bite. Misspelling of sound bite. Sound card. A computer hardware device used for generating and capturing sounds. Sound cards. Plural of sound card. Sound change. any process of language change that affects pronunciation, phonetic change, or sound system structures, phonological change. Sound changes. Plural of sound change. Sound clip. Synonym of audio clip. Sound clips. Plural of sound clip. Sound cut. Synonym of sound bite. Sound cuts. Plural of sound cut. Sound design. The creative discipline concerned with sound in entertainment media. Sound designer. Someone who does sound design. Sound designers. Plural of sound designer. Sound dues. A toll on the use of the orson, which constituted up to 2/3 of Denmark's state income in the 16th and 17th centuries. Sound effect. An artificially created or enhanced sound used to accompany the action of a dramatic production, such as a film, play, or video game. Sound effects. Plural of sound effect. Sound energies. Plural of sound energy. Sound energy. The energy present in a sound wave. Sound engineer. One who practices sound engineering. Sound engineering. The technical discipline of recording and producing sound. Sound engineers. Plural of sound engineer. Sound film. A film with sound, as opposed to a silent film. Sound films. Plural of sound film. Sound head. A component of a film projector or similar device that reads or writes audio signals in electromagnetic form. Sound heads. Plural of sound head. Sound hole. An opening in the belly of a stringed instrument that increases its volume and enhances its tone quality. Sound holes. Plural of sound hole. Sound isolation. The property of blocking off outside sound to use of materials that reduce sound transmission from the exterior environment into the interior environment. Sound law. A rule that describes historical sound change, the change in pronunciation of a given sound or cluster of sounds in the development of a language. Sound laws. Plural of sound law. Sound mirror. An acoustic mirror. Sound mirrors. Plural of sound mirror. Sound money. Money which is stable and not subject to sudden appreciation or depreciation. Sound monies. Plural of sound money. Sound of sleet. A sea channel between the Isle of Skye and the mainland of Scotland, which is rather narrow at the La Alsh northern end. Sound off. To hold forth about something in an opinionated manner. Sound on the goose. Loyal to the party line, specifically supporting the pro-slavery position in the pre-Civil War United States. Sound out. To question and listen attentively in order to discover a person's opinion, intent, or preference, especially by using indirect conversational remarks. Sound plural. In Semitic and other Afroasiatic languages, irregular plural formed by adding in other Afroasiatic languages, irregular plural formed by adding a suffix without changes to the stem. An example in Arabic is Arabic bean, Arabiku, Arabic seen, Arabic skud, Arabiclau, Arabiki, Arabic meme, Arabiku, Arabikwau, Arabic nin, Arabica, Muslimina. Muslims. The plural form of Arabic meme, Arabiku, Arabic seen, Arabic skud, Arabic lam, Arabiki, Arabic meme, Muslim. Muslim. Formed by adding the suffix Arabic letter 640, Arabiku, Arabic wow, Arabic nin, Arabicayuna. And Arabic meme, Arabiku, Arabic seen, Arabic skud, Arabic lam, Arabiki, Arabic meme, Arabica, Arabic alif, Arabic ta, Arabic letter 64C, Muslimat, Muslim women. Formed by adding the suffix Arabic letter 640, Arabica, Arabic alif, Arabic ta, Arabic letter 64C. Sound plurals. Plural of sound, plural. Human speech are foregrounded instead of more conventional semantic and syntactic values. Sound posts. A wooden rod located inside the body of a violin family instrument close to the treble side bridge foot. Sound posts. Plural of sound posts. Sound recording. An audio recording on phonograph, cassette tape, etc. Sound shadow. Synonym of acoustic shadow. Sound shadows. Plural of sound shadow. Sound shift. Themes are synchronously affected in analogous ways and / or when there are several interlinked phases. Sound stage. A soundproof room or building used for the production of movies or of television programs. Sound stages. Plural of sound stage. Sound symbolism. Phonetic symbolism. Sound system. An electronic system used to reproduce sound. Sound systems. Plural of sound system. Sound table. Synonym of soundboard, part of instrument. Sound tables. Plural of sound table. Sound technician. A technician whose job is to assemble, operate, and maintain the technical equipment used to record, amplify, enhance, mix, or reproduce sound. Sound technicians. Plural of sound technician. Sound the alarm. Alternative form of raise the alarm. Sound therapy. The practice of using the supposed therapeutic effects of sounds to cure illness. Sound tolls. Synonym of sound dues. Soundtrack. Alternative form of soundtrack. Sound tracks. Plural of soundtrack. Soundtruck. A vehicle equipped with loudspeakers used for advertising, safety and announcements, etc. Sound trucks. Plural of sound truck. Sound wall. A wall intended to block sound from entering an area. Sound walls. Plural of sound wall. Sound wave. The longitudinal wave of pressure that is transmitted through any plastic material. Audible sound. Sound waves. Plural of sound wave. Sound alike. Someone who has a similar voice to another. Sound alikes. Plural of sound alike. Sound on film. A class of sound film processes where the sound accompanying a picture is recorded on photographic film, usually the same strip of film that carries the picture. Sound symbolic. Characterized by sound symbolism. Soundtrack. Alternative form of soundtrack. Soundtracked. Simple past and past participle of soundtrack. Soundtracking. Present participle and gerund of soundtrack. Soundtracks. Third person singular simple present indicative of soundtrack. Soundable, capable of being sounded or having its depth gauged. Soundedge, the production of a sound. Soundages, plural of soundage. Sound alike, a sound that audibly resembles another. Soundalikes, plural of sound-alike. Sound bank, a collection of sounds, especially of simulated instruments in MIDI. Sound banks, plural of sound bank. Soundbar, a bar containing multiple speakers that can be mounted under or alongside a television, etc., instead of having separate speakers positioned around the room. Soundbars, plural of soundbar. Soundbite, alternative spelling of soundbite. Soundbites, plural of soundbite. Soundbite, characteristic of a soundbite. Soundboard, a wide, flat board placed within or forming part of the body of a musical instrument in order to improve vibrations and increase volume. Soundboards, plural of soundboard. Soundbox, alternative form of soundbox. Soundboxes, plural of soundbox. Soundbite, misspelling of soundbite. Sound card, alternative spelling of sound card. Sound cards, plural of sound card. Sound check, an activity that takes place before a concert, etc., when the performer and sound crew run through a small portion of the upcoming show on the venue's sound system to verify the volume and tonal frequencies. Sound check, simple past and past participle of sound check. Sound checking, present participle and gerund of sound check. Sound checks, plural of sound check. Sound clash, any of several forms of popular music based on strongly contrasting elements. Sound clashes, plural of sound clash. Sound clip, alternative form of sound clip. Sound clips, plural of sound clip. Sound cloud, to use or upload music to the music streaming service SoundCloud. SoundCloud rap, a short-lived subgenre of hip-hop mixing trap, lo-fi, and electronic music. Sound clouded, simple past and past participle of sound cloud. Sound clouding, present participle and gerund of sound cloud. Sound clouds, third person singular simple present indicative of sound cloud. Sounded, simple past and past participle of sound. Sounded off, simple past and past participle of sound off. Sounded out, simple past and past participle of sound out. Sounder, comparative form of sound, more sound. Sounders, plural of sounder. Soundest, superlative form of sound. Most sound. Soundeth, third person singular simple present indicative of sound. Soundex, a phonetic algorithm for indexing names by their English pronunciation, based on the most probably significant consonants, so that a search for a misspelled name may find the desired one. Soundex, simple past and past participle of soundex. Soundexes, plural of soundex. Soundexing, present participle and gerund of soundex. Sound font, a set of digital or digitized instruments in sound font format. Sound fonts, plural of sound font. Sound front, of property or real estate adjacent to the shore of a sound. Soundful, full of sound, melodious. Soundgasm, a very pleasurable sound. Soundgasms, plural of soundgasm. Soundhead, alternative form of soundhead. Soundheads, plural of soundhead. Soundhole, alternative form of soundhole. Soundholes, plural of soundhole. Soundy, a short musical film of the 1940s, a precursor to the music video. Soundies, plural of soundy. Soundin, pronunciation spelling of sounding. Soundiness, a state of being mostly sound, the condition of being rigorously sound in all but some well-defined areas, a best approximation of soundness in an environment where absolute soundness or proof of soundness is not feasible. Sounding, the action of the verb to sound. Sounding balloon, weather balloon. Sounding balloons, plural of sounding balloon. Sounding board, a thin board that forms part of the resonating chamber of a musical instrument and serves to reinforce its sound. Sounding boards, plural of sounding board. Sounding line, a weighted line with distances marked off at regular intervals, used to measure the depth of water under a boat. Sounding lines, plural of sounding line. Sounding machine, nautico. Sounding off, present participle and gerund of sound off. Sounding out, present participle and gerund of sound out. Sounding rocket, a suborbital rocket used to launch upper atmosphere, exoatmospheric, and microgravity sondes or probes. Sounding rockets, plural of sounding rocket. Sounding rod, a probe used in urethral sounding. Sounding rods, plural of sounding rod. Sounding stone, a Chinese musical instrument, usually L-shaped, made of stone or jade, hung and struck as a xylophone. Sounding stones, plural of sounding stone. Sounding board, alternative spelling of sounding board. Sounding boards, plural of sounding board. Sounding stone, alternative spelling of sounding stone. Sounding stones, plural of sounding stone. Sounding board, alternative form of sounding board. Sounding boards, plural of sounding board. Soundingly, with a loud sound. Soundingness, the quality of making a sound or sounds. Soundings, plural of sounding. Soundless, without sound. Soundlessly, in a manner that makes no noise. Soundlessness, the state or condition of being soundless. Sound-like, resembling sound or a sound. Sound lore, information or knowledge about sounds. Soundly, in a thorough manner, in manner free of defect or deficiency. Soundman, a technician who works with the sound recording and sound effects for films and television. Soundman, plural of soundmen. Soundness, the property of an argument of not only being valid, but also of having true premises. Soundnesses, plural of soundness. Sound dome, part of a fish finder system, a dome that contains the sonar transducer. Sounddomes, plural of sounddome. Sound painting, a visual impression produced using sound alone. Sound people, plural of soundperson. Soundperson, an audio technician. Soundpersons, plural of soundperson. Sound posts. Alternative spelling of sound post. Sound posts. Plural of sound posts. Soundproof. Not allowing sound through. Soundproof. Simple past and past participle of soundproof. Soundproofer. One who soundproofs. Soundproofers. Plural of soundproofer. Soundproofing. Present participle and gerund of soundproof. Soundproofings. Plural of soundproofing. Soundproofs. Third person singular simple present indicative of soundproof. Sounds. Plural of sound. Sounds about white. Expressing that something which was done or said by a white person is the kind of thing the speaker would expect a white person or white people to do. Sounds good. Synonym of sounds like a plan. Sounds like a plan. Used to indicate agreement with a proposed suggestion. Sounds off. Third person singular simple present indicative of sound off. Sounds out. Third person singular simple present indicative of sound out. Soundscape. An acoustic environment. A virtual/emotional environment created using sound. Soundscaped. Simple past and past participle of soundscape. Soundscapes. Plural of soundscape. Soundscaping. The creation of a soundscape. Soundscapists. A person who creates soundscapes. Soundscapists. Plural of soundscapists. Soundscore. A musical score that consists of sounds rather than traditional music. Soundscores. Plural of soundscore. Soundset. A collection of electronically stored sounds used in synthesizers, music software, etc. Soundsets. Plural of soundset. Soundstage. Alternative form of soundstage. Soundstages. Plural of soundstage. Soundstage. Resembling or characteristic of a soundstage. Sound system. Alternative spelling of sound system, chiefly the Jamaican sense. Sound systems. Plural of sound system. Soundtable. A thin surface covering the opening of the sound box of a string instrument which vibrates and amplifies the sound produced by the instrument. Soundtables. Plural of soundtable. Soundtrack. A narrow strip running down a movie film that carries the recorded sound in synchronization with the pictures. Soundtrack. Simple past and past participle of soundtrack. Soundtracking. Present participle and gerund of soundtrack. Soundtracks. Plural of soundtrack. Soundwalk. An excursion for the purpose of listening to the environment. Soundwalks. Plural of soundwalk. Soundword. Describing the direction from which a sound is coming. Soundwords. In a soundward direction. Soundwave. Alternative spelling of sound wave. Soundwave. Plural of soundwave. Sound whore. To turn up a video game's volume as to hear other players' footsteps and only rely on this to perform well. Soundherd. Simple past and past participle of sound whore. Sound ors. Third person singular simple present indicative of sound whore. Soundhering. Present participle and gerund of sound whore. Soundwise. Pertaining to, concerning, or regarding sound or sounds. Soundwoman. A female audio technician or soundman. Soundwomen. Plural of soundwoman. Soundwork. Work done on a soundtrack, as in film or radio. Sound world, a world suggested by or typified by sounds. Sound worlds, plural of sound world. Soundy, mostly sound, sound in all but a few well-defined areas. Towns, a surname. Towns, plural of sound. Any of various dishes commonly made by combining liquids, such as water or stock, with other ingredients, such as meat and vegetables, that contribute the food value, flavor, and texture. Soup and fish, men's formal white tie dress. Soup and fishes, plural of soup and fish. Soup base, a cooking base. Soup bases, plural of soup base. Soup beans, slow-cooked beans, especially pinto beans, served as a main course or a side dish. Soup bone, a bone used in cooking soup. Soup bones, plural of soup bone. Soup bowl, a coastal area at the village of Bathsheba, found in St. Joseph, Barbados, and known for many surfing events. Soup bowl, a deep bowl designed for serving soup. Soup bowls, plural of soup bowl. Soup de jour, misspelling of soup du jour. Soup du jour, soup of the day, today's soup, whatever soup is sold under that name in a particular restaurant in / or on a particular day. Soup dumpling. Tang bao, any variety of Chinese dumplings filled with soup. Soup dumplings, plural of soup dumpling. Soup jiamu, a mildly spiced pumpkin soup originating in Haiti and traditionally consumed on New Year's Day to mark Haitian independence. Soup kitchen, a place that is established to provide soup and other basic food as a charity or in time of disaster. Soup kitchens, plural of soup kitchen. Soup mandel, manlach, shkade marak. Soup meager, alternative spelling of soup mager. Soup rut, the situation where a driver in a low preliminary race advances through multiple races to a much higher level. Soup runs, plural of soup run. Soup sandwich, someone or something that is not as it should be, something disorganized or unfinished. Soup sandwiches, plural of soup sandwich. Soup spoon, alternative form of soup spoon. Soup spoons, plural of soup spoon. Soup strainer, a device or implement used as a strainer for soup. Soup strainers, plural of soup strainer. Soup to nuts, alternative form of from soup to nuts. To modify the engine of a motor vehicle to give a higher performance than the specifications. Soup and fish, alternative form of soup and fish, men's formal white tie dress. Soup and fish suit, alternative form of soup and fish, men's formal white tie dress. Soup and fish suits, plural of soup and fish suit. Soup and fishes, plural of soup and fish. Soup to nuts, comprehensive, complete, covering all of something. Soup bone, alternative form of soup bone. Soup bones, plural of soup bone. Soup bowl, uncommon form of soup bowl. Soup bowlful, enough to fill a soup bowl. Soup bowlfuls, plural of soup bowlful. Soup bowls, plural of soup bowl. Soup him, Alternative spelling of soupçon. Soupçon. A very small amount, a hint, a trace, slight idea, an inkling. Soupçons. Plural of soupçon. Soupçons. Plural of soupçon. Soup du jour. Alternative spelling of soup du jour. Soup maigre. A soup made chiefly from vegetables or fish with a little butter and a few condiments. Soup maigre. Alternative spelling of soup maigre. Tout. Excited. Tufta. Simple past and past participle of soup up. Tufta. Of a racehorse injected with a substance to make it run faster or to change its temperament. Tuver. Someone who, during the Irish famine, supplied food such as soup to Catholics who converted to Protestantism. Superism. During the Irish potato famine, the setting up of schools by non-Roman Catholic Bible societies in which starving Catholic children were fed but were subjected to Protestant religious instruction at the same time. Duvers. Plural of super. Soupsmakers. Plural of soup maker. Soupfe. The school shark. Soupfins. Plural of soupfin. Simple. As much as soup has. Tuvir. Comparative form of soupy, more soupy. Tubit. Superlative form of soupy, most soupy. Superfy. Simple past and past participle of superfy. Superfies. Third person singular simple present indicative of superfy. Superfy. To make into soup. Superfying. Present participle and gerund of superfy. Soupui. In a soupy way. Topiness. The state or condition of being soupy. Soupe. Present participle and gerund of soup. Souping up. Present participle and gerund of soup up. Soval. Of raw silk, deprived of its silk glue. Tuples. Plural of supple. Tuples. Without soup. Tuples. As articulated by Darrell Copeland in Guerrilla Diplomacy, the ability to connect with the global political economy of knowledge for the remedial application of scientific and technological capacity in order to engage specific threats and challenges, typically in support of security and regional development. Soupfly. Resembling soup, soupy. Soupfly. A line queue which disadvantaged people can join to receive free soup. Souplines. Plural of soupline. Soup maker. A person or machine that makes soup. Supermakers. Plural of soup maker. Thus, plural of soup. Soupsa. Third person singular simple present indicative of soup up. Hoofer. A spoon for eating soup, typically smaller than a tablespoon and larger than a dessert spoon, characterized by having a round bowl rather than the usual oval bowl of other types of spoon. Soupspoonful. The amount that may be held by a soup spoon. Soup spoonfuls. Plural of soup spoonful. Soup spoons. Plural of soup spoon. Soup spoonful. Plural of soup spoonful. Tupi. Resembling soup. Creamy. Tauk. A street market, particularly in Arabic and Somali-speaking countries, a place where people buy and sell goods. Tauk. Plural of soup. Sour. Tasting of acidity. Sour beer, beer which has an intentionally acidic, tart, or sour taste. Sour beers, plural of sour beer. Sour bread, alternative form of sour bread. Sour breads, plural of sour bread. Sour cherries, plural of sour cherry. Sour cherry, species of Prunus subcerasus, cherries native to much of Europe and Southwest Asia, especially Prunus cerasus, Prunus pseudoceresus, and Prunus cerasoides. Sour corn, lacto-fermented pickled corn, a dish eaten in the southern United States, especially in Appalachia. Sour cream, cream which has been treated with a benign bacterium to turn it slightly sour, often used as a condiment or a topping for baked potatoes. Sour creams, plural of sour cream. Sour crude, a form of crude oil which contains more than 0.5% by weight of sulfur. Sour diesel, a particular cannabis hybrid with a pungent aroma reminiscent of diesel. Sourdough, alternative form of sourdough. Sourdoughs, plural of sourdough. Sour fig, Carpobratus edulis, a creeping plant of South Africa with edible fruit. Sour figs, plural of sour fig. Sour gas, natural gas or any other gas containing significant amounts of hydrogen sulfide. Sour gases, plural of sour gas. Sour gourd, the baobab tree. Sour gourds, plural of sour gourd. Sour grapes, used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See sour grapes. Sour grass, a low-spreading plant with yellow flowers and clover-like leaves, Oxalis stricta. Sour grasses, plural of sour grass. Sour gum, Balactupilo, black gum, Pepperidge Nyssa sylvatica. Sour gums, plural of sour gum. Sour honey, synonym of propolis. Sauerkraut, archaic spelling of sauerkraut. Sauerkrauts, plural of sauerkraut. Sour mash, the mag resulting from a previous fermentation used as a starter in a new fermentation. Sour milk, a kind of dairy product produced by causing raw milk to somewhat congeal by addition of acid or fermentation through bespoke acidification cultures. Sour milks, plural of sour milk. Sour note, a negative aspect to something mostly positive. Sour notes, plural of sour note. Sour to stop liking something. Sourpuss, alternative spelling of sourpuss. Sourpusses, plural of sourpuss. Sour sh with the cabbage substituted with sauerkraut. Sour stomach, indigestion. Sour stomachs, plural of sour stomach. Sour tooth, a liking for foods that are sour. Sour tooths, plural of sour tooth. Sour worm, a sweet and sour confectionery made of gelatin and often, but not always, in the shape of a toy worm. Sour worms, plural of sour worm. Sourdough, alternative form of sourdough. Sourdoughs, plural of sourdough. Sour sweet, sweet and sour in both senses. Saurashra, alternative form of Saurashtra. Sourashras, plural of Saurashra. Sourball, a hard candy with a sour flavor. Sour balls, plural of sour ball. Sour bellies, plural of sour belly. Sour belly, a cantankerous person. Sour berries, plural of sour berry. Sour berry, skunk bush. Sour bread, synonym of sourdough bread. Sour breads, plural of sour bread. Sour bush, any of certain stinkorts of the genus Pluchia. Sour bushes, plural of sour bush. Source, the person, place, or thing from which something information goods, etc. comes or is acquired. Source code, human readable instructions in a programming language to be transformed into machine instructions by a compiler, assembler, or other translator, or to be carried out directly by an interpreter. Source codes, plural of source code. Source configuration management, the management of changes to files such as source code, documents, large websites, or other collections of information. Source control, a technology that handles access to computer files containing source code so that several users can work on the files without interfering with each other's changes. Source criticism, the critical evaluation of a source of information in terms of intent, date, bias, authenticity, and reliability by means of the methodologies of the humanities. Source document, an original document that is subsequently copied, translated, or transcribed. Source domain, within a conceptual metaphor, the conceptual domain from which metaphorical expressions are drawn. Source domains, plural of source domain. Source language, the language from which a translation is done. Source languages, plural of source language. Source routing, a technique whereby the sender of a packet can specify the route that a packet should take through the network. Source text, the original text from which a translation is done into another language. Source texts, plural of source text. Source available, whose source code can be viewed and in some cases modified, but which itself is not open source. Sourceable, that can be sourced, located, obtained. Sourceable, a book consisting of a collection of writings on a particular subject. Sourcebooks, plural of sourcebook. Source code, alternative form of source code. There are simple past and past participle of source. Source, the quality of being the source of one's own decisions. Sourceless, without a source. Sourcelessly, in a sourceless way, without a source. Sourcelessness, absence of a source. Sourciness, the quality or condition of having a source. Sorcerer, one who sources something. Sorcerer, a source that massages information they provide to the press to fit their agenda. Sorcerers, plural of sorcerer. Sorcerers, plural of sorcerer. Sortes, plural of source. Sorcerer, towards a source. Sourceware, a precursor of open source software. Source work, a historical work that emphasizes the use of sources. Sourcing, present participle and gerund of source. Sourcings, plural of sourcing. Sour cream, alternative spelling of sour cream. Sauerkraut, obsolete form of sauerkraut. Soured, To arise, issue, or emerge. To give rise. Soured, alternative form of soured. Soured, simple past and past participle of soured. Soured ally, a kind of small bagpipe. Soured alines, plural of soured ally. Sourdine, a muted trumpet. Sourdines, plural of sourdine. Sourding, present participle and gerund of soured. Sourdock, a common name for Rumex arcticus, a perennial flowering plant that is native to Alaska. Sourdocks, plural of sourdough. Sourdough, a type of bread dough leavened with yeast and lactobacilli that produce acids giving a sour taste. Sourdough bread, bread made with sourdough. Sourdough breads, plural of sourdough bread. Sourdoughs, plural of sourdough. Sourds, third person singular simple present indicative of soured. Soured, simple past and past participle of sour. Soured cream, a cream that has been soured and thickened by using lactobacillus bacteria, used in soups, salads, and meat dishes such as beef stroganoff. Soured creams, plural of soured cream. Soured milk, alternative form of sour milk. Soured milks, plural of soured milk. Soured on, simple past and past participle of sour on. Sourness, the quality of having become sour. Sourin, to make or become sour. Sourin, simple past and past participle of sourin. Sourining, present participle and gerund of sourin. Sourins, third person singular simple present indicative of sourin. Sour, comparative form of sour, more sour. Sourers, plural of sourer. Sourest, superlative form of sour, most sour. Soura, third person singular simple present indicative of sour. Sourfest. Having a sour face. Sour fox, a kind of bread that is labeled as sourdough by the shop that sells it but actually contains cheaper ingredients and is prepared in a way that requires less time. Sourful, characterized by sourness all senses. Sour grass. Doro. Sour grasses, plural of sour grass. Sourgum, alternative spelling of sorghum. Sourgums, plural of sourgum. Sourhead, one who is grumpy, negative, and bad-tempered. Sourheads, plural of sourhead. Souriau, a surname from French. Souring, present participle and gerund of sour. Souring on, present participle and gerund of sour on. Sourings, plural of souring. Souriquois, Algonquian Basque Pidgin. Souris, a town in Manitoba. Souris West, a community and rural municipality of Kings County, Prince Edward Island, Canada. Sourish, somewhat sour. Sourishly, in a sourish manner. Sourishness, the quality of being sourish. Sauerkraut, alternative form of sauerkraut. Sauerkrauts, plural of sauerkraut. Sauerkraut, archaic form of sauerkraut. Sauerkrauts. Plural of sauerkraut. Sourly, in a sour manner. Sour mash. Alternative form of sour mash. Sourness. The condition or quality of being sour. Sournesses. Plural of sourness. Sourpuss. A person who is habitually gloomy, sullen, or miserable, a grouch, a scowling person. Sourpusses. Plural of sourpuss. Sours. Plural of sour. Sours on. Third person singular simple present indicative of sour on. Soursob. Alternative form of soursa. Soursobs. Plural of soursob. Soursop. A small tropical evergreen tree. Annona muricata. Soursups. Plural of soursoap. Sour stuff. Oxygen. Sourtop blueberries. Plural of sourtop blueberry. Sourtop blueberry. The blueberry vaccinium meatiloids. Sour veld. A veld characterized by low levels of moisture and rough brush. Sour velds. Plural of sour. Sourveld. Sourweed. The plant Rumex acidocella. Sourwood. A North American deciduous shrubby tree of the genus Oxydendrum, having deep fissures in its bark and sour-tasting leaves. Sourwoods. Plural of sourwood. Plural of sous. Sous chef. Alternative form of sous chef. Sous chefs. Plural of sous chef. Alternative form of sous chefs. Sous vide. Alternative form of sous vide. Under. Sous chef. The chef underneath the head chef in the chef's hierarchy. Sous chefs. Plural of sous chef. Sous vide. In the manner of heating in an airtight bag for an extended period of time at relatively low, but tightly controlled temperature. Sous vided. Simple past and past participle of sous vide. Sous vides. Plural of sous vide. Sous viding. Present participle and gerund of sous. Vai. Salsa. A surname from Portuguese. Saxophone. A valve brass instrument with the same length as a tuba, but shaped differently so that the bell is above the head, that the valves are situated directly in front of the musical instrument and a few inches above the waist, and that most of the weight rests on one shoulder. Saxophones. Plural of saxophone. Saxophonist. Someone who plays the saxophone. Saxophonists. Plural of saxophonists. Tas. Something kept or steeped in brine. Toast. Inebriated drunk. Salsa meat. A foodstuff made by boiling souse pickled feet, ears, etc. of a pig into a glutinous mass, seasoning it heavily and shaping it into loaves. Salsa meats. Plural of salsa meat. Souser. One who souses. Souters. Plural of souser. Southes. Third person singular simple present indicative of souse. Sousing. Present participle and gerund of souse. Sousings. Plural of sousing. Souslick. Alternative form of suslick. Souslicks. Plural of souslick. Souse massa. one of the 12 regions of Morocco. Thus, a city in Dunia. South Valence. The recording of an activity from the perspective of participant in the activity. The obsolete form of soot. Saudash. A narrow braid often decorated with a herringbone pattern. Soudashes, plural of soudash. Soudage, that in which anything is packed, bagging as for hops. Soutane, a long gown with sleeves and buttons at the front, particularly when worn by Roman Catholic clerics. Soutanes, plural of soutang. Souter, a surname. Souters, plural of souter. Soutenor, a man who protects and commonly compels a prostitute of any gender and lives off the earnings, a pimp. Originally a Parisian term, but since adopted into other languages such as English. Soutenors, plural of soutenor. Souther, a surname originating as an occupation. Souterly, of or relating to souders, that is, to shoemakers. Souterrain, an underground chamber or passage sometimes used as a store, especially one associated with Iron Age settlements. Souterains, plural of Souterain. Souters, plural of Souter. South, the southern part of any region. Alternative letter case form of South. South Acre, a small village and civil parish without a council in Breckland District, Norfolk, England. OS Grid Ref TF 8114. South Acton, a suburb of Acton, Borough of Ealing, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 2079. South Aegean, one of the 13 peripheries of Greece. South Africa, a country in southern Africa. Official name, Republic of South Africa. Capitals, Pretoria, Cape Town, and Bloemfontein. South African, a person from South Africa or of South African descent. South African English, a dialect of English spoken in South Africa and in neighboring countries. South African ostrich, Struthiocamelus australis, a subspecies of the common ostrich endemic to South Africa, Namibia, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Angola, and Botswana. South African Republic, a former country in southern Africa, the official English name of the Transvaal Boer Republic state that existed from 1852 to the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland's annexation of it in 1902. South African Sign Language, a sign language used in South Africa. South African Springhare, a large, tunneling rodent, Pedis capensis, indigenous to Southeast Africa, notable for its leaping ability and physical resemblance to a miniature kangaroo. South African Springhares, plural of South African Springhare. South African Standard Time, a time zone 2 hours ahead of UTC, observed year-round by the countries of Eswatini, Lesotho, and South Africa, UTC +200. South Africans, plural of South African. South Alley, a section of Saratoga Springs, New York, that lies between Regent Street and Cottage Street. South Alloa, a small village in Falkirk Council area, Scotland, on the south bank of the River Forth. OS Grid Ref NS 8791. South Amboy, a suburban city in Middlesex County, New Jersey, United States. South America, the continent forming the southern part of the Americas, east of the Pacific Ocean, west of the Atlantic Ocean, south of North America and north of Antarctica. South American, of or relating to South America. South American Ballworm moth. Helicover pagella topoan, a species of moth. South American ballworm moths. Plural of South American ballworm moth. South American coati. A coati of species Nasua nasua, native to the tropical and subtropical parts of South America. South American coatis. Plural of South American coati. South American gray fox. A fox of species Lycolopax griseus, found in Argentina, Chile, and Uruguay. South American gray foxes. Plural of South American gray fox. South American gray fox. Alternative spelling of South American gray fox. South American gray foxes. Plural of South American gray fox. South American sea lion. A sea lion, Otaria flavescens, found on the Chilean, Peruvian, Uruguayan, and Argentine coasts with a very large head with an upturned snout. South American sea lions. Plural of South American sea lion. South American squirrel monkey. An arboreal monkey of the species Zemiericiurius, native to tropical South America. South American squirrel monkeys. Plural of South American squirrel monkey. South Americans. Plural of South American. South Anston. A village in Anston Parish, Metropolitan Borough of Rotherham, South Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 5183. South Arabia. The southern region of the Arabian Peninsula, corresponding to modern Yemen and parts of Saudi Arabia and Oman. South Arabian. Of or relating to South Arabia. South Arm. A township in Charlevoix County, Michigan, United States. South Asia. A geographic region of Asia comprising all the countries of the Indian subcontinent, principally India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Nepal, and Bhutan, and the Indian Ocean, principally Sri Lanka, Maldives. South Asian. Of or relating to South Asia. South Asian studies. Synonym of Indology. South Asians. Plural of South Asian. South Atlantic. The portion of the Atlantic Ocean which lies south of the equator. South Australia. A state of Australia, located in the central southern part of the continent, a former British colony until 1901. Capital, Adelaide. South Australian. Of, from or relating to South Australia. South Australians. Plural of South Australian. South Ayrshire. A council area of Scotland, one of 32 formed in 1996. It has its headquarters in the town of Ayr. South Azerbaijan. Synonym of Azerbaijan region in Iran. South Bank. A riverside area south of the Thames in central London, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 3180. South Barrow. A village and civil parish served by Carrymore Parish Council and South Somerset District, Somerset, England. OS Grid Ref SD 6027. South Bay. A region of Los Angeles County, California, comprising the communities on or near the coast between Los Angeles International Airport and Long Beach. South Beach. A district of Miami Beach, Miami, Miami-Dade, Florida, United States. South Beach Diet. A fad diet developed by Arthur Agatston emphasizing eating food with a low glycemic index. South Beach Diet. Alternative form of South Beach Diet. South Beach Diets. Plural of South Beach Diet. South Beach Diets. Plural of South Beach Diet. South Beaches. An unofficial area in Brevard County, Florida, United States, including cities, towns, and unincorporated area on the Barrier Islands. Island south of Patrick Space Force Base. South Beaver Dam, an unincorporated community in the town of Calamus, Dodge County, Wisconsin, United States. South Bend, a number of places in the United States. South Bender, someone from South Bend, Indiana. South Benders, plural of South Bender. South Benfleet, a town in Castle Point Borough, Essex, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 7887. South Bird's Head, a language family whose members are spoken in the south of the Bird's Head Peninsula in West Papua. South Bloomfield, a village in Pickaway County, Ohio, United States. South Branch, a settlement in the United States. South Brent, a village and civil parish in South Hams District, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SX 6960. South Brisbane, an inner suburb of Brisbane, Queensland, Australia, on the south bank of the Brisbane River. South Britain, England and Wales, UK. Law. The jurisdiction covering England and Wales, two constituent countries of the United Kingdom, which share a single legal system and are treated as a single country for various purposes. South Britain, an inhabitant of South Britain. South Britons, plural of South Britain. South Brook, a town in Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. South Brunswick, a township in Middlesex County, New Jersey, United States. South of North Brunswick, southwest of East Brunswick. South Bucks, a former local government district in Buckinghamshire, England, renamed from Beaconsfield in 1980 and abolished on 31 March 2020 when Buckinghamshire became a unitary authority. South Burnett, an agricultural area in South Burnett Region and Gympie Region, Queensland, Australia. South Burnie, a locality and suburb of the city of Burnie, Northern Tasmania, Australia. South by East, the compass point halfway between south and south-southeast, specifically 168.75 degrees, abbreviated as SBE. South by West, the compass point halfway between south and south-southwest, specifically 191.25 degrees, abbreviated as SBW. South Kakalaki, South Carolina. South Cadbury, a village in South Cadbury and Sutton Monies Parish, Somerset, England, previously in South Somerset District. OS Grid Ref SD 6325. South Cadbury and Sutton Monies, a civil parish in Somerset, England, previously in South Somerset District, that includes the named places. It was renamed from South Cadbury on 1 January 2015. South Caicos, an island and district of the Turks and Caicos Islands. South Caloocan, one of the two halves of Caloocan, Metro Manila, Philippines, the other being North Caloocan. South Cambridgeshire, a local government district of Cambridgeshire, England. The district completely surrounds the city of Cambridge, which is governed independently by its city council. South Kenara, a historical portion of Kenara now composed of the Dakshina Kannada and Udupi districts of Karnataka and the Kasaragod district of Kerala. South Carlton, a small village and civil parish without a council in West Lindsey District, Lincolnshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 9576. South Carolina, a state of the United States. South Carolinian, alternative spelling of South Carolinian. South Carolinians, plural of South Carolinian. South Carolinas, plural of South Carolina. South Carolinian, of or pertaining to South Carolina. South Carolinians, plural of South Carolinian. South Carver, a village in the town of Carver, Plymouth County, Massachusetts, United States. South Caucasian, synonym of Kartvelian. South Caucasians, plural of South Caucasian. South Caucasus, a mountainous region of West Asia and Eastern Europe lying between the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea, comprising the republics of Georgia, Armenia, and Azerbaijan. South Cave, a large village and civil parish in the East Riding of Yorkshire, England, OS Grid Ref SC 9231. South Central, a neighborhood of Los Angeles, California, United States. South Central, Aurora Hill, a barangay of Baguio, Benguet, Philippines. South Centro, a barangay of Sipocot, Camarines Sur, Philippines. South Chicago, a community area in southeast Chicago, Illinois, United States. South China, Southern China. South China Sea, the western arm of the Pacific Ocean between the Asian mainland and Taiwan, Borneo, and the Philippines. South Chongqing, a province in central South Korea. South Cockerington, a village and civil parish in East Lindsey District, Lincolnshire, England, OS Grid Ref TF 3889. South Cotabato, a province of Sox-Sargen, Mindanao, Philippines. Capital, Coronado. Largest city, General Santos. South County, synonym of Washington County, Rhode Island. South Coventry, a township in Chester County, Pennsylvania, United States. South Croydon, a suburb in the borough of Croydon, Greater London, England, between Croydon Town Centre and Purley, OS Grid Ref TQ 3263. South Dakota, a state in the upper Midwest region of the United States. Capital, Pierre. Largest city, Sioux Falls. South Dakotan, a native or resident of the state of South Dakota in the United States of America. South Dakotans, plural of South Dakotan. South Derwent, a village in Horton Kirby and South Derwent Parish, Sevenoaks District, Kent, England, OS Grid Ref TQ 5669. South Darley, a civil parish in Derbyshire Dales District, Derbyshire, England. South Derbyshire, a local government district of Derbyshire, England. South Dos Palos, a census-designated place in Merced County, California, United States. South Downs, an area of chalk downland in southern England. South Drive, a barangay of Baguio, Benguet, Philippines. South Dublin, a county of Ireland formed in 1994 from parts of the south of County Dublin. South Dundas, a municipality in the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry, Eastern Ontario, Canada. Southeast, a geopolitical zone of Nigeria consisting of the states of Abia, Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu, and Amo. Southeast Asia, alternative form of Southeast Asia. South F8, a nuclear Southern Oceanic language of the Malayo-Polynesian language family, spoken on the island of F8 in central Vanuatu. South El Monte, a city in Los Angeles County, California, United States. South Elmsall, a town and civil parish with a town council in the metropolitan borough of Wakefield, West Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 4710. South Est, a river in Angus Council area, Scotland, which flows into the North Sea. South Estonian, a Finnic language, or a group of Estonian dialects spoken in southeastern Estonia, and the most prominent variety of which is Voro. South Farnborough, a suburb of Farnborough, Rushmore Borough, Hampshire, England. OS Grid Ref SU 8754. South Florida, a region, the southeasternmost portion of the state of Florida, particularly the area extending southward from the city of West Palm Beach and including the cities of Fort Lauderdale and Miami and the Florida Keys. South Foreland, a headland in St. Margaret's at Cliff Parish, Dover District, Kent, England. OS Grid Ref TR 3643. South Frontenac, a township in Frontenac County, Ontario, Canada. South Fulton, a city in Fulton County, Georgia, United States. South Gate, a city in Los Angeles County, California, United States. South Georgia, an island in the southern Atlantic Ocean, part of the South Georgia and the South Sandwich Islands, United Kingdom, a British-owned territory. South Georgia and the South Sandwich Islands, two archipelagos comprising an overseas territory of the United Kingdom in the southern Atlantic Ocean, a territory of inhospitable islands composed of the South Georgia Island Group and the South Sandwich Islands chain. South Gippsland, a local government area in the prefecture of Gippsland, the easternmost region of the state of Victoria, Australia, in full, South Gippsland Shire. South Glamorgan, a local government district in South Wales formed in 1974 and abolished in 1994, but retained as a preserved county. It was split into two unitary authorities, Vale of Glamorgan and Cardiff. South Glengarry, a township in the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry, Eastern Ontario, Canada. South Gloucestershire, a local government unitary authority area in Gloucestershire, England, created in 1996 on the abolition of the County of Avon. It is not administered as part of Gloucestershire, although historically part of that county. South Kala, a district of Goa, India. South Godstone, a village in Godstone Parish, Tandridge District, Surrey, England, and the location of Godstone Railway Station. OS Grid Ref TQ 3648. South Gorn, a minor city in Scotland County, Missouri, United States. South Gosford, a residential area of Newcastle upon Tyne, Tyne and Ware, England. OS Grid Ref NZ 2567. South Gyeongsang, a province in southeast South Korea. South Gyle, an outer suburb of Edinburgh, City of Edinburgh Council Area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref NT 1872. South Ham, a district and ward of Basingstoke, Hampshire, England, United Kingdom. South Hamgyong, a province of North Korea, capital, Hamon. South Hampstead, a suburb in the borough of Camden, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 2684. Southampton, a town in Rockingham County, New Hampshire, United States. South Hams, a local government district of Devon, England. South Hanningfield, a small village and civil parish in Chelmsford District, Essex, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 7497. South Harefield, a village in the borough of Hillingdon, Greater London, England, between Harefield, Ickenham to the south, and Denham, Buckinghamshire to the west. OS Grid Ref TQ 0589. South Harris, the southern part of Harris, south of Tarbert, Western Isles Council Area, Scotland. South Harrison, a township in Boone County, Arkansas, United States. South Harrow, a suburb in the borough of Harrow, Greater London, England OS Grid Ref TQ 1486. South Haven, a number of places in the United States. South Hayling, a large village, the main settlement on Hayling Island, Haven Borough, Hampshire, England OS Grid Ref SE 7199. South Heath, a village in Great Missenden Parish, Buckinghamshire, England OS Grid Ref SB 9101. South Hetton, a village and civil parish in Eastern County Durham, England OS Grid Ref NZ 3844. South Hindley, a village and civil parish in the Metropolitan Borough of Wakefield, West Yorkshire, England OS Grid Ref SC 3912. South Holland, a province of the Netherlands. South Huron, a municipality in southern Huron-County, Ontario, Canada, formed in 2001. South Hwanghae, a province of North Korea, capital, Jeju. South Hilton, a suburb in the Metropolitan Borough of Sunderland, Tyne and Wear, England, on the south bank of the River Wear OS Grid Ref NZ 3556. South India, the southern region of India comprising the states of Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, Kerala, and Tamil Nadu, as well as the Union territories of Lakshadweep and Pondicherry. These regions speak mainly Dravidian languages and have distinct cuisine and culture. South Indian, native or resident of South India. South Indians, plural of South Indian. South Island, an island, the southern of the two major islands making up New Zealand. South Island giant moa, an extinct species of moa, Dinornis robustus, which may have grown up to 3.6 meters tall. South Island giant moas, plural of South Island giant moa. South Islander, a person from the South Island, New Zealand. South Islanders, plural of South Islander. South Yala, a province of South Korea. South Jordan, a city in south-central Salt Lake County, Utah, United States. South Kalimantan, a province of Indonesia. South Kanara, alternative spelling of South Kanara. South Kalia, a region in southeast Finland. South Kelsey, a village and civil parish served by South Kelsey and Moortown Parish Council in West Lindsey District, Lincolnshire, England OS Grid Ref TF 0498. South Kensington, a neighbourhood of London in the borough of Kensington and Chelsea, Greater London, England OS Grid Ref TQ 2678. South Kesteven, a local government district of Lincolnshire, England. South Khorasan, a province of Iran, capital, Burjan. South Kilburn, a suburban area and housing estate in the borough of Brent, Greater London, England OS Grid Ref TQ 2583. South Kingstown, a town in Washington County, Rhode Island, United States, and the traditional county seat. South Kirkby, a town in South Kirkby and Moorthorpe Parish, Metropolitan Borough of Wakefield, West Yorkshire. England OS Grid Ref SC 4511. South Kirkby and Moorthorpe, a civil parish with a town council in the Metropolitan Borough of Wakefield, West Yorkshire, England. South Korea, a country in East Asia comprising the southern part of the Korean Peninsula. Official name, Republic of Korea. Capital, Seoul. South Korean, a citizen or resident of South Korea. South Koreans, plural of South Korean. South Lake Tahoe, a city in El Dorado County, California, United States. South Lakeland, a former local government district in Cumbria, England, abolished and replaced by Westmoreland and Furness District on 1 April 2023. South Lambeth, a suburban area in Borough of Lambeth, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 3077. South Lamma, a rural committee in Islands District, New Territories, Hynde Con. South Lanarkshire, a council area of Scotland, one of 32 formed in 1996, which includes part of the historic county of Lanarkshire. Its headquarters are in Hamilton. South Lantau, a rural committee in Islands District, New Territories, Hynde Con. South Lebanon, a place in the United States. South Lee, a small village in South Lee and High Cogges Parish, West Oxfordshire District, Oxfordshire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 3908. South Lee and High Cogges, a civil parish in West Oxfordshire District, Oxfordshire, England. South Leith, a suburban area in Leith, City of Edinburgh Council Area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref NT 2776. South Levantine Arabic, a group of Eastern Arabic dialects spoken primarily in Palestine, Jordan, and Israel. South Liberty, a township in Yadkin County, North Carolina, United States. South Littleton, a village and civil parish in Wychavon District, Worcestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 0746. South Low Franconian, a dialect group of Low Franconian that shows certain High German characteristics, especially traces of the shift K right arrow ch in function words and the split of Proto-Germanic *o into two phonemes omacron tilde umacron before alveolars and o tilde u otherwise. South Luffenham, a village and civil parish in Rutland, England. OS Grid Ref SK 9401. South Lynn, a suburb of Kings Lynn, and West Norfolk District, Norfolk, England. OS Grid Ref TF 6118. South Main, an area of Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada. South Manchuria, the region of Japanese control of northeast China prior to the establishment of Manchukuo. South Marston, a village and civil parish in Swindon Borough, Wiltshire, England. OS Grid Ref SU 1987. South Mere, Sunnmøre District in northwestern Norway, now in Møre og Romsdal County. South Merstham, a suburban village in Reigate and Banstead Borough, Surrey, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 2952. South Moulton, a town and civil parish with a town council in North Devon District, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SS 7125. South Monrovia Island, a census-designated place in Los Angeles County, California, United States. South Muskam, a village and civil parish served by South Muskam and Little Carlton Parish Council in Newark and Sherwood District, Nottinghamshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 7957. South Endebel, alternative form of Southern Endebel. South Nesting, the southern half of Nesting Parish on the east coast of mainland Shetland Islands Council Area, Scotland. South Newsham, a minor suburb of Newsham, Blyth Parish, Northumberland, England. OS Grid Ref NZ 3078. South Newton, a village and civil parish in Wiltshire, England, northwest of Salisbury. OS Grid Ref SU 0A34. South Norfolk, a local government district of Norfolk, England, created in 1974 with its headquarters in Long Strassen. South Normanton, a village and civil parish in Bolsover District, Derbyshire, England OS Grid Ref SK 4456. South Northamptonshire, a former district in Northamptonshire, England, abolished on 1 April 2021 and merged into West Northamptonshire District. South Norwood, a suburban area in the borough of Croydon, Greater London, England OS Grid Ref TQ 3468. South Nutfield, a village in Nutfield Parish, Tandridge District, Surrey, England OS Grid Ref TQ 3049. South Ockenden, a large village and parish in Thurrock Borough, Essex, England OS Grid Ref TQ 5881. South of Market, an area of San Francisco, California, United States. South Orange, a village in Essex County, New Jersey, United States. South Orkney Islands, a group of islands in the Southern Ocean. South Oroville, a census-designated place in Budd County, California, United States. South Ossetia, a disputed geographic region and de facto independent but largely unrecognized country in the South Caucasus on the border of Europe and Asia, which considers itself an independent state called the Republic of South Ossetia, considered part of Georgia's territory by the Georgian government and the vast majority of the international community. Capital, Tskhinvali. South Ossetian, a person from South Ossetia or of South Ossetian descent. South Ossetian Autonomous Oblast, a former autonomous oblast of Georgian SSR, Soviet Union, existing from 1922 to 1990. South Ossetians, plural of South Ossetian. South Ostrobothnia, a region in central Finland. South Otterington, a village and civil parish served by Monby, Newby Wisk and South Otterington Parish Council in North Yorkshire, England, previously in Hambleton District OS Grid Ref SC 3787. South Oxfordshire, a local government district of Oxfordshire, England, created in 1974. South Pacific, the southern part of the Pacific Ocean from the equator to the Antarctic Ocean. South Pacific Peso, the Australian dollar. South Papua, a province of Indonesia on the island of New Guinea. South Park, a high intermontane grassland basin in Park County, in the Rocky Mountains of central Colorado. South Park Republican, a member of a generation of young people holding center-right political beliefs more or less aligned with those portrayed in the American animated television program South Park. South Park Republicanism, the center-right political ideology held by the South Park Republicans. South Park Republicans, plural of South Park Republican. South Parkian, alternative form of South Parkian. South Parkian, of or related to the adult animated sitcom South Park. South Pasadena, a city in Los Angeles County, California, United States. South Pelaw, a northern suburb of Chester Street, County Durham, England OS Grid Ref NZ 2652. South Perth, an inner suburb of Perth, Western Australia. South Petherton, a large village and civil parish, formerly a market town, in South Somerset District, Somerset, England OS Grid Ref SD 4316. South Piscine, an extinct Italic language spoken in what today is the Marches region of Italy. South Plainfield, a borough in Middlesex County, New Jersey, United States. South Poblacion, a barangay of Bakong, Negros Oriental, Philippines. South Point, synonym of Kali. South Polar Ocean, The Southern Ocean. South Pole. The geographic South Pole or terrestrial South Pole, the point which south is oriented towards, and therefore the southernmost point on Earth having a latitude of -90 degrees. South Pole. The southernmost point on celestial bodies other than Earth. South Poles, plural of South Pole. South Portland, a city in Cumberland County, Maine, United States, opposite Portland itself. South Pyongan, a province of North Korea, capital, Pyeongchang. South Queensferry, synonym of Queensferry, Edinburgh, Scotland. South Rossby, a village and civil parish served by Rossby Parish Council in North Kesteven District, Lincolnshire, England. OS Grid Ref TF0245. South Region, a macroregion of Brazil, composed of the states of Paraná, Rio Grande do Sul, and Santa Catarina. South Rebel, a local government district with borough status of Lancashire, England. Formed in 1974 with its headquarters in Leyland. South River, any of several North American rivers. South Rock, a rock on Scarborough Shoal in the South China Sea. South Ronaldsay, an island of the Orkney Islands Council area, Scotland. South Ross, a township in Vermilion County, Illinois, United States. South Ruislip, a suburban area in the borough of Hillingdon, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 1185. South Sami, alternative form of Southern Sami. South San Francisco, a city in San Mateo County, California, United States. South San Gabriel, a census-designated place in Los Angeles County, California, United States. South San Jose Hills, a census-designated place in Los Angeles County, California, United States. South Sandwich Islands, an island chain in the southern Atlantic Ocean, part of the South Georgia and the South Sandwich Islands, United Kingdom, a British overseas territory. South Sandwiches, the South Sandwich Islands, an archipelago in the Atlantic Ocean. South Sanitary Camp, a barangay of Baguio, Benguet, Philippines. South Sardinia, province in Sardinia, Italy. South Sea, a southern region of the Pacific Ocean that surrounds the archipelagos of Polynesia and Melanesia. South Sea Islander, a Polynesian or Melanesian. South Sea Islands, Polynesia. South Shetland Islands, a group of islands in the Antarctic Circle lying north of the Antarctic Peninsula. South Shields, a town in the metropolitan borough of South Tyneside, Tyne and Wear, in the northeast of England. OS Grid Ref NZ 3667. South Shore, a coastal suburb of Blackpool, Lancashire, England. OS Grid Ref SD 3033. South Side, an area of Chicago, Illinois. South Side, alternative form of South Side. South Sides, plural of South Side. South Slav, any of the Slavic peoples who speak the South Slavic languages and inhabit a contiguous region of Southeast Europe comprising the Eastern Alps and the Balkan Peninsula. South Slavia, synonym of Yugoslavia. South Slavic, a subgrouping of the Slavic language family spoken mainly in the former Yugoslavia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Croatia, North Macedonia, Montenegro, Serbia and Slovenia and Bulgaria. South Slavs, plural of South Slav. South Somerset, a former local government district in Somerset, England, abolished on 1 April 2023 without replacement. South-South, a geopolitical zone of Nigeria consisting of the states of Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, Cross River, Delta, Edo, and Rivers. South-Southeast, alternative form of South-Southeast. South-Southwest, alternative form of South-Southwest. South Staffordshire, a local government district of Staffordshire, England, created in 1974. South Stoke, a place in England. South Stormont, a township in the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry, Ontario, Canada. South Street, a number of streets in various towns and cities. South Sudan, a country in East Africa. Official name, Republic of South Sudan, formerly the southern part of Sudan. South Sudanese, of, from, or pertaining to the country of South Sudan or the South Sudanese people. South Sudanese Arabic, synonym of Juba Arabic. South Sulawesi, a province of Indonesia. South Sumatra, a province of Indonesia. South Taft, a census-designated place in Kern County, California, United States. South Tangerang, a city in Banten, Indonesia. South Tarawa, the capital city of Kiribati. South Temperate Zone, the temperate zone between the Antarctic Circle and the Tropic of Capricorn. South Tibet, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see South Tibet, the southern part of Tibet. South Tottenham, an area in the southern part of Tottenham, Borough of Haringey, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 3388. South Triangle, a barangay of Quezon City, Metro Manila, Philippines. South Tyne, a river in Cumbria and Northumberland, England, which meets the North Tyne near Hexham and becomes the River Tyne. South Tyneside, a metropolitan borough on the south side of the River Tyne in Tyne and Wear, England. South Tyrol, a predominantly German-speaking autonomous province of the Trentino Alto Adige region in northeast Italy, until 1919 part of Austria, since 1972 under a special autonomy statute. Capital, Bolzano. South Uist, an island in the Outer Hebrides, Western Isles Council area, Scotland. South Utsire, a sea area that covers the southern part of Utsire. South Vaughan, synonym of South Vancouver, the districts of the city of Vancouver in British Columbia, Canada, which lie in the south of the city, next to the city of Richmond. South Vietnam, alternative form of South Vietnam. South Vietnam, alternative form of South Vietnam. South Vietnam, a former country in Southeast Asia that governed southern Vietnam from 1955 to 1975. Official name, Republic of Vietnam. South Vietnamese, of or from South Vietnam. South Vilazar, a barangay of Sipacat, Camarines Sur, Philippines. South Wairarapa, a territorial authority in the Wairarapa, Wellington region, New Zealand, in full South Wairarapa district. South Wales, a geographic region of southern Wales, bordering the Bristol Channel. South Walian, of or from South Wales. South Walians, plural of South Walian. South Walsham, a village in Broadland District, Norfolk, England. South Weald, a settlement and former civil parish in Brentwood District, Essex, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 5793. Southwest, a geopolitical zone of Nigeria consisting of the states of Ekiti, Ligas Agan Ando Asen and Oyo. Southwest Africa. A former German colony before World War I and later a South African colony from 1915 to 1990, illegally occupied after 1966 per United Nations stipulations in southern Africa. Modern Namibia. Southwest Rocks. A town in Kempsey Shire on the mid-north coast, New South Wales, Australia. Southwest Slopes. Synonym of Southwestern Slopes, Australia. Southwestern Slopes. A region in southern New South Wales, also partly in northeast Victoria, Australia. South Wheatland. A township in Macon County, Illinois, United States. South Whittier. A census-designated place in Los Angeles County, California, United States. South Wigston. A suburban village in Oadby and Wigston Borough, Leicestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 5898. South Willingham. A village and civil parish in East Lindsey District, Lincolnshire, England. OS Grid Ref TF 1983. South Wimbledon. A suburb of Wimbledon, Borough of Merton, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 2570. South Wind. A wind blowing from the south. South Winds. Plural of south wind. South Wingfield. A village and civil parish in Amber Valley Borough, Derbyshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 3755. South Witham. A village and civil parish in South Kesteven District, Lincolnshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 9219. South Woodford. A suburb in Borough of Redbridge, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 4089. South Woodham Furrers. A town and civil parish with a town council in Chelmsford Borough, Essex, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 8097. South Wymondham. A ward and suburban area in Wymondham Parish, South Norfolk District, Norfolk, England. OS Grid Ref TG 1100. South Yardley. A suburb and ward in the Metropolitan Borough of Birmingham, West Midlands, England. OS Grid Ref SB 1284. South Yarra. An inner suburb of Melbourne, Victoria, Australia, located south of the Yarra River. South Yemen. A former country in West Asia on the Arabian Peninsula, existing from 1967 until 1990. Official name, People's Democratic Republic of Yemen. South Yorkshire. A metropolitan county in northeastern England bordering West Yorkshire, East Riding of Yorkshire, North Yorkshire, Lincolnshire, Derbyshire, and Nottinghamshire. South Yuba City. A former census-designated place in Sutter County, California, United States. Southward. Pronunciation spelling of southward. South Central Asia. The portion of Asia which sits on the Indian subcontinent. Southeast. Alternative form of Southeast. Southeast Asia. Alternative form of Southeast Asia. Southeasterlies. Plural of southeasterly. Southeasterly. Alternative form of southeasterly. Southeastern. Alternative form of southeastern. Southeasts. Plural of southeasts. South Polar Ocean. Alternative form of South Polar Ocean. South-seeking pole. The negative pole of a magnetic dipole which seeks geographic south. South-seeking poles. Plural of south-seeking pole. South-southeast. Alternative form of south-southeast. South-southwest. Alternative form of south-southwest. South-southeast. The compass point halfway between southeast and south, specifically at a bearing of 157.5 degrees. South-southeasterlies, plural of south-southeasterly. South-southeasterly, coming from the south-southeast. South-southeastern, of, in or pertaining to the south-southeast. South-southeastward, situated toward or in the direction of the south-southeast. South-southeastwards, towards or in the direction of the south-southeast. South-southerlies, plural of south-southerly. South-southerly, a long-tailed duck of species Clangula hyemalis. South-southwest, the compass point halfway between south and southwest, specifically at a bearing of 202.5 degrees. South-southwesterlies, plural of south-southwesterly. South-southwesterly, coming from the south-southwest. South-southwestern, of, in or pertaining to the south-southwest. South-southwestward, situated toward or in the direction of the south-southwest. South-southwestwards, towards or in the direction of the south-southwest. Southwest, alternative form of southwest. Southwest Africa, alternative spelling of Southwest Africa. Southwester, a kind of cap to protect against the rain. Southwesterlies, plural of southwesterly. Southwesterly, alternative form of southwesterly. Southwestern, alternative form of southwestern. Southwests, plural of southwest. Southall, a suburban town in the borough of Ealing, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 1280. Southalls, plural of Southall. Southam, a place name. Southampton, a city, unitary authority, and borough of Hampshire in southern England. Southampton County, one of 95 counties in Virginia, United States. County seat, Cortland. Southampton Elm, synonym of Guernsey Elm. Southampton Elms, plural of Southampton Elm. Southampton Island, a large island at the entrance to Hudson Bay at Fox Basin, Nunavut, Canada. Southampton 6 artificial food dyes, a mixture of which was studied by researchers at Southampton University. Results published in 2007, who found a possible link between these dyes and a sodium benzoate preservative and increased hyperactivity in children consuming them. The dyes are tartrazine, Allura Red AC, Ponzo 4R, quinoline yellow WS, sunset yellow, and carmazine. Southampton Water, a tidal estuary starting in Southampton, Hampshire, England, and flowing into the Solent. Southamptonian, someone from Southampton, a Soutonian. Southamptonians, plural of Southamptonian. Southamptonshire, Hampshire County in England. Southams, plural of Southam. Southard, a surname. Southards, plural of Southar. South Devon, a city in DeSoto County, Mississippi, United States. South Beach, alternative form of South Beach. Southborough, a suburb in the borough of Bromley, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 4367. Southbound, toward the south. Southbourne, a suburb of Bournemouth, Dorset, England. OS Grid Ref SC 1491. Southbridge, a small town in Canterbury, New Zealand. Southbridges, plural of Southbridge. Southburn, a small village in Kirkburn Parish, East Riding of Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SE 9954. Southbury, a town in New Haven County, Connecticut, United States. South Central, relating to the central part of a southern region. Southchurch, a suburb of Southend-on-Sea, Essex, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 9085. Southcom, acronym of Southern Command. Southcote, a suburb of Reading, Berkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SU 6972. Southcotton, a follower of Joanna Southcott 1750-1814, who claimed to be a prophetess. Southgottians, plural of Southcotton. Southcourt, a southern suburb of Aylesbury, Buckinghamshire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 8112. Southdown, one of a particular English breed of small sheep with short wool and no horns. Southdowns, plural of Southdown. Southeast, a small village and civil parish without a council in Lewes District, East Sussex, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 4205. Southeast, the inner cardinal compass point halfway between east and south, specifically at a bearing of 135 degrees. Southeast Asia, a geographic region of Asia comprising the territories of Brunei, Cambodia, East Timor, Indonesia, Laos, Malaysia, Myanmar, Burma, the Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam. Southeast Asian, of war pertaining to Southeast Asia. Southeast Asians, plural of Southeast Asian. Southeast by east, the compass point halfway between southeast and east-southeast, specifically 123.75 degrees, abbreviated as SEB. Southeast by south, the compass point halfway between southeast and south-southeast, specifically 146.25 degrees, abbreviated as SEBS. Southeast Europe, a political designation for a region of Southeast Europe mostly comprising the states of the Balkans. Southeast Iceland, a sea area between Iceland and Faroes. Southeast Region, a macroregion of Brazil composed of the states of Espírito Santo, Minas Gerais, Rio de Janeiro, and São Paulo. Southeast Sulawesi, a province of Indonesia. Southeast bound, toward the southeast. Southeaster, a strong wind blowing from the southeast. Southeasterlies, plural of southeasterly. Southeasterly, situated in or pointing to the southeast. Southeastermost, alternative spelling of southeastermost. Southeastern, of or pertaining to the southeast. Southeastern Asia, synonym of Southeast Asia. Southeastern Asian, synonym of Southeast Asian. Southeastern blueberry bee, Habropoda laboriosa, a species of bee found in the southeastern United States. Southeastern blueberry bees, plural of southeastern blueberry bee. Southeastern Europe, alternative form of Southeast Europe. Southeasterner, a person from the southeast part of a geographic region. Southeasterners, plural of Southeasterner. Southeasternmost, farthest southeast. Southeasters, plural of Southeaster. Southeastmost, alternative spelling of southeastermost. Southeasts, plural of southeast. Southeastward, in or toward the southeast. Southeastwardly, toward the southeast. Southeastwards, southeastward, South. Simple past and past participle of south. Southend. Used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See South End. Southend on Sea. A unitary authority with borough status in Essex. Souther. A surname. Southerden. A surname. Southard. Simple past and past participle of Souther. Southerham, a rural locality in Glyn Parish, Lewes District, East Sussex, England, also the name of a railway junction and a highway roundabout junction in the area OS Grid Ref TQ 4209. Southering, present participle and gerund of Souther. Sutherland, a surname. Sutherlands, plural of Sutherland. Sutherleys, plural of Southerly. Southerliness, the quality or state of being southerly, direction toward or from the south. Southerly, a wind blowing from the south. Southerly Boster, a summer cold front which works its way up the coast, bringing strong, cool southerly winds that replaces and relieves hot conditions. Southerly Busters, plural of Southerly Buster. Southernmost, synonym of southernmost. Southern, from or pertaining to the southern part of any region. Southern Africa, a geographic region comprising the southern part of Africa, always including South Africa, Namibia, Botswana, Lesotho, and Eswatini, and sometimes also Angola, Mozambique, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. Southern African frilled shark, a species of deep-water shark, Chlamydoslechus africana, found in southern Angola to southern Namibia. Southern African frilled sharks, plural of Southern African frilled shark. Southern Alps, a mountain range in the South Island, New Zealand. Southern Altai, a Turkic language spoken in the Altai Republic, Russia, on the border of Mongolia and the People's Republic of China. There is no mutual intelligibility with Northern Altai. Southern American English, a dialect of English spoken in the southern U.S. states, such as Alabama, can be extended as far west as Texas and as far north as Virginia. Southern Arrowwood, Viburnum dentatum, native to eastern North America. Southern Asia, synonym of South Asia. Southern Asian, synonym of South Asian. Southern Athabascan, synonym of Apache. Southern Athabascans, plural of Southern Athabascan. Southern Balochi, a variety of the Balochi language spoken mainly in Pakistan, where it has about 3 million speakers, and in Iran 0.5 million. Southern Banjo frog, Limithines dumerilii, a species of banjo frog. Southern Baptist, a member of a particular Baptist denomination based in the United States. Southern Baptists, plural of Southern Baptists. Southern beech, any of several trees or shrubs of the genus Nothofagus native to South America and Australasia. Southern beeches, plural of southern beech. Southern belle, a beautiful, archetypal, especially upper-class white woman of the southern United States. Southern belles, plural of southern belle. Southern black tit, Melanoparus niger, a small bird of the tit family Paridae. Southern black tits, plural of southern black tit. Southern blah, a sheet to which DNA has been transferred from electrophoresis gel used for detection of a specific DNA sequence in DNA samples. Southern blot analysis, a technique whereby biological molecules, especially DNA fragments, are separated by electrophoresis and then transferred from a gel to an mobilizing medium under the influence of an electric field for analysis. Southern blot, plural of southern blot. Southern blotted, simple past and past participle of southern blot. Southern blotting, present participle and gerund of southern blot. Southern bottlenose whale, any of species Hyperudin planifrons of bottlenose whales found in the southern oceans. Southern bottlenose whales, plural of southern bottlenose whale. Southern brawl, eggcorn of southern drawl. Southern brawls, plural of southern brawl. Southern brown bandicoot, a short-nosed bandicoot, Isidon obesilis, found in southeastern mainland Australia and Tasmania. Southern brown bandicoots, plural of southern brown bandicoot. Southern Bug, a river in Ukraine. Southern California, the southern portion of the state of California, which can include Santa Barbara and is generally separated from Norqual by the Tehachapi mountain range. Southern Caracara, southern crested caracara. Southern caracaras, plural of southern caracara. Southern carrier, synonym of dacal. Southern cassowaries, plural of southern cassowary. Southern cassowary, a large flightless black bird, Caeruarius caeruarius. Southern Cherokee Nation, the Cherokee Nation made up of those who joined the Confederates during the Civil War. Southern Comfort, an American fruit-flavored whiskey liqueur created in New Orleans in 1874, which is caramel in color. Southern Common Cuscus, an arboreal marsupial endemic to Australia, Southern New Guinea, and possibly the Aru Islands. Southern Common Cuscuses, plural of Southern Common Cuscus. Southern Cone, the southern portion of South America, consisting of Argentina, Chile, and Uruguay, sometimes southern Brazil, Sao Paulo State, and Paraguay. Southern Corsica, English form of Corse du Sud, a department of Corsica, France. Southern Crested Caracara, a species of bird, Caracara plancus, found in South America. Southern Crested Caracaras, plural of Southern Crested Caracara. Southern Cross, a distinctive winter constellation of the southern sky, shaped like a cross, which appears in the flags of several countries in Oceania. Southern Cypress Pine, synonym of Murray pine. Southern Cypress Pines, plural of Southern Cypress Pine. Southern Dolly, a proposed family of two distantly related Australian Aboriginal languages. Southern Denmark, an administrative region in the south of Denmark. Southern Downs, a part of the Darling Downs in Queensland. Southern Drawl, the diphthongization or trithongization of the vowels slash a slash open s slash and ash small cap I ash into ed schwa, and small cap I j schwa, occurring in English spoken in the southern United States. Southern drawls, plural of southern drawl. Southern elephant seal, a large seal found mainly around Antarctica of species Mirounga leonina, famous for being the largest ever carnivore mammal. Southern elephant seals, plural of southern elephant seal. Southern Europe, a socio-political region of Europe including such countries as Spain, Portugal, Italy, and Greece. Southern European, of, from, or pertaining to Southern Europe, its people, or its culture. Southern Europeans, plural of Southern European. Southern fairies, plural of Southern fairy. Southern fairy, someone from southern England, stereotyped as effete and pretentious. Southern Federal District, a federal district of Russia, also comprising Russian-claimed territory in Ukraine. Southern flying squirrel, a nocturnal omnivorous squirrel Glaucomys volans of eastern North America and Central America that glides between trees. Southern fry, alternative form of Southern fry. Southern gospel, a genre of harmonic vocal Christian music that developed from the sacred harp shaped note style of singing in the southern United States. Southern Gothic, a subgenre of Gothic fiction set in the American South. Southern Grampians, the Shire of Southern Grampians, a local government area in southwest Victoria, Australia. Southern grasshopper mice, plural of southern grasshopper mouse. Southern grasshopper mouse, a predatory American rodent of species Onychomys tortoise, notable for its resistance to venom that allows it to prey on scorpions. Southern green stink bug, a stink bug, Nazara virgula, that has spread worldwide in tropical and subtropical regions and is a significant pest on many crops. Southern green stink bugs, plural of southern green stink bug. Southern hairy-nosed wombat, a species of wombat, Lacyrhinus latifrons, native to southern Australia. Southern hairy-nosed wombats, plural of southern hairy-nosed wombat. Southern Harbour, a town in Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Southern Hemisphere, the hemisphere in Earth to the south of the equator, containing only about 10% of the total land area on Earth. Southern Hemisphere, alternative letter case form of Southern Hemisphere. Southern Hemispheres, plural of Southern Hemisphere. Southern Hemispheres, plural of Southern Hemisphere. Southern Highlands, a region of New South Wales, Australia, between the Southern Tablelands and the Illawarra. Southern Hospitality, the reputation for people in the U.S. South to be particularly warm and welcoming to visitors. Southern Asia Ocean, the Southern Ocean. Southern Ireland, the short-lived autonomous region of the United Kingdom established on 3 May 1921 and dissolved on 6 December 1922, superseded by the Irish Free State. Southern king crab, a large species of crab Lithodes xanthella and its edible flesh, native to southern South America. Southern king crabs, plural of southern king crab. Southern Kurdish, the Kurdish language spoken in western Iran and to a small extent in Iraq. Kalhuri Kermashani, Faili Alami, and Laki are divided into the southern dialect subgroup. Southern ladies' slipper, synonym of Kentucky ladies' slipper. Southern ladies' slippers, plural of southern ladies' slipper. Southern lamprey, a pouched lamprey Geotria australis of Australia. Southern lampreys, plural of southern lamprey. Southern lapwing, Vanellus chilensis, a wader in the order Charadriiformes found in Central and South America. Southern lapwings, plural of southern lapwing. Southern late, a province of eastern Visayas, Philippines. Capital and largest city, Maasin. Southern lights, the aurora of the southern hemisphere. Southern litter skink, Calodonus incusnocialis, a species of skink lizard. Southern litter skinks, plural of southern litter skink. Southern magnolia, a large, striking evergreen tree of species Magnolia grandiflora found in the southeastern United States. Southern magnolias, plural of southern magnolia. Southern mahogany, Eucalyptus batioides, a tree native to Australia. Southern masked weaver, a bird native to Africa, Plosius velutus. Southern masked weavers, plural of southern masked weaver. Southern Midlands. Southern Midlands Council, a local government area in southeast Tasmania, Australia. Southern Men, a group of local languages of Min Chinese, which can trace their origins to southern Fujian province, China. Southern Meng, a former country in China. Collectively, the several successor states in southern China to the collapsed Ming dynasty at the start of the Qing dynasty that claimed to be the continuation of the failed Ming state. Southern Mongolia, synonym of Inner Mongolia. Southern Annabel, an African language belonging to the Nguni group of Bantu languages and spoken by the Ndebele or Mat-Able people of South Africa. Southern Ocean, the portion of the world ocean surrounding Antarctica, variously taken as the waters south of the Antarctic Circle, the waters south of 60 degrees S, or the waters bounded by the Antarctic Convergence. Southern Ohlone, a language of the Ohlone people once spoken from Santa Clara to Monterey counties in California. Southern Oscillation, the atmospheric component of El Niño, an oscillation in surface air pressure between the tropical eastern and the western Pacific Ocean waters. Southern Pentecostal, Southern Baptist attributive. Southern Pentecostals, plural of Southern Pentecostal. Southern pig-tailed macaque, an old world monkey of the species Macaca nemestrina, native to Borneo, Sumatra, and the Malay Peninsula. Southern pig-tailed macaques, plural of Southern pig-tailed macaque. Southern Poblacion, a barangay of Balingao, Misamis Occidental, Philippines. Southern Province, a province of Sri Lanka. Capital, Gala. Southern Region, a region of Malta. Southern Resident Orca, the smallest of 4 communities of the exclusively fish-eating ecotype of orca in the Northeast Pacific Ocean. Southern Resident Orcas, plural of Southern Resident Orca. Southern Rhodesia, a former colony of the United Kingdom, a name used to refer to the area now called Zimbabwe, officially introduced in 1901, a self-governing colony of Britain from 1923. Its government began to refer to itself simply as Rhodesia in 1964 when Northern Rhodesia became Zambia. The name Zimbabwe was adopted in 1980. Southern rock, a genre of rock music originating from the southern United States with influences from blues and country music. Southern Sami, relating to the Southern Sami people living in east-central Norway south of the Arctic Circle and across the border in Sweden, and their language and culture. Southern Savonia, a region in southeast Finland. Southern School Whiting, a coastal marine fish of species Silego basensis, in the smelt whiting family that inhabits the south and southwest coasts of Australia. Southern Screamer, synonym of crested screamer. Southern Screamers, plural of Southern Screamer. Southern Senon, Sphaerina picudilla, an ocean-going species of game fish in the Barracuda family. Southern Sennets, plural of Southern Sennet. Southern Sesotho, the Sesotho language, when distinguished from Northern Sesotho. Southern Solstice, December solstice, when the sun reaches the southernmost point of the sky. Southern solstices, plural of Southern solstice. Southern Sotho, synonym of Sotho, a language. Southern Stars, the Australia women's national cricket team. Southern Storm Petrel, a seabird belonging to the family Oceanidae. Southern Storm Petrels, plural of Southern Storm Petrel. Southern Sudan, South Sudan, a former region of Sudan which gained independence as South Sudan. Southern Sudanese, of, from, or relating to Southern Sudan. Southern sushi, an alternative name for cheese rolls. Southern Tablelands, a region of high, flat country west of the Great Dividing Range in southern New South Wales, Australia. Southern Tier, an area of New York variously described, but approximately comprising the state's counties that border Pennsylvania, except Sullivan County. Southern Tigrina, the feline Leopardus gutulus. Southern Tigrinas, plural of Southern Tigrina. Southern Topid lamprey, a lamprey of the genus Mordacia of Chile and Australia. Southern Topid lampreys, plural of Southern Topid lamprey. Southern Tropic, synonym of Tropic of Capricorn. Southern Tungusic, a branch of the Tungusic language family. Southern Turkmen, a dialect of Turkmen spoken in Iran, Afghanistan, Pakistan, and China. Southern Unionists, in the American Civil War, a presumably white Southerner who favored preserving the Union. Southern Unionists, plural of Southern Unionists. Southern United States, an expansive region encompassing the southeastern and south-central part of the United States. Southern Uplands, the southernmost and least populous of mainland Scotland's three major geographic areas, the others being the Central Lowlands and the Highlands. Southern Uzbek, a dialect of the Uzbek language spoken in Afghanistan, China, and Pakistan. Southern Viscacha, a species of rodent, Lagidium viscacia, found in South America. Southern Viscachas, plural of Southern Viscacha. Southern Vole, a species of vole, Microtus leviscens, Microtus rosimeridionalis, Microtus epireticus. Southern voles, plural of Southern vole. Southern Wakashan, the branch of the Wakashan language family composed of Dididot, Maka, and Nuchanolf. Southern Woodland Violet, Viola hirsucula, a species of wild violet native to the eastern United States. Southern Yellow Pine, a classification of lumber widely used in construction in much of the U.S., from any of several species of genus Pinus grown in the southeastern United States. Southern Yellow Pines, plural of Southern Yellow Pine. Southern Fry, coated in flour, egg, and breadcrumbs and then deep fried. Southern Down, a small coastal village in St. Bride's major community, Vale of Glamorgan Borough, County Borough, Wales, OS Grid Ref SS 8873. Southerner, alternative letter case form of Southerner, native or inhabitant of the south of any region. Southerners, plural of Southerner. Southernification, the process by which a place begins to resemble the American South. Southernization, alternative spelling of Southernization. Southernize, alternative spelling of Southernize. Southernized, simple past and past participle of Southernize. Southernizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Southernize. Southernish, somewhat southern. Southernizing, present participle and gerund of Southernize. Southernism, anything characteristic of the southern part of a region, especially the southern United States. Southernisms, plural of Southernism. Southernist, an advocate of Southernism. Southernists, plural of Southernists. Southernization, the process of Southernizing. Southernize, to make southern in character. Southernized, simple past and past participle of southernize. Southernizes, third person singular simple present indicative of southernize. Southernizing, present participle and gerundive southernize. Southerminess, the quality of being so away. Southerly, alternative letter case form of southernly in the manner of the south or of southerners. Southernmost, farthest south. Southernness, the state or quality of being southern. Southerns, plural of southern. Southernwood, an aromatic shrub, Artemisia abrotenum, related to wormwood. Southernwoods, plural of southernwood. Southernwort, synonym of southernwood. Southers, a surname. Southerton, a surname. Southry, a village and civil parish in King's Lynn and West Norfolk District, Norfolk, England. OS Grid Ref TL 6294. Southey, a habitational surname from Old English. Southey Green, a hamlet in Sybil Hedingham Parish, Braintree District, Essex, England. OS Grid Ref TL 7732. South Hyan, of or pertaining to Robert Southey 1774 1843, English Romantic poet. Southfields, a settlement in Thurrock Borough, Essex, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 6581. Southfleet, a village and civil parish in Dartford Borough, Kent, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 6171. Southgate, a surname. Southampton, obsolete spelling of Southampton. Southie, South Boston, Massachusetts. Southies, plural of Southie. Southall, a village and civil parish in Central Bedfordshire District, Bedfordshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 1542. Southing, a distance traveled southward. Southings, plural of Southing. Southampton, a town in Hartford County, Connecticut, United States. Southish, approximately to the south. Southlake, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see South Lake. Southland, a region in the far south of the South Island of New Zealand, which includes Fiordland and Stewart Island. Southlander, a native or inhabitant of Southland in New Zealand. Southlanders, plural of Southlander. Southlands, plural of Southland. Southly, synonym of southerly. Southney, a northern suburb of the city of Bristol, England, next to Horfield and Henley's. OS Grid Ref SD 5878. Southminster, a village and civil parish in Malden District, Essex, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 9699. Southmost, furthest to the south, most southern. Soundness, a tendency in the end of a magnetic needle to point toward the South Pole. Southnesses, plural of southness. Southon, a surname. Soulover, a hamlet in Frampton Parish, Dorset, England, previously in West Dorset District. OS Grid Ref SY 6294. Southpaw, one who is left-handed, especially in sports. Southpaws, plural of southpaw. Southpole, obsolete form of south pole of a magnet. Southpoles, plural of South Pole. Southport, a place name. Salbury, a village in Bardney Parish, West Lindsey District, Lincolnshire, England OS Grid Ref TF 1366. Southron. Alternative letter case form of Southron. Southrons, plural of Southron. Southwarp, a village in Gloucestershire, England. Souths, plural of South. Southsaid, simple past and past participle of Southsay. Southsay, obsolete form of Soothsay. Southsayer, obsolete form of Soothsayer. Southsayers, plural of Southsayer. Southsaying, obsolete form of soothsaying. Southsays, third person singular simple present indicative of Southsay. Southsea, a suburb of Portsmouth, Hampshire, England OS Grid Ref SC 6499. Southside, the southern side of a building, street, area, etc. Southsider, one who resides on the south side of a municipality or other location. Southsiders, plural of Southsider. Southsides, plural of Southside. Southstoke, a civil parish in Bath and northeast Somerset, England, which includes the village of Southstoke and much of Midford. Southtown, a place in England. Southumbria, all of Anglo-Saxon England south of the River Humber and not in Northumbria, especially in the period before England was unified. Southumbrian, a member of an Anglo-Saxon people occupying northern Mercia. Southumbrians, plural of Southumbrian. Souville, an inner-city district of Bristol, England, next to Bedminster OS Grid Ref ST 5871. Southwaite, a village in Heskett Parish, West Royland and Furness, Cumbria, England, previously in Eden District OS Grid Ref NY 4445. Southward, a surname. Southward equinox. September equinox, when the sun crosses the equator while heading southward. Southward equinoxes, plural of southward equinox. Southwardly, southwards, towards the south. Southwards, plural of southward. Southwark, a London borough of Greater London, extending as far as Crystal Palace, south of the River Thames, including the historic borough plus the Pool of London and Bankside. Southwater, a large village and civil parish in Horsham District, West Sussex, England OS Grid Ref TQ 1526. Southwell, a town with a racecourse and civil parish with a town council in Newark and Sherwood District, Nottinghamshire, England OS Grid Ref SK 6953. Southwellian, of or relating to Robert Southwell c. 1561-1595, English Jesuit, poet, and Catholic martyr. Southwest, a borough and region of Montreal, Quebec, Canada. Southwest Asia, synonym of West Asia. Southwest by south, the compass point halfway between southwest and south-southwest, specifically 213.75 degrees, abbreviated as SWBS. Southwest by west, the compass point halfway between southwest and west-southwest, specifically 236.25 degrees, abbreviated as SWBW. Southwest Finland, a region of Finland. Southwest Middlesex, a municipality in Middlesex County, Ontario, Canada. Southwest monsoon, a period of rainy weather brought by southwesterly winds affecting much of the tropics from July to September. Southwest monsoons, plural of Southwest Monsoon. Southwest Papua, a province of Indonesia on the island of New Guinea. Southwest Salad, a salad with grilled chicken, beans, cheese, etc. Southwest Salads, plural of Southwest Salad. Southwest bound, toward the southwest. Southwester, a strong wind blowing from the southwest. Southwesterlies, plural of southwesterly. Southwesterly, situated in or pointing to the southwest. Southwesternmost, alternative spelling of southwesternmost. Southwester, of or pertaining to the southwest. Southwestern Asia, synonym of West Asia. Southwestern Pink, synonym of Santa Fe Pink. Southwestern Salad, synonym of Southwest Salad. Southwestern Salads, plural of Southwestern Salad. Southwesterner, a person from the southwest part of a geographic region. Southwesterners, plural of Southwesterner. Southwesternmost, farthest southwest. Southwesters, plural of Southwester. Southwestmost, alternative spelling of Southwestermost. Southwests, plural of Southwests. Southwestward, in or toward the southwest. Southwestwardly, toward the southwest. Southwestwards, southwestward. Southwick, a number of places in England. Southwick and Widley, a civil parish in Winchester District, Hampshire, England, which includes these two villages. Southwicks, plural of Southwick. Southwind, alternative form of Southwind. Southwold, a coastal town and civil parish with a town council in East Suffolk District, Suffolk, England. OS Grid Ref TM 4076. Southwood, a surname. Southworth, a surname from Old English. Southworths, plural of Southworth. Southey, an Englishman in South Africa, or a white English-speaking South African of British descent. Saudis, plural of Saudi. Salvo, a surname. Saudos, plural of Saudo. Soutbeals, plural of Soutbeal. Soutauki, a dry, low-fat, spicy sausage from Greece and Turkey. Paunans, alternative form of Sovments. Souvenir, alternative spelling of souvenir. Souvenirs, plural of souvenir. Souvenir, an item of sentimental value that is given or kept to remember an event or location. Souvenir plot, a novelty purchase that purports to give the holder ownership over a very small piece of land, sometimes with an accompanying title. Souvenir sheet, a small block or sheet of postage stamps, including a single value or a series of stamps, often without gum or perforations, having a wide margin with an inscription or design identifying an event being commemorated, printed as a souvenir or for collecting purposes. Souvenir sheets, plural of souvenir sheet. Souvenir, simple past and past participle of souvenir. Souveniring, present participle and gerund of souvenir. Souvenirs, plural of souvenir. Souverain, a gold coin of the Austrian Netherlands. Souveranism, a doctrine which supports acquiring or preserving the political independence of a nation or region and opposes federalism and supranational unions. Souverainist, a supporter of souveraignism. Souverainists, plural of souverainist. Souverains, plural of souverain. Souvlaki, a Greek fast food consisting of pieces of meat and sometimes vegetables grilled on a skewer, variously also called kalamaki or kebab or, in sandwich form, gyro or shawarma. Souvlakia, plural of souvlaki. Souvlakis, plural of souvlaki. Sawajan, synonym of Scandinavian. Sawagens, plural of Sawegian. Sou'wester, alternative form of Sou'wester. Sou'westers, plural of Sou'wester. A surname. Sozolite, a triclinic mineral containing aluminum, hydrogen, iron, magnesium, oxygen, and phosphorus. The plural of Sousa. The initialism of subject, object, verb, word order of a language, employing a system of syntax in which a typical sentence contains a subject, followed by the object, followed by the verb. The pound sterling. Sovereign, contraction of sovereign. Zelda, a surname from Czech. Zeldes, plural of Sova. Sovset, abbreviation of sovereign citizen. Sovsets, plural of Sovset. Domens, memory, remembrance. Sonons, remembrance. Sononces, plural of Sovmons. Sovereign, obsolete form of sovereign. Sovereigny, archaic spelling of sovereign. Sovereigns, plural of sovereign. Sovereignty, obsolete spelling of sovereignty. Sovereign, the title of a monarch. Sovereign bond, synonym of government bond. Sovereign bonds, plural of sovereign bond. Sovereign citizen, alternative letter case form of sovereign citizen. Sovereign citizen, a member of a loose movement of Americans, Canadians, and Australians who consider themselves answerable only to their own particular interpretation of the common law and not subject to any government statutes or proceedings. Sovereign citizens, plural of sovereign citizen. Sovereign citizens, plural of sovereign citizen. Sovereign debt, the amount of money outstanding that was borrowed by a government in order to finance expenditure not covered by taxation. Sovereign debts, plural of sovereign debt. Sovereign immunities, plural of sovereign immunity. Sovereign immunity, a legal doctrine by which the sovereign or state cannot commit a legal wrong and is immune from civil suit or criminal prosecution. Sovereign Military Order of Malta, a Roman Catholic lay fraternity for men. Sovereign ring, a ring with a gold sovereign or similar coin as its primary decoration, with the obverse face as the visible detail. Sovereign rings, plural of sovereign ring. Sovereign state, a state country which has sovereignty over a defined geographic area, is independent of any other country, and has its own government. Sovereign state of the Baktashi order, a proposed sovereign microstate and city-state that would be enclaved entirely within Tirana, the capital city of Albania, at what is currently the world headquarters of the Baktashi. Sovereign states, plural of sovereign state. Sovereign wealth fund, a state-owned investment fund investing in real and financial assets such as stocks, bonds, real estate, precious metals, etc. Sovereign wealth funds, plural of sovereign wealth fund. Sovereigndom, the state, condition, or realm of a sovereign, sovereignty. Sovereign, simple past and past participle of sovereign. Sovereigness, a female sovereign. Sovereinesses, plural of sovereigness. Sovereigness, superlative form of sovereign, most sovereign. Sovereignhood, the state or condition of a sovereign, sovereignty. Sovereigning, present participle and gerund of sovereign. Sovereignism, a doctrine which supports acquiring or preserving political independence of a nation or a region. It opposes federalism and approaches independentism movements. Sovereignists, alternative form of sovereigntist. Sovereignists, plural of sovereignists. Sovereignize, to make into a sovereign, to promote to ruler. Sovereignize, simple past and past participle of sovereignize. Sovereignizes, third person singular simple present indicative of sovereignize. Sovereignizing, present participle and gerund of sovereignize. Sovereignly, to the highest degree, wholly, utterly. Sovereignness, the quality of being sovereign. Sovereigns, plural of sovereign. Sovereignship, the role or status of sovereign. Sovereignships, plural of sovereignship. Sovereignties, plural of sovereignty. Sovereigntism, alternative form of sovereignism. Sovereigntists, a supporter of political independence for Quebec from Canada. Sovereigntists, plural of sovereigntists. Sovereignty, the quality or state of being sovereign. Sovereigntyship, synonym of sovereignship. Sovereigntyships, plural of sovereigntyship. Sovets, a city in Kaliningrad Oblast, Russia, formerly Tilsit. Sovtskaya Gavan, a town in Khabarovsk Krai, Russia. Sovtskaya Gavan, alternative form of Sovtskaya Gavan. Sovtsky, a rayon of Kursk Oblast, Russia. Soviet, a citizen of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. Soviet Armenia, one of the 15 Soviet Socialist republics that made up the former Soviet Union 1920-1991, name changed in 1990, became independent as the Republic of Armenia in 1991 after the collapse of the USSR. Soviet bloc, the largely communist countries of the Eastern world, usually those in Eastern Europe and Asia aligned with the Soviet Union in the Cold War era. Precisely, the term's referent excludes the Soviet Union itself. Broadly, it sometimes includes it. Soviet Kazakhstan, Kanada. Soviet Empire, the Soviet Union along with the nominally independent nations in its sphere of influence. Soviet Union, the Soviet Union viewed as being under the control and influence of Jews. Soviet of Nationalities, one of the two legislative chambers of the Supreme Soviet of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. It represented the interests of members of different ethnicities in the USSR. Soviet of the Union, one of the two legislative chambers of the Supreme Soviet of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. It legally represented the interests of all the citizens of the USSR. Soviet Republic, a republic within the former Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. A list of these can be found at Soviet Socialist Republic. Soviet republics, plural of Soviet Republic. Soviet Reunion, the hypothetical re-establishment of the Soviet Union. Soviet Russia, the unofficial term used for the former Russian Republic for a short period after its collapse from 7 November 1917 October Revolution to 19 July 1918 First RSFSR Constitution or to 30 December 1922 Treaty on the Creation of the USSR, also used to refer to the Soviet Union as a whole in the early stages. Soviet Socialist Republic, any of the republics belonging to the former Soviet Union. Soviet Socialist Republics, plural of Soviet Socialist Republic. Soviet Union, a former transcontinental country in Europe and Asia 1920–1991, now split into Russia and 14 other countries. Official name, Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. Soviet, the Soviet realm or sphere. Sovietist, reminiscent of the Soviet Union. Soviet, synonym of Soviet. Sovietization, the act or process of Sovietizing. Sovietize, alternative form of Sovietize. Sovietize, simple past and past participle of Sovietize. Sovietizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Sovietize. Sovietizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Sovietize. Sovietizing, present participle and gerund of Sovietizing, present participle and gerund of Sovietize. Sovietism, Soviet beliefs or practices. Sovietisms, plural of Sovietism. Of Sovietism. Sovietists, a supporter of the Soviet Union. Sovietists, plural of Sovietists. Plural of Sovietists. Sovietization, the act or process of Sovietizing. Sovietizations, plural of Sovietization. Sovietize, to adapt to the sociopolitical standards of the Soviet Union. Sovietize, simple past and past participle of Sovietize. Sovietizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Sovietize. Sovietizing, present participle and gerund of Sovietize. Sovietness, the quality of a Soviet. Sovietologists, a person who engages in Sovietology. Sovietologists, plural of Sovietologists. Sovietology, the field of study of the Soviet Union. Sovietophile, one who likes or loves the Soviet Union. Sovietophilia, appreciation and admiration for the Soviet Union. Sovietophilic, appreciating and admiring the Soviet Union. Soviets, plural of Soviet. Sovietwave, a synthwave subgenre with elements of melodies that listeners associate with the Soviet Union. Savine, a surname from French. Savines, plural of Savine. Savai, a coarse-grained carbonatite. Servite, alternative form of Savite. Savites, plural of Savite. Servites, plural of Servite. The Vedic, of or relating to the mineral Savite. Sovkhoz, alternative form of Sovkhoz. Sovkhoz, alternative form of Sovkhoz. Sovkhozes, plural of Sovkhoz. Sovkhoz, a large, state-owned farm in the Soviet Union. Sovkhozes, plural of Sovkhoz. Sovkhazi, plural of Sovkhoz. Sovki, plural of Savak. Sovnarkhoz, any of the regional economic councils of the Soviet Union which were created in 1957. 1957. Sovnarkhozes, plural of Sovnarkos. Sovnarkosi, plural of Sovnarkos. Sovnarkom, the Council of People's Commissars, the Council of People's Commissars. Savai, a person uncritically supporting Soviet values or having a Soviet mentality, a Homo Sovieticus. Davax, plural of Sava. Safran, a kind of synthetic rubber developed in Russia in 1940. Yavr, archaic spelling of sovereign. Archaic spelling of sovereign. Sovereignly, archaic spelling of sovereignly. Sovereigns, plural of sovereign. Sovereignties, plural of sovereignty. Sovereignty, alternative form of sovereignty. Sovereignuclear, misspelling of supernuclear. Sovereign, pronunciation, spelling of sovereign. Sovereigns, plural of sovereign. Sovereigns, plural of sovereign. The, plural of SOV. Those, plural of Sov. Sov, UK, abbreviation of Soviet Ukrainian. Daviz, plural of Savi. David, a sovereign coin. UK, abbreviation of Soviet Ukrainian. Daviz, plural of Savi. David, a sovereign coin. Savi ring, sovereign ring. Savi rings, plural of Savi ring. Duh. Initialism of statement of work, a document in project management, including deliverables and timelines. The, a surname. Sobred, alternative form of Sobred. Sobug, alternative form of Sobug. Sobugs, plural of Sobug. Sow dragon's teeth, to perform an action that inadvertently leads to trouble. Sow one's oats, alternative form of sow one's wild oats. Sow one's wild oats, to spread one's genes around by impregnating many females. Sow stall, synonym of gestation crate. Sow stalls, plural of sow stall. Sow the seeds of, to carry out a certain action which will eventually bring about a particular result. Sow the wind and reap the whirlwind, alternative form of sow the wind, reap the whirlwind. Sow the wind, reap the whirlwind. Every decision has consequences. A person's actions will come back to them. If one starts trouble or takes actions in spite of the discontent they cause, one will incur negative consequences. Sow thistle. Any of the thistles in one of the genera Caesurbida and Sanchez. Sow thistles, plural of sow thistle. Sow wild oats, alternative form of sow one's wild oats. Toe, past participle of sow. Sow's baby, a sixpence coin. Sow bread, alternative form of sow bread. Sow thistle, alternative spelling of sow thistle. Sow thistles, plural of sow thistle. Sow, a surname from Polish. Sourigba, traditional Tibetan medicine. Sowability, the condition of being sowable. Sowable, capable of being sowed. Towams, a region of southern New England historically inhabited by the Pokanoket tribe, located in present-day Bristol County, RI, and with influence extending to nearby parts of Providence County, RI, and Bristol County, Ma. Yowans, alternative form of Sowans. Sower, a soldier on horseback, especially one during the British Raj. Sower, a surname. Sowards, plural of sower. Sowery, a mounted procession, a cavalcade. Sowries, plural of sowery. Soweries, plural of so-ori. So-ori, alternative form of so-ori. So-ors, plural of so-or. Jealous, plural of so-a. So-back, a low ridge of sand. So-backs, plural of so-back. So-ben, red goose for the plant, Doxabasis rubra, sin. Chenopodium rubrum. So-bellis, plural of so-belly. So-belly, salted pork from the belly of a pig. So-red, cyclamen, plant of the genus Cyclamen. So-breads, plural of so-bread. Selba, a woodlass. So-buds, plural of so-bar. So-par, alternative form of so-car. So-cars, plural of so-car. Thus, obsolete form of souse. Thus, simple past and past participle of sows. So this, plural of sows. So thing, present participle and gerund of sows. So them. A surname. Sodens, plural of soden. Selder, a surname. Soders, plural of soder. The River Sow, a short river in Warwickshire and West Midlands, England, a tributary of the Warwickshire Avon. It starts in Warwickshire north of Coventry, passes through the east side of the city and re-enters Warwickshire. Simple past and past participle of sow. Sow dragon's teeth. Simple past of sow dragon's teeth. Sowed one's wild oats. Simple past of sow one's wild oats. Sowed the seeds of. Simple past of sow the seeds of. Sowedst. Second person singular simple past indicative of sow. Silva, a guardian spirit of a and society of the mend, who is represented by a special helmet-like mask. Soes, plural of soe. Soel, a surname. Sowelian, of or relating to Thomas Sowell, born 1930, American economist, social theorist, political philosopher, and author. Soels, plural of Sowell. Sowe, past participle of sow. Salmons, a food item made from the husk of the oat by a process similar to that by which common starch is made, flummery. Sower, one who or that which sows. Sowerby, a place name. Sowerby Bridge, a market town in the metropolitan borough of Calderdale, West Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 0523. Sowerby's, plural of Sowerby. Sowers, a surname. Towis, second person singular simple present indicative of so. Sowetan, of or relating to Soweto. Sowetans, plural of Sowetan. Soa, third person singular simple present indicative of so. Soweto, an urban area on the edge of Johannesburg, South Africa, known for a violent uprising that occurred there in the 1970s. Salvat, Coltet, Sogulder, one who space sows. Sogulders, plural of Sogulder. Sowing, present participle and gerund of sow. Sowing dragon's teeth. Present participle and gerund of sow dragon's teeth. Sowing one's wild oats. Present participle and gerund of sow one's wild oats. Sowing the seeds of. Present participle and gerund of sow the seeds of. Sowings, plural of sowing. Sowins, Alternative form of Sołęcki. Sołęcki, a surname from Polish. Sołęckis, plural of Sołęcki. Sołkin, a little soul. Sołkins, plural of sołkin. Soł, a dainty, a relish. Is sauce, anything eaten with bread. Tol, a surname. Told, simple past and past participle of soul. Tols, a surname. Soulices, plural of souls. Sow-like, resembling or characteristic of a sow or female pig. Soe, present participle and gerund of soul. Solings, plural of soling. Those, plural of soul. Thove, a kind of spirit in Irish folklore. Dolths, plural of solve. Dol, the proportion of sheep or cattle suitable for a given pasture. Zond, simple past and past participle of som. Salming, present participle and gerund of som. Toms, plural of som. Tal, past participle of so. Sown dragon's teeth, past participle of sow dragon's teeth. Sown one's wild oats, past participle of sow one's wild oats. Sown the seeds of, past participle of sowed the seeds of. Sound, obsolete form of sound. Sound, simple past and past participle of sown. Sounding, present participle and gerund of sound. Tones, plural of sown. Sope, a woodlass. Soapades, plural of soapy. Soapods, the list of playable words formerly used in tournament Scrabble in most countries, now replaced by CSW. Sour, obsolete spelling of sour. The plural of SOW. Thus, plural of so. So's dragon's teeth. Third person singular simple present indicative of sow dragon's teeth. Sows one's wild oats. Third person singular simple present indicative of sow one's wild oats. Sows the seeds of. Third person singular simple present indicative of sow the seeds of. Thus, obsolete form of souse. Sows, simple past and past participle of sows. Sow this, plural of sows. So thing, present participle and gerund of sows. Thus, obsolete form of souse. Thus, simple past and past participle of sows. Tothas, third person singular simple present indicative of sows. So thing, present participle and gerund of sows. Selver, a surname originating as an occupation. Soders, plural of soder. So, to hum or whistle a low tone. Doubt, simple past and past participle of sov. Soving, present participle and gerund of sov. Sovizol, alternative spelling of sow thistle. Sow thistles, plural of sow thistle. Souths, third person singular simple present indicative of south. Southen, a village and civil parish served by Bishop's Clyst Parish Council in East Devon District. Devon, England Oesgrid Ref SX 9792. Salvanmi, a surname. Ilwe, pronunciation, spelling of sorry. Guys, initialism of solid Oxygen. The Boston Red Sox. Soxes, plural of socks. Soxation, extraction by means of a soxate extractor. Soxations, plural of soxation. Soxate, a soxate extractor. Soxate apparatus, synonym of soxate extractor. Soxate apparatuses, plural of soxate apparatus. Soxate extraction, the extraction process performed by a soxate extractor. Soxate extractions, plural of soxate extraction. Soxate extractor, a piece of laboratory apparatus consisting of a glass reservoir that sits over a lower flask containing a boiling solvent and under a condenser. A sample contained in a paper thimble is placed in the reservoir and soluble materials are continually extracted by the warm solvent and transferred to the lower flask via a siphon. Soxate extractors, plural of soxate extractor. Soxes, plural of soxes. A surname. Soy banter, synonym of Buffy-speak jocular and irony-laden style of film and TV dialogue pioneered by Joss Whedon. Soybean, alternative spelling of soybean. Soybeans, plural of soybean. Soy boy, an effeminate or unmasculine man. Soy boys, plural of soy boy. Soy face, a facial expression associated with unmasculine and immature men. Soy boys, who are often photographed expressing surprise or excitement with their mouth agape. Soy faces, plural of soy face. Soy milk, a milky liquid made from soybeans and used as a beverage, cooking ingredient, or substitute for dairy milk. Soy milk maker, a kitchen appliance that cooks soy milk from raw soybeans. Soy milk makers, plural of soy milk maker. Soy milks, plural of soy milk. Soy nut, a nut substitute made from a soybean soaked in water, drained, and then baked or roasted. Soy nuts, plural of soy nut. Soy out, to act in the manner of a soy boy, specifically to get extremely emotional, typically involving the soy phase about an issue associated with being terminally ill or overly invested in popular culture. Soy sauce, a condiment sauce and ingredient common in Asian cuisine, made from fermented soybeans, salt, and sometimes wheat. Soy sauces, plural of soy sauce. Soy yogurt, non-dairy yogurt made from soybeans with sugar to provoke fermentation. Soy yogurts, plural of soy yogurt. A subprefecture of Hokkaido Prefecture, Japan. Alternative form of soy. Soybean, alternative form of soybean. Soybeans, plural of soybean. Soya sauce, soy sauce. Soya sauces, plural of soya sauce. Soybean, alternative spelling of soybean. Soybeans, plural of soybean. Soy burger, alternative form of soy burger. Soya burgers, plural of soya burger. Doyle, a Hopi ceremony celebrating the return of the cat chinas from the San Francisco peaks at the winter solstice. Sawyer, a Mayday surname from Manipuri. Soyapango, a municipality in the San Salvador Department of El Salvador. Soya saponin, any of a family of terpene glycoside saponins found in soybeans. Soya saponins, plural of soya saponin. Soybean, a legume plant glycine max, commonly cultivated for human and animal consumption and as a nitrogen-fixing ground cover. Soybean oil, a vegetable oil extracted from soybeans, the seeds of glycine max. Soybean rust, a fungal disease of soybeans and other legumes caused by Phacopsora spp. Sardines, plural of soybean. Doiboy, alternative form of soy boy. Soywa, plural of soy boy. Doiboy, alternative spelling of soy boy. Doiwish, of or pertaining to soy boys. Doidois, plural of soy boy. Soyburger, a vegetarian burger made from soy. Soy burgers, plural of soy burger. Soy cake, soybean residue after the oil has been extracted, used to feed livestock, etc. Soy cheese, synonym of tofu. Soy cheeses, plural of soy cheese. Socialists, a socialist, especially one perceived as unmasculine. Socialists, plural of socialists. Society, modern society, perceived as being effeminate and unmasculine. Soy, a weak or effeminate man, a beta male. Soyhas, plural of soykek. Doi, flavored with soy sauce. Soyed out, simple past and past participle of soy out. Sawyer, a surname. Sawyers, plural of Sawyer. Yes, superlative form of soy, most soy. Soy face, to make a soy face. Soy face, simple past and past participle of soy face. Soy faces, third person singular simple present indicative of soy face. Soy facing, present participle and gerund of soy face. Soyfood, any processed food made from soybeans. Soy foods, plural of soy food. Soyer, synonym of soy yogurt. Soil, the whole of a soybean used as fodder. Soils, plural of soil. Sowing, present participle and gerund of soy. Sowing out, present participle and gerund of soy out. Soyinka, a surname from Yoruba. Soyinkin, of or relating to Wole Soyinka, born 1934, Nigerian author. Soyinkas, plural of Soyinka. Soyjack, misspelling of Soyjack. Soyjack, an online image of an emasculate man, often with an excited expression, with an art style based upon the original Wajak. Soyjak, simple past and past participle of soyjak. Soyjaking, present participle of soyjak. Soyjak, simple past and past participle of soyjak. Soyjacking, present participle and gerund of soyjak. Soyjacks, plural of soyjack. Duh, obsolete spelling of soil. Duh, obsolete spelling of soil. Doiled, simple past and past participle of soil. Soylent, an undesirable, lackluster, and artificial foodstuff as a substitute for real meat. Soylent green, any foodstuff of dubious nature or origin. Soylent pink, spam or another processed meat product. Oils, plural of soil. Soiling, present participle and gerund of soil. Soy meal, the meal coarse flour of soybeans. Soy meals, plural of soy meal. Soy meat, a vegetarian meat substitute made of soy. Soy meats, plural of soy meat. Soy milk, alternative spelling of soy milk. Soy milks, plural of soy milk. Soymuvirus, any of the genus Soymuvirus of plant viruses in the family Calamuviridae. Soymuviruses, plural of soymuvirus. Alternative spelling of soy nut. Donuts, plural of soy nut. Soybean oil. Soyambo, an abugida script developed by the monk and scholar Zanabazar in 1686 to write the Mongolian language. It can also be used to write Tibetan and Sanskrit. Dayers, former name of Osoyuz. A member of an ethnic group of Turkic origin who live mainly in the Oghur region in the Akhinsky district in Buryatia, Russia. Dots, plural of soy. Soyoth. Is, plural of soy. So is out. Third person singular simple present indicative of soy out. Sausage, a vegetarian or vegan sausage made with soy instead of meat. Sausages, plural of sausage. Cystatin, a soya protein that lowers blood cholesterol. Soyuz, any of a series of Soviet, later Russian spacecraft. Soyuz, plural of Soyuz. Synonym of sorry. Soda, a surname. Sodas, plural of Soza. Sodi, synonym of socialist. Socialism, misspelling of socialism. Socialist, misspelling of socialist. Sazin, alternative form of sazine. Sazine, an antiseptic substance, any protein normally contained in the body of an animal and forming a natural protection against germs. Sazins, plural of sazine. Sazins, plural of sazin. Sevis, plural of sothi. Sozological, pertaining to sozology. Sozology, the study of protecting the natural environment from the destructive effects of human civilization. A surname from Italian. Dado, one who spills water or other liquids carelessly. Dazzled, very drunk. Dazzles, plural of sozzle. Sozzling, present participle and gerund of sozzle. Dolly, sozzled, drunk. Is, a district of Fergana, Uzbekistan. SB, initialism of starting price. SB, Spanish language. SB, abbreviation of spelling, often used when correcting or questioning one's own spelling. SBG, abbreviation of specific gravity. AVA, initialism of state pension age. SBA, abbreviation of spondyloarthritis. AVA, a town and municipality in the province of Liege, Wallonia, Belgium, famous for its springs. Spa bath, a bath with heated water and jets of aerated water used for body massage and enjoyment equals jacuzzi. Spa baths, plural of spa bath. Spa cuisine, meals served at health clubs designed with input from nutritionists to promote dietary health. Spa pool, a pool of warm bubbling water used for therapy or relaxation. Spa pools, plural of spa pool. Spa town, a resort town based on a mineral spa. Spa towns, plural of spa town. Spa water, water from a mineral spring at a spa. Spa waters, plural of spa water. Spagoer, alternative form of spagoer. Spagoers, plural of spagoer. Abai, a kind of spar, earthflax or amianthus. The abbreviation of Society for the Protection of Ancient Buildings. Spabuk, a mildly insulting term for an African American, especially one perceived as lower class or uncouth. The word was supposedly defined by Michael Jackson. The acronym of Special Purpose Acquisition Company. The alternative letter case form of spec. Space, a physical extent across 2 or 3 dimensions, sometimes for or to do something. Space adaptation syndrome, synonym of space sickness. Space age, alternative letter case form of space age. Space age, the period from about the time of the launch of Sputnik in 1957 to the present day, during which people ventured into space. Space agencies, plural of space agency. Space agency, a government agency engaged in activities related to outer space and space exploration. Space ages, plural of space age. Space ages, plural of space age. Space alien, an extraterrestrial being, a visitor from outer space. Space aliens, plural of space alien. Space attenuation, the loss of energy of a signal due to absorption, dispersion, etc. as it travels through a medium, measured in decibels. Space attenuations, plural of space attenuation. Space average, the average value of a physical quantity over a certain region of space. Space averages, plural of space average. Space bar, a key in the shape of a bar near the bottom of a keyboard that generates a space character when pressed. Space bars, plural of space bar. Space bear, synonym of water bear. Space bears, plural of space bear. Space biology, any of various biological sciences that deal with living things in a space environment. Space blanket, a blanket made of a plastic material covered with a reflective metal agent designed to reduce heat loss from a person's body following trauma or used on the exterior of a spacecraft for thermal control. Space blankets, plural of space blanket. Space bridge, synonym of space elevator. Space bridges, plural of space bridge. Space buns, a hairstyle consisting of twin buns worn on top of the head. Space cadet, a person in training to be a generally military astronaut. Space cadets, plural of space cadet. Space cake, cake as an edible infused with THC/psychoactive extraction of cannabis, usually in the form of cannabutter. Space cakes, plural of space cake. Space capsule, a vehicle or a compartment of a vehicle designed to transport and provide life support for people in space and during re-entry through the Earth's atmosphere. Space capsules, plural of space capsule. Space case, an insane or eccentric person who has little grip on reality. Space cases, plural of space case. Space centrode, the path traced by the instantaneous center of a rotating three-dimensional body moving relative to an inertial frame of reference. Space centroids, plural of space centrode. Space charge, the localized excess electric charge in a specific volume, especially such a negative charge. Space charges, plural of space charge. Space City, official nickname for the city of Houston, Texas. Space cloth, any woven material used for the screening and sieving of solids having a specified space between strands. Space coasts, a region in the U.S. state of Florida around Kennedy Space Center and Cape Canaveral Air Force Station. Space communication, communication between space vehicles or between such vehicles and a base on Earth, the Moon, or other planet, especially when using high-frequency radio waves. Space communications, plural of space communication. Space complexities, plural of space complexity. Space complexity, a measure of the amount of space or memory required by an algorithm to solve a given decision problem. An informal analogy would be the amount of scratch paper needed while working out a problem with pen and paper. Space curve, any curve in three-dimensional space, includes any plane curve as a subset. Space curves, plural of space curve. Space debris, all the objects in orbit around the Earth that were created by human activity, but now have no useful purpose. Space defense, alternative spelling of space defense. Space defenses, plural of space defense. Space defense, any defensive measure against an attack by missiles, etc. while in space. Space defenses, plural of space defense. Space disco, space and music. Space docking, the act of two spacecraft docking. Space dockings, plural of space docking. Space star, alternative form of space dog. Space dogs, plural of space dog. Space dot, synonym of interpunct. Space dots, plural of space dot. Space dust, synonym of cosmic dust. Space dyeing, a dyeing technique that uses a mordant to produce multicolored yarn. Space elevator, a hypothetical cable connecting the ground with space, which includes an elevator used to lift payloads or people into orbit. Space elevators, plural of space elevator. Space environment, the environment encountered by living creatures and vehicles in space, especially a lack of atmosphere and gravity. Space environments, plural of space environment. Space equivalent zone, the top of the Earth's atmosphere from 50,000 ft, the start of the stratosphere, and up to the edge of the exosphere at 1,000 mi, where the effects of exposure to the environment on human life is similar to that of exposure to space, it being physiologically incompatible with human life. Space exploration, investigation of interplanetary or interstellar space, its properties, biology, and the bodies within it, usually with the use of spacecraft. Space explorations, plural of space exploration. Space factor, the ratio of the volume occupied by the wire in the winding or the iron in the core to the total volume of the winding or the core. Space factors, plural of space factor. Space fixed reference, an independent reference system of positioning points in space. Space fixed references, plural of space fixed reference. Space flight, flight into, from, or through space. Space flights, plural of space flight. Space force, the military space force of a particular armed forces. Space force, alternative form of space force. Space forces, plural of space force. Space frame, a three-dimensional truss, often of steel, forming a rigid, stable structure. Space frames, plural of space frame. Space group, the set of all symmetry operations that can be applied to a given crystal without changing it. Space groups, plural of space group. Space guidance, the guidance operations needed to launch a spacecraft into orbit or space, navigate in space, and return to Earth or some other body. Space gun, a large gun or cannon-like structure capable of launching an object into space. Space guns, plural of space gun. Space heater, a portable heating appliance used to warm an area or room. Space heaters, plural of space heater. Space heating, heating of rooms within buildings. Space helmet, a helmet worn by astronauts to protect from the vacuum of outer space. Space helmets, plural of space helmet. Space herpes, a generic disease found in space, especially one transmissible by sexual encounters. Space hopper, a toy consisting of a large inflated rubber ball for bouncing on, with one or more handles on top. Space hoppers, plural of space hopper. Space ice cream, synonym of astronaut ice cream. Space invader, a hostile alien from outer space. Space invaders, plural of space invader. Space junk, space debris. Space Karen, a nickname for South African-born tech entrepreneur Elon Musk. Space lattice, a crystal lattice. Space lattices, plural of space lattice. Space launch system, a shuttle-derived heavy launch vehicle being designed by NASA to replace the Space Shuttle. Space Launcher System, a 1960s-era design program of the United States Air Force. Space law, the body of law governing space-related activities. Space line, a thin piece of metal used to open the lines of type to a regular distance from each other and for other purposes, a lead. Space lines, plural of space line. Space marine, a soldier who fights in outer space or extraterrestrial worlds. Space marines, plural of space marine. Space medicine, the branch of medicine that deals with the effects of space travel on human beings. Space mission, a journey by a human or robotic spacecraft into space for a specific reason, normally to gather scientific data. Space missions, plural of space mission. Space motion, the real or apparent motion of a star, etc. through space. Space motions, plural of space motion. Space nation, a micronation that lays claim to territory in space, planets, satellites, stars, or portions of space itself. Space nations, plural of space nation. Space navigation, the determination of the three-dimensional position and velocity of a spacecraft relative to a frame of reference. Space of Desta, the space in the wrist bounded by the hamate, capitate, triquetral, and lunate bones. Space of Desat, the parasinusoidal space a location in the liver between a hepatocyte and a sinusoid containing the blood plasma. Space opera, a subgenre of speculative fiction or science fiction that emphasizes space travel, romantic adventure, and larger-than-life characters often set against vast exotic settings. Space operas, plural of space opera. Space out, to position objects, people, time slots, etc. at regular intervals with a calculated space between them. Space perception, the awareness of the position, size, form, distance, and direction of an object or of oneself. Space permeability, the ratio of magnetic induction to magnetizing force in a vacuum. Space polar coordinate, any of a system of coordinates by which a point is located in space by its distance from a pole, the angle between the polar axis and its radius vector and its longitude. Space polar coordinates, plural of space polar coordinate. Space power system, any assemblage of equipment used to generate, store, and distribute electrical power on board a satellite or spacecraft. Space power systems, plural of space power system. Space probe, a robotic space vehicle designed to voyage beyond Earth's orbit. Space probes, plural of space probe. Space processing, the utilization of low gravity and or high vacuum to carry out various processes in space. Space program, U.S. standard spelling of space program. Space program, a program of space exploration and research. Space programs, plural of space program. Space programs, plural of space program. Space quadrature, a difference of a quarter of a wavelength between the spatial positions of two corresponding points in a wave. Space quadratures, plural of space quadrature. Space quantization, the quantization of one or more components of the angular momentum of a system. Space quantizations, plural of space quantization. Space race, the informal competition between the United States and the Soviet Union to launch unmanned satellites, send people into space, and land them on the moon. Space race, the competition between nations in the field of space exploration. Space races, plural of space race. Space reconnaissance, the reconnaissance of the surface of a planet from an orbiting spacecraft. Space reddening, the reddening of the light from distant stars because of selective absorption and scattering by interstellar dust. Space reddenings, plural of space reddening. Space requests, a parameter in some file systems that specifies the storage space required for a new file. Space requests, plural of space requests. Space research, any form of research that takes place in space or concerns any aspect of space or space travel. Space researches, plural of space research. Space roar, a natural phenomenon picked up as a radio signal from outer space and sounding like a loud hiss. Space rock, a subgenre of rock music characterized by long psychedelic instrumental passages and lyrics dealing with science fiction or outer space. Space rocket, a rocket vehicle capable of reaching space typically from the ground. Space rockets, plural of space rocket. Space rule, a fine, thin, short metal rule of the same height as the type, used in printing short lines in tabular matter. Space rules, plural of space rule. Space satellite, a crewed or robotic spacecraft designed to orbit the Earth or another celestial body. Space satellites, plural of space satellite. Space science, any scientific discipline concerned with the study of phenomena occurring in space or with space flight. Space sciences, plural of space science. Space sexology, the scientific study of intimacy and sexuality outside of the Earth's atmosphere. Space shifting, alternative form of space shifting. Spaceship, alternative spelling of spaceship. Spaceships, plural of spaceship. Space shuttle, a space transportation system developed by NASA consisting of a reusable winged orbiter, a set of recoverable booster rockets, and a fuel tank. Space shuttle, any vehicle capable of traveling repeatedly between the Earth's surface and outer space carrying people or cargo. Space shuttles, plural of space shuttle. Space shuttles, plural of space shuttle. Space sickness, motion sickness caused by the weightlessness of space flight. Space simulator, any device that attempts to simulate the environment of space, especially one used to test components of space vehicles. Space simulators, plural of space simulator. Space station, a crude artificial satellite designed for long-term habitation, research, etc. Space stations, plural of space station. Space suit, a system of protective and pressurized clothing, together with environmental equipment worn by astronauts when in space. Space suits, plural of space suit. Space suppression, the suppression of the normal advancement of paper in a printer after printing a line of text. Space technologies, plural of space technology. Space technology, the application of science and engineering to the exploration and utilization of outer space. Space tourism, space travel for recreational, leisure, or business purposes. Space tourists, one who takes part in space tourism. Space tourists, plural of space tourists. Space travel, travel through or into space. Space vehicle, a spacecraft. Space vehicles, plural of space vehicle. Space velocities, plural of space velocity. Space velocity, the velocity of a star relative to the sun. Space vessel, a spacecraft. Space vessels, plural of space vessel. Spacewalk, alternative form of spacewalk. Spacewalks, plural of spacewalk. Space wave, the component of an electromagnetic wave, especially a radio wave that travels directly from transmitter to receiver without being reflected. Space waves, plural of space wave. Space weapon, any weapon that travels through space to a target either in space, in the atmosphere, or on the ground. Space weapons, plural of space weapon. Space weather, any phenomena related to the radiation and particles emitted by the sun, especially in the vicinity of the Earth, that may have an effect on the Earth or human activity in the space. Space work, the skill of handling imaginary objects and locations as part of a performance, especially in improv acting. Space writer, a journalist or other writer who is paid by the column inch. Space writers, plural of space writer. Space base, based in or beginning from space, especially in orbit, but sometimes on a planet or moon. Spaceborne, alternative form of spaceborne. Space cadet keyboard, a style of computer keyboard traditionally used on MIT Lisp machines, equipped with 7 modifier keys and 3 shift keys, arranged to facilitate chording. Space Cadet keyboards, plural of Space Cadet keyboard. Spacefaring, alternative spelling of spacefaring. Space filling, that fills a closed, typically 2-dimensional or 3-dimensional space. Space filling curve, a curve whose range contains the entire 2-dimensional unit square or the 3-dimensional unit cube. Space filling curves, plural of space filling curve. Space filling model, a type of 3-dimensional molecular metal where the atoms are represented by cells whose radii are proportional to the radii of the atoms and whose center-to-center distances are proportional to the distances between the atomic nuclei, all in the same scale. Space filling models, plural of space filling model. Space happy, crazy as a result of too much time spent in space. Space invader, alternative form of space invader, a person who intrudes on others' personal space. Space invaders, plural of space invader. Space-like, alternative spelling of space-like. Space lore, alternative form of space lore. Space operatic, relating to or characteristic of the genre of space opera. Space saving, taking up only a limited amount of space or room, compact. Space science, alternative form of space science. Taking up only a limited amount of space or room, compact. Space science, alternative form of space science. Space sciences, plural of space science. Spacetime, alternative form of spacetime. Spacetime crystal, synonym of time crystal. Spacetime crystals, plural of spacetime crystal. Spacetime trade-off, a case where an algorithm or program trades increased space usage with decreased time, in which space refers to the data storage consumed in performing a given task and time refers to the time consumed in performing a given task. Spacetime trade-offs, plural of spacetime trade-off. Spacetimes, plural of spacetime. Space-Y, throughout a space. Spacarium, a large room designed to display projections of outer space on its interior, a planetarium. Spacepen, in a linotype machine, a kind of extensible wedge used to produce spaces of variable width in the text. Spacebends, plural of spacepen. Spacebar, alternative spelling of spacebar. Spacebars, plural of spacebar. Space-based, alternative form of space-based. Spaceboat, a small spaceship. Spaceboats, plural of spaceboat. Spaceboot, a boot intended to be worn in space. Spaceboots, plural of spaceboot. Spaceborne, operating or traveling in space. Spacebridge, alternative spelling of space bridge. Space bridges, plural of space bridge. Space cake, alternative form of space cake. Space cakes, plural of space cake. Spacecom, abbreviation of Space Command. Space score, heavy metal or rock music inspired by outer space. Spacecraft, a vehicle that travels through space. Spacecraft bus, synonym of satellite bus. Spacecraft buses, plural of spacecraft bus. Spacecraft event time, the spacecraft's local time for events that occur while on the spacecraft. Spacecraft, plural of spacecraft. Spaceget, an animated visual effect in which one polyhedron intersects another, forming an empty space where their volumes overlap. Space gets, plural of space get. Spa said, simple past and past participle of spa. To base, simple past and past participle of space. Spaced out, simple past and past participle of space out. Spaced repetition, a method where the subject is asked to remember a certain fact with the time intervals increasing each time the fact is presented or said. Spaced out, confused, stupefied, or disoriented through the action of a narcotic drug or as if so intoxicated. Space dive, a skydive from outer space, usually an orbital drop or direct insertion from beyond orbit, complete with re-entry heating. Space div, simple past and past participle of space div. Space divs, plural of space div. Space diving, present participle and gerund of space div. Space dock, a place where spacecraft can dock. Space docks, plural of space dock. Space star, a dog who travels in outer space. Space dogs, plural of space dog. Space drive, a non-Newtonian propulsion system, a drive that propels while violating the Newtonian law requiring an equal and opposite reaction to an action. A reactionless drive, a drive which does not use propellant. Space drives, plural of space drive. Spacefarer, a person who travels in space. Spacefarers, plural of spacefarer. Spacefaring, engaged in the building and launching of vehicles into space. Spacefiller, a stamp in poor condition used to fill a space in an album until a better quality example becomes available, or if the better example is prohibitively expensive. Space fillers, plural of space filler. Space filling, alternative form of space filling. Space filling curve, alternative form of space filling curve. Space filling curves, plural of space filling curve. Space filling model, alternative form of space filling model. Space filling models, plural of space filling model. Spaceflight, alternative spelling of spaceflight. Spaceflight participant, a person who is not a trained in space worker, i.e., professional astronaut, nor task-focused worker, but has traveled through outer space. Spaceflight specific, clearly defined or identified for spaceflight. Spaceflights, plural of spaceflight. Spaceflown, flown on a spaceflight. Space Force, alternative form of Space Force. Space Force, alternative form of Space Force. Space Forces, plural of Space Force. Space Frame, alternative form of Space Frame. Space Frames, plural of Space Frame. Spaceful, wide, extensive, spacious, commodious. Spacefera, a girl from outer space. Space girls, plural of space girl. Spacegoing, traveling into space. Spacegram, a short written message physically sent through space. Spacegram, simple past and past participle of spacegram. Spacegramming, present participle and gerund of spacegram. Spacegrams, plural of spacegram. Space group, alternative spelling of space group. Space groups, plural of space group. Space hand, a low-ranking member of the crew of a spaceship. Space hands, plural of space hand. Spacehead, a person who is spaced out. Spaceheads, plural of spacehead. Spacehound, a person experienced in space travel. Spacehounds, plural of spacehound. Spacek, a surname from Czech. Spacekin, a type of otherkin that identifies as an astronomical body. SpaceX, plural of spacek. Spacelab, a laboratory in outer space. Spacelabs, plural of spacelab. Spacelated, decayed, made gangrenous. Spacelegs, the ability to work heavily in space or a zero-gravity environment. Spaceless, boundless or unlimited. Spacelessly, in a spaceless manner. Spacelessness, the quality of being spaceless. Spacelight, a weather-resistant light used to illuminate outdoor areas. Spacelights, plural of spacelight. Space-like, having the properties of space. Space-likeness, the quality of being space-like. Spaceline, a company that carries out space flights. Spaceliner, a commercial spacecraft that carries passengers. Spaceliners, plural of spaceliner. Spacelines, plural of spaceline. Spaceling, a creature from outer space. Spacelings, plural of spaceling. Spaceor, the teaching, knowledge, study, or science of outer space. Spacely, of relating to or pertaining to space, especially outer space, space-like. Spaceman, an astronaut, often a male astronaut. Spacemanship, the ability to pilot a spacecraft. Spaceman, plural of spaceman. Spacenic, one who travels into space, an astronaut. Spaceniks, plural of spacenic. Spacepad, a launch pad for spacecraft. Spacepads, plural of spacepad. Spaceplane, a rocket plane designed to pass the edge of space, combining certain features of aircraft and spacecraft. Spaceplanes, plural of spaceplane. Spaceport, a site for launching spacecraft. Spaceports, plural of spaceport. Space power, military power as it relates to space. Spaceproof, resistant to the effects of outer space. Spacequake, a tremor in space or spacetime. Spacequakes, plural of spacequake. Spacer, a person who works or lives in space. Spacer DNA, synonym of intergenic spacer. Spacers, plural of spacer. Spaces, plural of space. Spaces of the star, plural of space of the star. Spaces of the set. Plural of space of the set. Spaces out. Third person singular simple present indicative of space out. Spacescape, a panoramic view of space interplanetary vacuum. Spacescapes, plural of spacescape. Spacescraper, a building that is tall enough to reach outer space. Spacescrapers, plural of spacescraper. Space shifting. The broadcasting of electronic media from one device to another. Spaceship, a vehicle that flies through space. Spaceship Earth, the planet Earth, regarded as a closed system with limited resources. Spaceship-like, resembling a spaceship. Spaceships, plural of spaceship. Spacey, suffering from space sickness. Space sickness, alternative form of space sickness. Space-eye, in space. Spacesuit, alternative spelling of spacesuit. Spacesuited, wearing a spacesuit. Spacesuits. Plural of spacesuit. Spacin, a style of synthesizer-based disco music with futuristic themes. Spacetime, the four-dimensional continuum of the three spatial dimensions plus time. Spacetime metric, a mathematical tool used in the theory of relativity to describe the curvature of space and time. Spacetime metrics, plural of spacetime metric. Spacetime physics, the physics of the four-dimensional continuum and the theory of relativity. Spacetime singularities, plural of spacetime singularity. Spacetime singularity, synonym of gravitational singularity. Spacetimes, plural of spacetime. Space travel, alternative spelling of space travel. Spacewalk, any activity by an astronaut outside of a spacecraft or space station in space. Spacewalked, simple past and past participle of spacewalk. Spacewalker, an astronaut engaging in a spacewalk or other activity outside the spacecraft. Spacewalkers, plural of spacewalker. Spacewalking, present participle and gerund of spacewalk. Spacewalks, plural of spacewalk. Spaceward, towards outer space. Spacewards, towards outer space. Spaceway, a route used for travel or shipping in outer space. Spaceways, plural of spaceway. Spacewear, clothes to be worn in space. Spacewise, alternative form of spacewise. Spacewise, with respect to space. Spacewoman, a female astronaut. Spacewomen, plural of spacewoman. Spaceworthiness, the state or condition of being spaceworthy. Spaceworthy, suitable for a launch into or travel through space. Spacewreck, the wreckage of a spacecraft. Spacewrecked, having been wrecked in space. Spacewrecks, plural of spacewreck. Spacer, an employee of the American spacecraft manufacturer, launcher, and satellite communications corporation SpaceX. Spacers, plural of spacer. Spacey, alternative spelling of spacey. Spatial, alternative spelling of spatial. Spatiality, alternative spelling of spatiality. Spatialization, misspelling of spatialization. Spatially, archaic form of spatially. Spacer, comparative form of spacey, more spacey. Spaciest, superlative form of spacey, most spacey. Spaciness, the state or quality of being spacey. Spacing, present participle and gerund of spac. Spacing, present participle and gerund of space. Spacing out, present participle and gerund of space out. Spacings, plural of spacing. Spatio, misspelling of spatio. Spatiocultural, misspelling of spatiocultural. Spaziosity, the property of being spacious. Spatiostructural, misspelling of spatiostructural. Spatiotemporal, misspelling of spatiotemporal. Spatiotemporally, misspelling of spatiotemporally. Spacious, having plenty of space, roomy. Spaciously, in a spacious manner. Spaciousness, the state or quality of being spacious. Spaciousnesses, plural of spaciousness. Spacistor, a kind of transistor developed in the 1950s. Spacistors, plural of spacistor. That, a person with cerebral palsy. Spat attack, a fit of foolish rage, a tantrum. Spac attacks, plural of spac attack. Spacker, a person with cerebral palsy. Spatters, plural of spacker. Spatier, comparative form of spacky, more spacky. Spatties, plural of spacky. Spattius, superlative form of spacky, most spacky. Tobacco, alternative letter case form of spackle. Tobaccoed, simple past and past participle of spackle. Spackler, agent noun of spackle, one who spackles. Spacklers, plural of spackler. Tobaccals, third person singular simple present indicative of spackle. Spackling, present participle and gerund of spackle. Spackling paste, a type of putty used to fill small holes in surfaces. Spackling pastes, plural of spackling pastes. Spacklings, plural of spackling. Spackman, a surname. Spackmans, plural of spackman. Spacko, a person with cerebral palsy. Spackos, plural of spacko. Tabas, plural of spack. Spatty, incompetent or physically uncoordinated. Ibas, plural of spack. Ibas, plural of spack. Spacua, alternative form of spatula. Spatula, a geographical region of Croatia. Spacey, spaced out. That, initialism of signal passed at danger. SBA, alternative letter case form of SPAD special advisor. A government advisor, often in a political or media role. Amata, a surname from Italian. Spadapple, alternative form of spadable. Spatafora, a surname from Italian. Spataforas, plural of spatafora. Spadate, an orthorhombic mineral containing hydrogen, magnesium, oxygen, and silicon. Spadaro, a surname from Italian. Spadaros, plural of spadero. Sabatas, plural of spada. Spadasen, a fighter, duelist. Spadasinasai, the act of coaxing someone, usually through insult, into initiating a swordsman's duel and subsequently killing that person with superior skill so as to commit legal murder. Spadassinicides, plural of spadasinici. Spadasins, plural of spadasin. The battle, a little spade. Spaddles, plural of spaddle. Spade, a surname. Spade feet, plural of spade foot. Spade foot, alternative form of spadefoot. Spade foots, plural of spade foot. Spade fork, synonym of digging fork. Spade forks, plural of spade fork. Spade man, a man who works with a spade. Spade mashie, a kind of golf club, the number 6 iron. Spade mashies, plural of spade mashie. Spade men, plural of spade man. Spade money, an early form of coin and commodity money used during the Zhou dynasty in China. Spade monies, plural of spade money. Spade feet, plural of spade foot. Spade foot, alternative form of spade foot. Spade foots, plural of spade foot. Spade handed, having large spatulate hands. Spade man, alternative form of spade man. Spade man, plural of spade man. Spade's tooth whale, a whale of species Mesoplodon traversii. Spade worker, alternative form of spade worker. Spade workers, plural of spade worker. Spadea, a page that is folded vertically around a section of a newspaper covering part of the front and back pages, usually carrying advertising. Spadeapple, able to be shifted using a spade. Spadias, plural of spadia. Spadedil, any of the birds in the genus Platyrhynchus. Spadedills, plural of spadebill. Spadebone, shoulder belay. Spade bones, plural of spade bone. Spa-dead, simple past and past participle of spad. Spade, simple past and past participle of spade. Spade eat, plural of spadefoot. Spadefish, any of several marine fish of the family Aphopidae. Spadefishes, plural of spadefish. Spadefoot, any member of several groups of burrowing toads with a spade-like appendage on the hind legs. Spadefoot toad, synonym of spadefoot. Spadefoots, plural of spadefoot. Spadeful, the amount held or moved by a spade at once. Spadefuls, plural of spadeful. Spadeless, without a spade. Spade-like, resembling or characteristic of a spade. Spadelid, any chaetognath in the family Spadelidae. Spadewem, alternative form of spade man. Spademan, plural of spademan. Spader, a surname from German. Spaders, plural of spader. Spades, plural of spade. Spadesful, plural of spadeful. Spadesman, a man who uses a spade or shovel. Spadesman, plural of spadesman. Spedi tau, a mutation and associated gene affecting the trunk mesoderm in some fish embryos. Spedi tails, plural of spady tail. Spade-wise, in the style of a spade. Spade work, work done by digging with a spade. Spade worker, one who does spade work, now especially in the figurative sense of preparatory work. Spade workers, plural of spade worker. Spadger, a sabaro. Spadgers, plural of spadger. Spadia, alternative spelling of spadia. Spadias, plural of spadia. Spadaceous, of a bright clear brown or chestnut color. Spadices, plural of spadix. Spaticiform, resembling a spadix. Spadicose, synonym of spadaceous. Spadileo, obsolete form of spadle. Spadella, the queen of clubs in certain games. Spadel, the ace of spades in amber and quadrille. Spadileo, obsolete form of spadle. Spadello, obsolete form of spadle. Spadello, obsolete form of spadle. Spadina, a place name in Toronto, Ontario, Canada. Spading, present participle and gerund of spad. Spading, present participle and gerund spade. Spading fork, synonym of digging fork. Spading forks, plural of spading fork. Spadings, plural of spading. Spadiner, a style of YouTube poop that heavily uses sound bites and editing techniques considered cliché. Spadiners, plural of spadin. Spadiner, a style of YouTube poop that heavily uses sound bites and editing techniques considered cliché. Spadiners, plural of spadiner. Spadish, speaking plainly, without euphemism or diplomacy. Spadix, a fleshy spike inflorescence with reduced flowers, usually enclosed by a spathe characteristic of airwoods. Spadixes, plural of spadix. Spado, someone who has been castrated, a eunuch or castrato. Spados, plural of spado. Spadona, a wing feather from a juvenile ostrich. Spadones, plural of spadona. Spadone, alternative form of spadona. Spadones, plural of spado. Spadoni, a surname from Italian. Spadones, plural of spadoni. Spados, plural of spado. Spadroon, a single-handed, lightweight sword. Spadroons, plural of spadroon. That plural of spad. Asbiads, plural of asbiad. Ibads, plural of spad. Spedi, a surname. Spades, plural of spady. Ibi, to divine, foretell. Speak rat, the magical art of foretelling the future used especially in heathenry. Speak rat, alternative form of speak raft. Ibi, simple past and past participle of spe. Ibino, synonym of speecraft, magical divination of the future. Te, present participle and gerund of spe. Abima, prophet. The vinner. Speeman, plural of speeman. Sver, one who spees or foretells, a diviner. The where, plural of spare. Ibius, third person singular simple present indicative of spe. The p, a surname. Spies, plural of spieth. Spätzle, a heavy egg noodle or dumpling used in the cuisine of southern Germany and Austria. Spätzels, plural of Spätzle. Spätwife, female fortuneteller. Spätwives, plural of Spätwife. Spätwoman, a female prophet or diviner. Spätwoman, plural of Spätwoman. To ejaculate on or in. Abaft, simple past and past participle of spaff. Spaffe, present participle and gerund of spaff. Spafford, a surname. Spaffords, plural of Spafford. Abaffs, third person singular simple present indicative of spaff. Spafflick Assassin, misspelling of Sparflick Sassin. Spag, acronym of spelling, punctuation, and grammar, a set of criteria used in marking certain examinations. Spag, flipping of spaghetti. Spag bar, alternative form of spag ball. Spag bogs, plural of spag bar. Spag ball, flipping of spaghetti bolognese. Spag balls, plural of spag ball. Spag ball, alternative form of spag ball. Spageric, alternative form of spageric. Spaghetteries, plural of spaghettery. Spaghettery, a restaurant that sells spaghetti. Spaghetti, a type of pasta made in the shape of long thin strings. Spaghetti and meatballs, an Italian-American dish consisting of spaghetti, tomato sauce, and meatballs. Spaghetti bender, an Italian-American. Spaghetti benders, plural of spaghetti bender. Spaghetti bolognese, alternative spelling of spaghetti bolognese. Spaghetti bolognese, a dish of spaghetti with bolognese sauce. Spaghetti bologneses, plural of spaghetti bolognese. Spaghetti bowl, a complicated freeway interchange. Spaghetti bowl effect, a multiplication of free trade agreements supplanting multilateral World Trade Organization negotiations as an alternative path toward globalization. Spaghetti bowl effects, plural of spaghetti bowl effect. Spaghetti bowls, plural of spaghetti bowl. Spaghetti chart, a spaghetti diagram. Spaghetti charts, plural of spaghetti chart. Spaghetti code, unstructured or poorly structured program source code, especially code with many go-to statements or their equivalent. Spaghetti diagram, a graphical aid used to assist in the creation of efficient manufacturing practices by depicting the actual physical movement and distances involved in manufacturing processes. Spaghetti diagrams, plural of spaghetti diagram. Spaghetti dress, a dress with spaghetti straps at the shoulders. Spaghetti dresses, plural of spaghetti dress. Spaghetti junction, a complicated interchange with many intertwining roads. Spaghetti junctions, plural of spaghetti junction. Spaghetti model, an illustration of different statistical outcomes that may be plotted from the same set of data. Spaghetti models, plural of spaghetti model. Spaghetti pizza, a type of pizza whose crust is made from spaghetti. Spaghetti pizzas, plural of spaghetti pizza. Spaghetti sauce, a tomato-based sauce for pasta dishes. Spaghetti sauces, plural of spaghetti sauce. Spaghetti sort, a linear time algorithm for sorting a sequence of items, analogous to standing a number of strands of spaghetti of different lengths upright on a surface and noting the order in which they are encountered when lowering one's hand from above. Spaghetti sorts, plural of spaghetti sort. Spaghetti squash, an oblong seed-bearing variety of winter squash in the species Cucurbita pepo. Spaghetti squashes, plural of spaghetti squash. Spaghetti strap, a very thin shoulder strap on a dress, etc. Spaghetti straps, plural of spaghetti strap. Spaghetti string, a string-forming part of a tennis racket strung according to the spaghetti stringing method. Spaghetti stringing, a style of stringing a tennis racket with 2 sets of main strings and 5 parallel pairs of cross strings that are not interwoven with those main strings, designed to impart maximum spin to the ball. Spaghetti strings, plural of spaghetti string. Spaghetti tongs, tongs with comb-like ends for serving spaghetti and similar pasta. Spaghettiac, to spaghetti make or become tangled. Spaghetti western, alternative letter case form of spaghetti western. Spaghetti western, a motion picture depicting a story of cowboys and desperados set in the American Old West, but produced by an Italian-based company and filmed in Europe, notably in Italy. Spaghetti westerns, plural of spaghetti western. Spaghetti westerns, plural of spaghetti western. Spaghetti worm, worms with either their whole bodies or filaments attached to their bodies looking like spaghetti. Spaghetti worms, plural of spaghetti worm. Spaghetti strung, of a tennis racket, strung according to the spaghetti stringing method. Spaghetted, simple past and past participle of spaghetti. Spaghettisque, resembling or characteristic of spaghetti. Spaghettification, the gravitational stretching of objects into long, thin shapes, usually near a black hole. Spaghettify, having undergone spaghettification. Spaghettifies, third person singular simple present indicative of spaghettify. Spaghettify, to stretch an object into a long thin shape under the influence of a very strong gravitational field gradient, such as found near a black hole. Spaghettifying, present participle and gerund of spaghettify. Spaghetti, present participle and gerund of spaghetti. Spaghettiless, without spaghetti. Spaghetti-like, resembling spaghetti, entangled or confused. Spaghettini, a form of thin spaghetti. Spaghettinins, plural of spaghettini. Spaghettis, plural of spaghetti. Spaghetto, a single strand of spaghetti. Spaghetti, a form of thick spaghetti. Spagyric, alternative form of spagyric. Spagyrical, alternative form of spagyrical. Spagyrically, alternative form of spagyrically. Spagyrus, alternative form of spagyrist. Spagyrus, plural of spagyrus. Spaglumic acid, N-acetylus barbitylglutamic acid, a neuropeptide and the third third most prevalent neurotransmitter in the mammalian nervous system. Spagnola, a surname. Spagnolis, plural of spagnola. Spagnolti, a surname from Italian. Spagnoli, a surname. Spagnolis, plural of Spagnoli. Spagnolo, a surname from Italian in turn originating as an ethnonym. Spagnolos, plural of Spagnolo. Spagnuolo, a surname. Spagnuolos, plural of Spagnuolo. Spador, someone who visits a spa. Spagors, plural of spagor. Spagyric, pertaining to alchemy, alchemical, especially regarding medicine. Spagyrical, alchemical, spagyric. Spagyrically, in a spagyric way, according to alchemical principles. Spagyrics, plural of spagyric. Spagyrus, an alchemist, especially one who tried to discover remedies for diseases. Spagyrists, plural of spagyrus. Spabad, the title of the military commander or commander-in-chief in Sassanid Persia. Spabads, plural of spabad. Tbe, archaic form of spahai. Tbeyes, plural of spahi. Spahai, an Ottoman Turkish Empire cavalryman, especially as recruited under a land-based system. Spahis, plural of spahai. Taban, a surname. Tabans, plural of spawn. Spaho, a surname from Albanian. Tavar, a surname. Ibaz, plural of spar. Spe, a surname. Spades, plural of spade. Spec, obsolete form of spay. Spake, obey. Spaken, present participle and gerund of spake. Spakes, third person singular simple present indicative of spake. Abaya, a country and so in Europe, including most of the Iberian Peninsula. Official name, Kingdom of Spain. Capital and largest city, Madrid. Abaya, obsolete form of Spain. Spain hour, a surname from German. Spain hours, plural of Spain hour. Spain hour, a surname from German. Spain howers, plural of Spain hour. The back, a surname from Russian. Tbake, a surname. Spakely, quickly, speedily, nimbly. Spaken, past participle of speak. Spakes, plural of spake. Spakis, second person singular simple past indicative of speak. Speka, alternative third person singular past of speak. Spakona, a seeress, a prophetess in Old Norse society. Spakonas, plural of spakona. Zabas, plural of spack. Spaky, specky, speckled, marked with specks. Spala said, any member of the Spalacidae, the mole rats, bamboo rats, and zockers. Spalacids, plural of spalacid. Spalacine, any mole rat of the subfamily Spalacinae. Spalacines, plural of spalacine. Spalacolstein, of or pertaining to the genus Spalacolis. Spalacoler, any extinct mammal of the family Spalacoideae. Spalacothers, plural of spalacother. Spalacudere. Alternative form of spalacuther. Spalacutherades. Plural of spalacutherea. Spalacutheroid. Relating to or characteristic of the spalacuthers. Tsbald. Disablit. Tsbalded. Simple past and past participle of spald. Spalding, a market town in South Holland District, Lincolnshire, England. OS Grid Ref TF 2422. Spalding County, one of 159 counties in Georgia, United States. County seat, Griffin. Spalding peafowl, a hybrid between the green peafowl and the Indian peafowl. Spaldonian, a person from Spalding, Lincolnshire, England. Spaldonians, plural of Spaldonian. Spalds, third person singular simple present indicative of spald. Spale, a chip or splinter of wood. Tabales, plural of spale. Spalai, resembling a spa. Spaling, synonym of spale. Spalings, plural of spaling. A surname. Spala, a surname from Italian. Spallable, suitable for being spalled. Spalas, plural of spalla. Spallate, to undergo or subject to spallation. Spallation, fragmentation due to stress or impact, or any pattern of surface damage created thereby. Spallations, plural of spallation. Bald, simple past and past participle of spall. Splather, a tool used to remove concrete. Spallers, plural of spaller. Spalling, present participle and gerund of spall. Spallings, plural of spalling. Spallogenic, formed by spallation. Spallum, a surname from Italian. Spallons, plural of spallum. Debaus, plural of spall. Spalnoi, a hamlet in Borkovsky Selsoviet, Sajansky Rayon, Kursk Oblast, Central Federal District, Russia, situated on the banks of the river Syal. Spalpine, a poor migratory farm worker in Ireland, often viewed as a rascal or mischievous and cunning person. Spalpines, plural of spalpine. Bepot, spelter. Spalte, simple past and past participle of spalt. Spalting, any coloration of wood, either living or dead, by fungi, which is considered visually or texturally appealing. Biochemical responses by the tree are not included within the scope of spalting. Spaltings, plural of spalting. Spalts, third person singular simple present indicative of spalt. Tabao, alternative form of spam tinned meat product. Tabao, unsolicited bulk electronic messages. Spam account, a personal social media, chiefly Instagram account separate from one's public or main account, where one generally posts more raw, personal content compared to the main account, which features more polished, curated posts. Spam accounts, plural of span account. Spam in a can, astronauts whose mission involves confinement in a small space capsule. Spam killer, a program that automatically deletes spam unsolicited commercial email. Spam killers, plural of spam killer. Spam musubi, a food common in Hawaii made of cooked spam tied to a block of rice with nori, differing from sushi in that the rice is not vinaigared. Spam musubis, plural of spam musubi. Spam relay, an open proxy used to send spam. Spam relays, plural of spam relay. Spam block, text inserted into an email address in order to make it invalid, though still readable to a human being. For example, in JSmith as example .com, the at and symbols have been replaced with literal text to prevent automated spam bots from finding the email address while still leaving it readable. Spam blocked, simple past and past participle of spam block. Spam blocking, present participle and gerund of spam block. Spam blocks, plural of spam block. Spam blog, a weblog used to disseminate spam rather than actual original content. Spam blogs, plural of spam blog. Spambot, a bot that sends mass junk email. Spambots, plural of spambot. Spandexing, the inclusion of deliberately misleading terms on a website in order to manipulate its ranking in a search engine. Spamference, a junk conference publicized through spam, unsolicited electronic mail, or online postings. Spamferences, plural of spamference. Spamfic, a short or quickly written fanfic. Spamfics, plural of spamfic. Spamless, without spam electronic junk mail. Spamly, resembling or characteristic of spam junk electronic mail. Spammable, that can be spammed, susceptible to spamming. Spamedish, spamming, sending junk mail in electronic format. Spamation, the act of spamming a body of spam text. Abound, simple past and past participle of spam. Spammer, someone who sends spam. Spammers, plural of spammer. Spammer, comparative form of spammy, more spammy. Spamist, superlative form of spammy, most spammy. Spaminess, the degree or quality of being spammy. Spamming, present participle and gerund of spam. Spammings, plural of spamming. Spamish, pertaining to or resembling spam, spammy. Debane, of pertaining to, being, or resembling spam junk email. Spamouflage, attempts to disguise spam as legitimate messages. Spampinato, a surname from Italian. Spampinatos, plural of spampinato. Spamproof, resistant to spamming the bulk sending of unsolicited messages. Tabaos, plural of spam. Spamzalaw, a meal of spam luncheon meat with fried rice and fried egg. Spammed hard, one who sends spam, a spammer. Spamtards, plural of spamtard. Spamtrap, a honeypot used to collect spam. Spam traps, plural of spamtrap. Spamvertise, to engage in spamvertising. Spamvertise, simple past and past participle of spamvertise. Spamvertisement, a piece of spamvertising. Spamvertisements, plural of spamvertisement. Spamvertiser, one who spamvertises. Spamvertisers, plural of spamvertiser. Spamvertises, third person singular simple present indicative of spamvertise. Spamvertising, the practice of sending spam email or of posting similar material on a wiki, blog, or notice board in order to advertise or attract search engines to a website. Spamvertise, misspelling of spamvertise. Spamvertise, simple past and past participle of spamvertise. Spamvertisement, a type of unsolicited email spam that specifically advertises a product. Spamvertisements, plural of spamvertisement. Spamvertises, third person singular simple present indicative of spamvertise. Spamvertising, present participle of spamvertise. Spamich, a sandwich having spam type of tin meat as its primary filling. Spamwiches, plural of spamich. SPA, acronym of Suicide Prevention Advocacy Network. SPA, a surname. Spanblock, any of the blocks at the topmast and top-gallant mast heads for the studding sail halyards. Span blocks, plural of span block. Span counter, an Old English children's game in which one throws a counter on the ground and another tries to hit it with his counter or to get his counter so near it that he can span the space between them and touch both the counters. Span iron, a special kind of harpoon, usually secured just below the gunwale of a whaleboat. Span irons, plural of span iron. Span of control, the number of subordinates directly reporting to a supervisor. Span roof, a common roof having two slopes and one ridge with eaves on both sides. Span roofs, plural of span roof. Span round, simple past of spin round. Span shackle, a large bolts driven through the forecastle deck with a triangular shackle in the head to receive the heel of the old-fashioned fish davit. Span shackles, plural of span shackle. Span new, brand new. Spanemia, a condition of impoverishment of the blood, a morbid state in which the red corpuscles or other important elements of the blood are deficient. Spanemias, plural of spanemia. Spanemic, of or relating to spanemia, having impoverished blood. Spanakopita, a Greek dish made with pre-cooked spinach, butter, olive oil, cheese, green onions, egg, and seasoning in Philip pastry. Spanakopitas, plural of spanakopita. Spanakopites, plural of spanakopita. Spanakorizo, a Greek pilaf dish of rice and spinach. Spanbauer, a surname from German. Spanbauers, plural of Spanbauer. Spanber, synonym of Shikotan. Spanberme, synonym of Shikotan. Spamberger, a surname. Spamsel, a rope or fetter used to hobble a horse or other animal. Spanselt, simple past and past participle of spansel. Spanseling, present participle and gerund of spansel. Spanselt, simple past and past participle of spansel. Spanseling, present participle and gerund of spansel. Spansols, plural of spansel. Spentau, the westernmost borough of Berlin. Spander, the ship of characters Spike and Xander Harris from the television series Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Spandex, a synthetic fiber known for its exceptional elasticity. Spandex, wearing spandex. Spandexes, plural of spandex. Spandai, a combination of spessartine and andradite, coffee-rich spessartine or MNL-rich andradite. Spandites, plural of spandite. Spandrel, the space often more or less triangular between the outer curve of an arch, the extrados, and a straight-sided figure that bounds it, the space between two contiguous arches and a straight feature above them. Spandrel, having one or more spandrels. Spandrels, plural of spandrel. Spandrel, alternative spelling of spandrel. Spandrels, plural of spandrel. Spande, neek. Fine, very good. The bang, twing, to spien. To bend, simple past and past participle of Spain. Spanemia, alternative form of Spanenia. Spanemic, alternative form of Spanemic. Tenera, a scarcity of males. Spains, third person singular simple present indicative of Spain. Spangvallo, a surname from Italian. Spangvallos, plural of Spain. Vello. Spa, a surname. Spanu, alternative form of Spanu. Spanva, a community in Spangatensta Borough County of Stockholm, Sweden. To beg, to beg, particularly using the phrase spare change. Spang, simple past and past participle of spang. Spanjo, the ship of characters Spike and Angel from the television series Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Spantenburg, a surname. Spangenbergs, plural of Spandenburg. Spangenhelm, a kind of medieval European combat helmet, constructed of several plates connected by bands into a conical covering for the top of the head, sometimes with a nasal, eye protection, or cheek plates. Spangenhelms, plural of Spangenhelm. Spanger, beggar, one who uses the phrase spare change. Spangers, plural of spanger. Spanges, third person singular simple present indicative of spange. Spanghew, to strike a frog or toad and cause to fly in the air, to inflate a frog and bowl it across the surface of a pond. Spanghewed, simple past and past participle of spanghew. Spanghewing, present participle and gerund of spanghew. Spanghews, third person singular simple present indicative of spanghew. Spanning, present participle and gerund of spang. Spangnite, a supposed mineral, now believed to be philipsite. Spangval, a surname. Spangled, simple past and past participle of spangle. Spangled coquette, Lophornes stictolophus, a trocholid hummingbird of South America. Spangled coquettes, plural of spangled coquette. Spangled kookaburra, a kookaburra of the Aru Islands with blue wings and tail, a white chest and belly, dark eyes, and a striking white spotted black head, Decilotyro. Spangled kookaburras, plural of spangled kookaburra. Spanglets, second person singular simple past indicative of spangle. Spangler, a surname. Spanglers, plural of spangler. Spangles, plural of spangle. Spanglist, second person singular simple present indicative of spangle. Spanglet, a small spangle. Spangola, third person singular simple present indicative of spangle. Spangle top, a grass of the genus Leptich-Loa. Spanglets, plural of spanglet. Spanglier, comparative form of spangly, more spangly. Spangliest, superlative form of spangly, most spangly. Spangling, that spangles, glittering, sparkling. Spanglings, plural of spangling. Spanglish, a language blend of English and Spanish spoken by both Latinas, Latinos, and Anglo-Americans. Spangoy, decorated with spangles, sparkly. Spangled, an alloy of gold with copper and aluminium, having a spangled appearance with tiny sparkling facets. Spanglite, a dark green, basic aluminous silicate mineral of copper with the chemical formula Cu6-also-OH Cl3H2O. Spanglites, plural of spanglite. Spangs, plural of spang. Spaniard, a person from Spain or of Spanish descent. Spaniards Bay, a town in Newfoundland, Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Spaniardes, a female Spaniard. Spaniardesses, plural of Spaniardes. Spaniardization, the process or result of Spaniardizing. Spaniardize, to make Spanish, to convert to Spanish customs, language, etc. Spaniardized, simple past and past participle of Spaniardize. Spaniardizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Spaniardize. Spaniardizing, present participle and gerund of Spaniardize. Spaniards, plural of Spanier. Spaniel, any of various small to medium-sized breeds of gun dog having a broad muzzle, long, wavy fur, and long ears that hang at the side of the head, bred for flushing and retrieving game. Spanieled, simple past and past participle of spaniel. Spanieling, present participle and gerund of spaniel. Spanieled, simple past and past participle of spaniel. Spaniele, resembling or characteristic of a spaniel. Spanieling, present participle and gerund of spaniel. Spaniels, plural of spaniel. Spaniel, any fly of the subfamily Spaniani. Spanians, plural of Spaniine. Spanakopita, alternative spelling of Spanakopita. Sabanin, any of a particular class of cytoplasmic lyses proteins. Spaining, present participle and gerund of Spain. Spanans, plural of Spanin. Spanialize, alternative form of Spanialize. Spanialized, simple past and past participle of Spanialize. Spanializes, third person singular simple present indicative of Spanialize. Spanializing, present participle and gerund of Spanialize. Spanialitment, a particular fraction of litmus. Spanialize, to make Spanish. Spanialized, simple past and past participle of Spanialize. Spanializes, third person singular simple present indicative of Spanialize. Spanializing, present participle and gerund of Spanialize. To Spanish, of or pertaining to Spain. Spanish America. Hispanic America. Spanish American, synonym of Hispanic American. Spanish Americans, plural of Spanish American, Spanish Arabic, Andalusian Arabic a language, Spanish Armada, the fleet of warships sent by Philip Roman II of Spain against England in 1588. Spanish athlete, a bullshitter. Spanish athletes, plural of Spanish athlete. Spanish bayonet, any of various plants with narrow leaves coming to a sharp point. Spanish bayonets, plural of Spanish bayonet. Spanish black, a black pigment obtained by charring cork. Spanish boot, a torture device that encases and crushes the foot and leg. Spanish boots, plural of Spanish boot. Spanish broom, Spartium gentium, a flowering plant in the family Fabaceae, native to the Mediterranean, with many flexible rush-like twigs. Spanish brooms, plural of Spanish broom. Spanish brown, a kind of earth used in painting, having a dark reddish-brown color due to the presence of sesquioxide of iron. Spanish browns, plural of Spanish brown. Spanish buckeye, a small tree Unnatia speciosa of Texas, New Mexico, etc. related to the buckeye, but having pinnate leaves and a three-seeded fruit. Spanish buckeyes, plural of Spanish buckeye. Spanish Burton, a purchase composed of two single blocks, or double Spanish Burton, one double and two single blocks. Spanish Burtons, plural of Spanish Burton. Spanish cedar, a tree in the Chinaberry family, taxonomic name Cedrela odorata. Spanish cedars, plural of Spanish cedar. Spanish chalk, a variety of steatite obtained from Aragon in Spain. Spanish cherry, a tree, Mimmus obsilengi. Spanish chestnut, Castanea sativa, a deciduous tree with edible deep brown, nut-like fruits. The fruits have a little white, fluffy tail. Spanish chestnuts, plural of Spanish chestnut. Spanish clover, synonym of Kaimi. Spanish coat, the Chantental. Spanish coats, plural of Spanish coat. Spanish cress, a kind of peppergrass Lepidium cardamines. Spanish cubit, synonym of kodo. Spanish cubits, plural of Spanish cubit. Spanish dagger, any of several species of flowering plant in the genus Yucca, especially Yucca gloriosa. Spanish daggers, plural of Spanish dagger. Spanish dancer, a species of nudibranch sea slug, Hexabranchus sanguineus, commonly growing up to a maximum length of 25 cm, with some reports to 40 cm in the Red Sea. Spanish dancers, plural of Spanish dancer. Spanish donkey, a torture device consisting of a very narrow vertical surface where the victim is made to sit with heavy objects attached to their feet. Spanish donkeys, plural of Spanish donkey. Spanish elm, any member of species Cordialeota, a flowering tree in the borage family, native to the American tropics. Spanish elms, plural of Spanish elm. Spanish Empire, a colonial empire that existed from 1492 to 1976. Spanish fever, synonym of Texas fever. Spanish Filipino, a Filipino of Spanish descent, whether mixed or pure Spaniard, typically born or raised in the Philippines. Spanish Filipinos, plural of Spanish Filipino. Spanish fir, a tree of species Abies Binsapo of Spain and Morocco. Spanish firs, plural of Spanish fir. Spanish fly, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see Spanish flag. Spanish flies, plural of Spanish fly. Spanish flu, alternative letter case form of Spanish flu. Spanish flu, alternative form of Spanish influenza. Spanish fly, a supposed aphrodisiac extracted from the beetle Lytta vesicatoria, cantharidin, the active ingredient of vesicant used as a defense by L. vesicatoria and other blister beetles. Spanish fowl, a particular breed of the domestic hen. Spanish fowls, plural of Spanish fowl. Spanish fox, a yarn twisted against its leg. Spanish foxes, plural of Spanish fox. Spanish furies, plural of Spanish fury. Spanish fury, a vindictive or rampant bloody pillage of cities in the Low Countries by Spanish regular or mutinous troops between the years 1572-1579, during the Dutch Revolt. Spanish gang, synonym of Ruy Lopez. Spanish grass, esparto. Spanish green, copper acetate. Spanish Guinea, a former colony of Spain in Central Africa, now called Equatorial Guinea. Spanish Guinean, of or from Spanish Guinea. Spanish Guineans, plural of Spanish Guinean. Spanish guitar, synonym of classical guitar. Spanish guitars, plural of Spanish guitar. Spanish ham, German Iberico. Spanish hams, plural of Spanish ham. Spanish handkerchief, the pigeon drop confidence trick. Spanish ibex, synonym of Iberian ibex. Spanish ibexes, plural of Spanish ibex. Spanish influenza, alternative letter case form of Spanish influenza. Spanish influenza, a form of influenza that spread to nearly every part of the world in a pandemic between 1918 and 1920, killing from 20 to 100 million people. Spanish Inquisition, an extension of the Papal Inquisition, established in 15th century Spain to investigate and punish converted Jews and Muslims thought to be insincere. Spanish iris, a bulbous iris, Iris xiphium, from the western Mediterranean. It has violet-purple flowers with a short perianth tube. Spanish irises, plural of Spanish iris. Spanish jasmine, a species of jasmine, Jasminum grandiflorum, native to much of subtropical Asia and eastern Africa. Spanish jasmines, plural of Spanish jasmine. Spanish juice, licorice. Spanish lace, needlepoint lace brought from Spanish convents since their dissolution, but probably of Flemish origin. Spanish lake, an unincorporated community and census-designated place in St. Louis County, Missouri, United States. Spanish lavender, synonym of French lavender Lavandula stoches. Spanish lime, the Mimoncillomelococcus bijugatus. Spanish limes, plural of Spanish lime. Spanish line, synonym of linea Spanish unit of length. Spanish lines, plural of Spanish line. Spanish lynx, synonym of Iberian lynx. Spanish lynxes, plural of Spanish lynx. Spanish mackerel, Any member of the Scamarum aurini, a tribe of mackerel. Spanish mackerels. Plural of Spanish mackerel. Spanish Maine, the mainland coast of Spanish America. Spanish Mastiff, a breed of dog from Spain, originally bred to be a guard dog and whose specialized purpose is to be a livestock guardian dog protecting flocks and slash or herds from wolves and other predators. Spanish Mestiza, alternative letter case form of Spanish Mestiza. Spanish Mestiza, female equivalent of Spanish Mestizo, a female person of mixed ethnic Spanish Filipino and Austronesian Filipino ancestry. Spanish Mestizas, plural of Spanish Mestiza. Spanish Mestizas, plural of Spanish Mestiza. Spanish Mestizo, alternative letter case form of Spanish Mestizo. Spanish Mestizo, a person of mixed ethnic Spanish Filipino and Austronesian Filipino ancestry. Spanish Mestizos, plural of Spanish Mestizo. Spanish Mestizos, plural of Spanish Mestizo. Spanish moss, a gray epiphyte that hangs down from trees, Tillandsia usneoides, native to the southeastern U.S. and throughout humid tropical and subtropical parts of the Americas. Spanish mosses, plural of Spanish moss. Spanish nectarine, the plum-like fruit of the tree Chrysobalanus icaco, the cacaplum, found in the Caribbean and some parts of Africa. Spanish nectarines, plural of Spanish nectarine. Spanish needles, a flowering plant, taxonomic name Bidens alba. Spanish Netherlands, the southern part of the Low Countries, Netherlands, Belgium, and Luxembourg during and after the 80 Years' War, ruled by Spain and lasting from 1581 to 1713. Spanish omelet, alternative spelling of Spanish omelet. Spanish omelets, plural of Spanish omelet. Spanish omelet, a molded omelet made with the addition of fried potatoes and often onions. Spanish omelets, plural of Spanish omelet. Spanish onion, a relatively large variety of the onion, yellow or white in color and with a mild, sweet flavor. Spanish onions, plural of Spanish onion. Spanish opening, synonym of rye Lopez. Spanish oregano, a Mediterranean herb similar to thyme, Thimbra capitata, which smells and tastes like oregano and which is an important source for oil of oregano. Spanish paprika, synonym of pimento. Spanish peaks, a pair of prominent mountains located in southwestern Huerfano County, Colorado, United States. Spanish pepper, synonym of pepper tree. Spanish peppers, plural of Spanish pepper. Spanish plume, a weather pattern where hot air from the Iberian Peninsula flows towards northern Europe, often causing high temperatures and also severe thunderstorms. Spanish plumes, plural of Spanish plume. Spanish potato, sweet potato. Spanish potatoes, plural of Spanish potato. Spanish practices, irregular practices in favor of the workers at a place of work which are implied, but not specified, in the work contract. Spanish prisoner, somebody posing as a wealthy person of high status who has been imprisoned under a false identity, part of a confidence trick in which the mark is encouraged to give money to secure the release of the prisoner, who will then be in a position to give a reward. Spanish prisoners, plural of Spanish prisoner. Spanish red, an ochreous red pigment resembling Venetian red, but slightly yellower and warmer. Spanish reds, plural of Spanish red. Spanish reef, a knot tied in the head of a jib-headed sail. Spanish reefs, plural of Spanish reef. Spanish rice, synonym of Mexican rice. Spanish road, a land route which was used from 1567–1620 for military supply and trade and stretched from northern Italy to the Low Countries. Spanish Sahara, the territory of Western Sahara. Spanish sausage, chorizo. Spanish sausages, plural of Spanish sausage. Spanish shame, synonym of vicarious embarrassment. Spanish shames, plural of Spanish shame. Spanish sheep, a merino sheep. Spanish Sign Language, a language that uses hands, facial expressions, and other bodily behavior to communicate both concrete and abstract ideas. Spanish soap, Castal soap. Spanish solution, a train station layout with platforms on both sides of the track, where one side is used for boarding the train and the other side is used for alighting. Spanish solutions, plural of Spanish solution. Spanish sparrow, Passer hispaniolensis, a small passerine bird in the family Passeridae. Spanish sparrows, plural of Spanish sparrow. Spanish Springs, a census-designated place in Washoe County, Nevada, United States. Spanish studies, the study of Spanish and its literature. Spanish torture, synonym of Ruy Lopez. Spanish town, a town, the parish capital of St. Catherine Parish, Jamaica. Spanish Virgin Islands, a group of islands near Puerto Rico, west of the U.S. Virgin Islands, separated by a channel from them, under the administration of Puerto Rico. They are part of the Virgin Islands chain, but not part of the Virgin Islands archipelago, being separated by the Virgin Passage Channel. Spanish walk, a movement in which the horse raises the forelegs off the ground in an extreme upward and out manner with much expression. Spanish wall, a style of wall made from pieces of stone stuck together with lime, clay, etc. and then plastered or whitewashed. Spanish walls, plural of Spanish wall. Spanish water dog, a herding water dog originating in Spain. Spanish water dogs, plural of Spanish water dog. Spanish West Indies, Spanish colonial territories in the Caribbean, primarily Hispaniola, Cuba, Jamaica, and Puerto Rico. Spanish white, a powder prepared from chalk by pulverizing and repeated washings, used as a white pigment. Spanish whites, plural of Spanish white. Plural of Spanish white. Spanish windlass, a wooden roller with a rope wound about it, into which a marlin spike is thrust to serve as a lever. Spanish windlasses, plural of Spanish windlass. Plural of Spanish windlass. Spanish Yiddish, the Sephardic Romance language derived mostly from Old Spanish. Spanish-American War, a military conflict in the year 1898, fought between the United States of America and Spain. Spanish, simple past and past participle of Spanish. Spanisher, a Spanish person, Spaniard. Spanish person, Spaniard. Spanishers, plural of Spanisher. Spanishers, plural of Spanish. Spanishing, a printing process in which an ink is deposited on the bottom Spanishing, a printing process in which an ink is deposited on the bottoms and sides of depressions formed in a material, usually plastic. Spanishization, the process of Spanishizing. Spanishize, to make Spanish, to impose the culture or norms of Spain upon. Spanishize, simple past and past participle of Spanishize. Spanishizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Spanishize. Spanishizing, present participle and gerund of Spanishize. Spanishly, in a Spanish manner, in a way characteristic of Spaniards. Spanishness, the quality or state of being Spanish. Spanishy, somewhat Spanish, seemingly Spanish. To beck, to beat, smack or slap a person's buttocks or other vulnerable body part like the cheeks with a bare hand or other object as punishment or for sexual gratification. Spank bank, a mental stock of images or fantasies brought to mind when masturbating. Spank banks, plural of spank bang. Spank it, to masturbate. Spank out, to depart. Spank the monkey, to masturbate by stimulating one's penis. Spank you, thank you. Spank you very much, thank you very much. Spankable, suitable for spanking. Spankoversion, audiovisual pornographic material. Spanked, simple past and past participle of spank. Spanked it, simple past and past participle of spank it. Spanked out, simple past and past participle of spank out. Spanked the monkey, simple past and past participle of spank the monkey. Spanky, the receiver or victim of a spanking. Spankies, plural of spanky. Spanker, someone who spanks. Spanker masts, alternative spelling of spanker mast. Spanker masts, plural of spanker masts. Spanker masts, the aft mast on a schooner. Spanker masts, plural of spanker masts. Spankers, plural of spanker. Spankies, full underpants worn by cheerleaders, color coordinated as part of a matching outfit and designed to be seen under their skirts. Spankily, in a spanky manner. Spankin, pronunciation spelling of spanking. Spankiness, the quality of being spanky. Spanking, present participle of spank. Spanking it, present participle and gerund of spank it. Spanking new, utterly new as possible. Spanking out, present participle and gerund of spank out. Spankingly, in a spanking manner, vigorously, freshly. Spankings, plural of spanking. Spanko, a person with a fetish for spanking, usually, but not exclusively sexual. Spankophile, one who derives sexual pleasure from spanking or being spanked. Spankophiles, plural of spankophile. Spankos, plural of spanko. Spanks, plural of spank. Spanksit, third person singular simple present indicative of spank it. Spanks out, third person singular simple present indicative of spank out. Spanks the monkey, third person singular simple present indicative of spank the monkey. Spanktastic, sexually desirable, spankable. Spankry, worthy of being spanked. Specky, brand spanking new. Spanky pants, very short shorts resembling underwear and worn under cheerleader uniforms, etc. Sabamus, incapable of being spanned, vast. Spamlessness, the quality of being spanless, limitless extent. Spannable, able to be spanned. Spanned, simple past and past participle of span. Spaniel, spaniel, a dog breed. Spaneling, present participle and gerund of spaniel. Spaniels, plural of spanel. Spare, a hand tool for adjusting nuts and bolts. Spanner bar, a freshwater, open water, substrate egg scatterer fish commonly found in the Malay Peninsula and Borneo, Cystomus lataristrigis and Huntias lataristriga. Spanner barbs, plural of spanner bar. Spanner crab, Ranina ranina, a large-headed coastal crab of the Indian and West Pacific Oceans, prized for its meat. Spanner crabs, plural of spanner crab. Spanner in the works, something that disrupts smooth operation or functioning. Spanner, heavily intoxicated. Spannering, present participle and gerund of spanner. Spammerless, without the use of a spanner. Spanners, plural of spanner. Spanners in the works, plural of spanner in the works. Tabanas, second person singular simple present indicative of span. Spanning, present participle and gerund of span. Spanning tree, a tree structure which includes all vertices of a graph. Spanning trees, plural of spanning tree. Spannings, plural of spanning. Spano, a surname. Spanakopita, alternative spelling of Spanakopita. Spanacopitas, plural of Spanakopita. Spanophilia, love of the rare. Spanos, plural of spano. Depends, plural of span. Spans and snops, a game of marbles in which players take turns to shoot a marble at the other player's marble, aiming to hit it or land sufficiently close. Spanspec, a cantaloupe. Spanspecs, plural of spanspec. Spamsul, a capsule designed to release drugs at a steady rate over a period of hours, a sustained release capsule. Spamsules, plural of spansul. Spantagoi, misspelling of spathangoid. Spentai, any of a family of oligopeptides used as tachykin and antagonists. Spantides, plural of spanti. Spantoon, alternative form of spontoon. Spantoons, plural of spantoon. Spamwand, stuck astride a wall whilst attempting to climb over it. Spamwise, relating to the direction of a span. Spanworm, a measuring worm or inchworm Lepidoptera geometridae. Spanworms, plural of spanworm. Spapen, a surname from Dutch. Tavar, initialism of signal passed at red. Tavar, a surname. Spar boy, a tall, thin boy that floats upright in the water and is characterized by a small water plane area and a large mass. Spar boys, plural of spar boy. Spar deck, the upper deck of a ship. Spar decks, plural of spar deck. Spar torpedo, a weapon consisting of a bomb placed at the end of a long pole or spar attached to a boat and used by ramming the end of the spar into an enemy ship before detonating the bomb. Spar torpedoes, plural of spar torpedo. Spar torpedoes, plural of spar torpedo. Spar hawk, alternative form of sparrowhawk. Sparhawks, plural of sparhawk. Sparable, alternative form of spariable. Sparables, plural of sparable. Sparacino, a surname. Sparacinos, plural of sparacino. Sparaceo, a surname from Italian. Sparaceos, plural of sparaceo. Sparadrap, a Serequa. Sparadraps, plural of sparadrap. Sparagmac, relating to sparagmos. Sparagmite, a kind of Precambrian microcline and feldspar-rich rock found in Scandinavia. Sparagmos, the ritual tearing apart of a hero. Sparagrass, obsolete form of asparagus. Sparagus, obsolete form of asparagus. Sparano, a surname from Italian. Sparanos, plural of sparano. Sparafat, the hereditary title of the military commander-in-chief in ancient Armenia. Sparapats, plural of sparapat. Sparacid, any spider in the family Sparacidae. Sparacids, plural of sparacid. Sparasacinid, any extinct marsupial of the family Sparassasinidae. Sparassasinids, plural of Sparasacinid. Sparasodont, any of the Sparasodonta, an extinct order of carnivorous Metathurian mammals native to South America. Sparasodonts, plural of Sparasodont. Sparatoxin, any of a group of toxins produced by huntsman spiders. Sparatoxins, plural of sparatoxin. Sparaxis, any of several deciduous perennial flowering herbs of the genus Sparaxis from South Africa. Sparaxizes, plural of Sparaxis. Sparble, to scatter, disperse. Sparbled, simple past and past participle of sparble. Sparbles, third person singular simple present indicative of sparble. Sparbling, present participle and gerund of sparble. Sparse, obsolete form of sparse. Spare, a surname transferred from the nickname. Spare ball, the situation where all 10 pins are knocked down with the second throw in a frame. The points scored by the next ball rolled in the next frame are added to the spare's frame score. Spare balls, plural of spare ball. Spare change, synonym of small change coins in the pocket, ready to spend. Spare no effort, to do everything within one's powers to achieve something. Spare no expense, to be willing to pay as much as necessary to achieve an objective. Spare part, a component of any manufactured goods kept in reserve to replace one that fails, a spare. Spare parts, plural of spare part. Spare rib, alternative spelling of spare rib. Spare ribs, plural of spare rib, alternative form of spare ribs. Spare room, desk room. Spare room subsidy, synonym of bedroom tax. Spare rooms, plural of spare room. Spare someone the details. Do not give details about something mentioned, usually to avoid embarrassment or irrelevance. Spare someone's blushes, to save someone from embarrassment. Spare the rod and spoil the child. If one does not discipline a child, it will never learn obedience and good manners. Spare the rod and you will spoil the child. Alternative form of spare the rod and spoil the child. Spare the rod, spoil the child. Alternative form of spare the rod and spoil the child. Spare time. Free time. Spare tire. An extra wheel carried as a replacement in case of a flat. Spare tire well. A depression in the trunk of an automobile where the spare tire is stowed. Spare tire wells. Plural of spare tire well. Spare tires. Plural of spare tire. Spare tool. Synonym of fifth wheel. Spare tools. Plural of spare tool. Spare tire. An extra tire carried in case one of the vehicle's tires is damaged or deflated. Spare tire well. A depression in the boot of a motor car where the spare tire is stowed. Spare tire wells. Plural of spare tire well. Spare tires. Plural of spare tire. Spare wheel. An extra wheel held in reserve in a motor vehicle to be used in an emergency. Spare wheels. Plural of spare wheel. Sparrow. Alternative form of sparib. Sparibs. Plural of sparib. Alternative form of sparibs. Spariable. Capable of being spared. Available. Sparia. Of or relating to Austin Osman Spare 1886 1956, English artist and occultist. Spare. Simple past and past participle of spare. Spared no effort. Simple past of spare no effort. Spared someone the details. Simple past and past participle of spare someone the details. Spared someone's blushes. Simple past and past participle of spare someone's blushes. Spareful. Abstemious, lacking in appetite or vitality. Sparus. Unsparing. Spare. In a spare manner, sparsely or frugally. Spareness. The state or quality of being spare. Spameses. Plural of spareness. Spare. Comparative form of spare. More spare. Sparrow. A cut of meat including the rib bones. Sparibs. Plural of sparrow. Spares. Plural of sparer. Spares. Plural of spare. Spares no effort. Third person singular simple present. Indicative of spare no effort. Spares someone the details. Third person singular simple present indicative of spare someone the details. Spares someone's blushes. Third person singular simple present indicative of spare someone's blushes. Sparso. Economical, thrifty. Sparus. Superlative form of spare, most spare. Spara. Third person singular simple present indicative of spare. Sparfloxacin. A particular fluoroquinolone antibiotic. Spargana. Plural of sparganum. Sparganaceous. Of or relating to the Sparganaceae. Sparganium. Any of the plants of the genus Sparganium. Sparganiums. Plural of sparganium. Sparganosis. A parasitic infection caused by the plerocercoid larvae of Diphyllobothroid tapeworms in the genus Spirumtra. Sparganum. The plerocercoid larva of Spirumtra tapeworms responsible for sparganosis. Sparge, to sprinkle or spray. Sparge pipe, a pipe that sprays water due to a series of small holes. Sparge pipes, plural of sparge pipe. Sparged, simple past and past participle of sparge. Sparge of action, the act of sprinkling. Sparge of actions, plural of sparge of action. Sparger, a vessel with a perforated cover for sprinkling a liquid. Spargers, plural of sparger. Sparges, third person singular simple present indicative of sparge. Sparging, present participle and gerund of sparge. Spargo, a surname. Spargos, plural of spargo. Spargosis, distension of the breasts with milk. Sparham, a village and civil parish in Breckland District, Norfolk, England. OS Grid Ref TG 0719. Sparrams, plural of sparram. Sparhawk, alternative form of sparrowhawk. Sparhawks, plural of sparhawk. Sparrid, any of several perciform fishes of the family Sparidae. Sparrids, plural of sparrid. Sparing, prudent and restrained in the use of resources, careful, economical, or frugal. Sparing no effort, present participle and gerund of spare no effort. Sparing someone the details, present participle and gerund of spare someone the details. Sparing someone blushes, present participle and gerund of spare someone's blushes. Sparingly, in a sparing manner, with frugality, moderation, scantiness, reserve, forbearance, or the like, sparsely. Sparingness, the property of being sparing. Sparings, plural of sparing. Sparidic, relating to or consisting of spar well-defined crystals, usually carbonate. Spark, a surname. Spark angulmouth, Cygnopsbathophilus, a species of bioluminescent deepwater fish that lives in the bathypelagic. Spark angulmouths, plural of spark angulmouth. Spark arrestor, alternative spelling of spark arrestor. Spark arresters, plural of spark arrestor. Spark arrestor, any device that prevents the emission of flammable debris from combustion sources. Spark arresters, plural of spark arrestor. Spark bird, a particular bird that piques one's interest in bird watching. Spark birds, plural of spark bird. Spark coil, an induction coil used for producing sparks, as in an internal combustion engine. Spark coils, plural of spark coil. Spark gap, a gap between two electrical terminals across which sparks are generated. Spark gaps, plural of spark gap. Spark knock, the sound produced in an internal combustion engine by the ignition of the fuel-air mixture before the piston reaches top dead center. Spark knocks, plural of spark knock. Spark off, to initiate something by providing the necessary conditions. Spark out, completely asleep or unconscious. Spark plug, the part of an internal combustion engine which forms a high-voltage electric spark which ignites the fuel-air mixture to begin the power stroke. Spark plugs, plural of spark plug. Spark spread, the difference between the cost of the fuel required to produce a unit of electricity and the price of that same unit of electricity. Spark spreads. Plural of spark spread. Spark tests. An instance of spark testing. Spark tested. Simple past and past participle of spark test. Spark testing. A method of determining the general classification of ferrous materials that normally requires taking a piece of metal, usually scrap, to a grinding wheel and observing the sparks emitted. Spark tests. Plural of spark tests. Spark up. To rekindle. Sparkable. Capable of being sparked. Spark. A surname. Sparked. Simple past and past participle of spark. Sparked off. Simple past and past participle of spark off. Sparked out. Simple past and past participle of spark out. Sparked up. Simple past and past participle of spark up. Sparken. To spark or ignite in sparks. Sparkened. Simple past and past participle of sparken. Sparkening. Present participle and gerund of sparken. Sparkens. Third person singular simple present indicative of sparken. Sparker. One who or that which sparks or initiates. Sparkers. Plural of sparker. Sparks. A surname. Sparkacies. Plural of sparks. Sparkus. Second person singular simple present indicative of spark. Sparka. Third person singular simple present indicative of spark. Sparkford. A village and civil parish in Somerset, England, previously in South Somerset District OS Grid Ref SD 6026. Sparkful. Lively, vivacious, smart. Sparkgap. Alternative spelling of spark gap. Sparkgaps. Plural of spark gap. Sparkhill. An inner suburb of Birmingham, West Midlands, England, southeast of the city's centre OS Grid Ref SP 0983. Sparkian. Of or relating to Muriel Spark Nake Hamburg, 1918-2006, Scottish writer. Sparky. Alternative form of Sparky. Sparkier. Comparative form of Sparky, more Sparky. Sparkies. Plural of Sparky. Sparkiest. Superlative form of Sparky, most Sparky. Sparkily. In a sparky manner. Sparkin. Pronunciation spelling of spark. Sparkiness. The quality of being specky. Sparking. The act of producing a spark. Sparking off. Present participle and gerund of spark off. Sparking out. Present participle and gerund of spark out. Sparking plug. Spark plug. Sparking plugs. Plural of sparking plug. Sparking up. Present participle and gerund of spark up. Sparkingly. With or by sparks. Sparkings. Plural of sparking. Sparkish. Like a spark, airy, gay, lively. Sparkishly. In a sparkish manner. Sparkishness. The quality of being speckish. Sparkle. A little spark, a scintillation. Sparkle up. To zhoosh something, to make something more pretty and lively. Sparkleberries. Plural of sparkleberry. Sparkleberry. The farkleberry. Sparkled. Simple past and past participle of sparkle. Sparkled. up. Simple past and past participle of sparkle up. Sparkledar, a fictional anthropomorphic character, most commonly a canine or wolf, that has strikingly vibrant colors and patterns on its body. Other common features include unnatural combinations of physical traits, such as wings and horns being on a dog, human-styled hair, and excessive jewelry, piercings, and other man-made accessories. Sparkledogs, plural of sparkledar. Sparkleless, without sparkle. Sparklemuffin, a peacock spider, Meratus jactatus. Sparklemuffins, plural of sparklemuffin. Sparklepire, a vampire who sparkles, such as those featured in the Twilight series. Sparklepires, plural of sparklepire. Sparkler, a galaxy in Valens constellation in the aerial region of SMACS J0723-3 7327 SMACS 0723 at the time of discovery in 2022, containing some of the earliest known massive star clusters, globulars. Sparklers, plural of sparkler. Sparkles, plural of sparkle. Sparkles up, third person singular simple present indicative of sparkle up. Sparklesome, sparkly or sparkling. Sparkless, without a spark. Sparklessly, without sparks. Sparklessness, absence of sparks or figurative a creative spark. Sparkleless, second person singular simple present indicative of sparkle. Sparklet, a small spark. Sparkle, third person singular simple present indicative of sparkle. Sparklets, plural of sparklet. Sparklier, comparative form of sparkly, more sparkly. Sparklies, things that sparkle, gems. Sparkliest, superlative form of sparkly, most sparkly. Spark-like, resembling or characteristic of a spark. Sparkly, a small graph of data presented as a line without axes. Spark lines, plural of spark line. Sparkliness, the state or quality of being speckly. Sparkling, present participle and gerund of sparkle. Sparkling cider, a soft drink consisting of slightly carbonated apple juice to distinguish it from cider or hard cider, which is an alcoholic drink. Sparkling ciders, plural of sparkling cider. Sparkling Perries, plural of sparkling perry. Sparkling Perry, a champagne-style carbonated version of Perry pear cider. Sparkling up, present participle and gerund of sparkle up. Sparkling water, carbonated water served at table as drinking water, especially such water as has a lot of bubbles, high carbonation. Sparkling waters, plural of sparkling water. Sparkling wine, any wine that is effervescent because of dissolved carbon dioxide, either because of fermentation in bottle or by physical carbonation. Sparkling wines, plural of sparkling wine. Sparklingly, in a sparkling way. Sparklingness, the quality of being speckling. Sparklings, plural of sparkling. Sparkly, giving off sparks or small flashes of light, glittery. Spardman, a surname. Spardmans, plural of sparkman. Sparko, contraction of spark out. Sparkover, synonym of flash over unintended electrical discharge. Spark over voltage, Synonym of flashover voltage. Spark over voltages. Plural of spark over voltage. Spark overs. Plural of spark over. Spark plug. Alternative form of spark plug. Spark plug. Simple past and past participle of spark plug. Spark plugging. Present participle and gerund of spark plug. Spark plugs. Plural of spark plug. Spark proof. Designed not to emit sparks. Sparks. A surname from Old Norse. Sparks fly. Used to describe a verbal or physical confrontation of an angry or heated nature taking place. Sparks off. Third person singular simple present indicative of spark off. Sparks out. Third person singular simple present indicative of spark out. Sparks up. Third person singular simple present indicative of spark up. Sparktastic. Fantastic in a new or inventive way. Sparkwell. A village and civil parish in South Hams District, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref as Sex 5857. Sparky. A nickname for a person who is lively and animated. Sparless. Without spars. Spar-like. Resembling or characteristic of a spar. Sparling. A surname. Sparlings. Plural of sparling. Sparmaker. A manufacturer of spars for ships. Sparmakers. Plural of sparmaker. Sparmaking. The manufacture of spars for ships. Sparrow. Of or pertaining to the family, Sparidae, of deep-bodied, spinous-finned marine fish including the sea bream, porgy, scup, and sheep's head. Sparoids. Plural of sparrow. Sparkle. Sparkle Protocol and RDF Query Language, a recursive acronym, a semantic web technology. Tavat. A surname. Sabera. A Sparrow. Saberas. Plural of spara. Var. Obsolete form of spar. Sparred. Simple past and past participle of spar. Sabera. Someone who spars, a fighter. Sparas. Plural of spara. The bars. Plural of spar. Spariness. The quality of being sparry. Sparring. Present participle and gerund of spar. Spurringly. As if sparring in a combative manner. Sparrings. Plural of sparring. Sparrow. A surname. Sparrow dominoes. The game of mahjong. Sparrow fart. Alternative form of sparrow fart. Sparrow grass. Alternative form of sparrow grass. Sparrow hawk. The American kestrel or American sparrowhawk Falcus parvirius is small falcon found in North and South America that preys on grasshoppers and small animals. Sparrowhawks. Plural of sparrowhawk. Sparrow's fart. Alternative form of sparrow fart. Sparrow's resolution limit. An estimate of the angular resolution limit of an optical instrument. Sparrow fart. A time very early in the day, dawn. Sparrow grass. Alternative form of sparrow grass. Sparrowhawk. Dated spelling of sparrowhawk. Sparrowhawks. Plural of sparrowhawk. Sparrowlark. Any of the genus Eremipteryx of songbirds in the family Alaudidae found from Africa to the Indian subcontinent. Sparrowlarks. plural of sparrowlark. Sparrow weaver, any bird of the Plosbesser genus. Sparrow weavers, plural of sparrow weaver. Sparrow bill, alternative form of sparrowbill kind of nail. Sparrow bills, plural of sparrowbill. Sparrowcide, the killing of sparrows. Sparrowsides, plural of sparrowside. Sparrowdom, the realm or sphere of sparrows. Sparrowfart, alternative form of sparrowfart. Sparrowfarts, plural of sparrowfart. Sparrowgrass, acorn of Sparagus asparagus. Sparrowhawk, a Eurasian sparrowhawk, Accipitor nisus. A small, short-winged European hawk that preys on smaller birds. Sparrowhawks, plural of sparrowhawk. Sparrowish, resembling or characteristic of a sparrow. Sparrowless, without sparrows. Sparrow-like, resembling a sparrow in some way, vivacious, chirpy, frail, etc. Sparrowling, a small, young, or immature sparrow. Sparrowlings, plural of sparrowling. Sparrows, plural of sparrow. Sparrow's wedding, a group of chirping sparrows, often males, around a single female, usually occurring in the spring and early summer. Sparrows' weddings, plural of sparrow's wedding. Sparrowwort, an evergreen shrub, Erica passerina. Sparrowy, resembling or characteristic of a sparrow. Sparse, plural of spar. Taberry, abundant in spar the mineral. Sparriang, siderite. Sparse, plural of spar. Sparse, having widely spaced intervals. Sparse array, an array in which most of the values are zero. Sparse arrays, plural of sparse. Array. Sparse table, a data structure that can answer range maximum or range minimum queries on an immutable list of values in constant time, and other range queries in logarithmic time. Sparse tables, plural of sparse table. Sparse, simple past and past participle of sparse. Sparsely, 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 in a scattered or sparse manner. Widely apart, thinly. Sparsen, to make or become sparse. Sparsened, simple past and past participle of sparsen. Sparseness, the state or quality of being sparse. Sparsenesses, plural of sparseness. Sparsening, the act or process of becoming sparse. Sparsens, third person singular simple present indicative of sparsen. Sparsentin, an antagonist to endothelin receptor type A and angiotensin Roman II receptor type 1, used in the treatment in primary immunoglobulin nephropathy. Sparser, comparative form of sparse, more sparse. Sparsus, superlative form of sparse, most sparse. Sparsholt, a village and civil parish in city of Winchester District, Hampshire, England. OS Grid Ref SU 4331. Sparsification, the act of making something more sparse, especially a graph. Sparsifications, plural of sparsification. Sparsify, simple past and past participle of sparsify. Sparsifier, A graph that is a sparse version of another. Sparsifiers. Plural of sparsifier. Sparsifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of sparsify. Sparsiflorous. Having sparse or scattered flowers. Sparsify. To make a graph or a matrix sparse. Sparsifying. Present participle and gerund of sparsify. Sparsing. The act or process of making something sparse. Sparsistency. Let mathb be a vector and define the support operator named submathb equals I. Mathb letter 1d62 not equal to 0 where mathb letter 1d62 is the ith element of mathb. Let mathb be an estimator for mathb. Then sparsistency is the property that the support of the estimator converges to the true support as the number of samples grows to infinity. Sparsistent. Exhibiting sparsistency. Sparsities. Plural of sparsity. Sparsity. The property of being sparse, sparseness. Sparsamycin. A chemical compound, initially discovered as a metabolite of the fungus Streptomyces sparsogenes that inhibits protein synthesis. Sparstolanin. An isocamarin polyphenol present in some Chinese herbs that has anti-inflammatory action. Sparstone. Sparstones. Plural of sparstone. Spart. Synonym of Dave Spart. Sparta. An ancient city-state in southern Greece noted for its strict military training. Sparta Remix. A type of video mashup usually uploaded to YouTube that remixes a single clip of dialogue from a movie, video game, etc., following a precise rhythm with little or no deviation from others of its kind. Sparta remixes. Plural of Sparta remix. Spartacan. Of or relating to Spartacus. Spartacide. Synonym of Spartacist, a member of the Spartacus League in Germany. Spartacides. Plural of Spartacide. Spartacism. Spartacist ideology. Spartacus. A supporter of Spartacus who led a slave rebellion against the ancient Roman Empire. Spartacists. Plural of Spartacists. Spartacus. A Thracian name, notably borne by a gladiator who was one of the slave leaders in a major slave uprising against the Roman Republic. Spartian. A jumping spider of the subfamily Spartiini. Spartians. Plural of Spartian. Spartan. A citizen of Sparta, a native or inhabitant of Sparta. Spartanburg. A city, the county seat of Spartanburg County, South Carolina, United States. Spartanburg County. One of 46 counties in South Carolina, United States. County seat, Spartanburg. Spartanism. A devotion to the habits and qualities of the ancient Spartans, especially to an indomitable spirit, undaunted hardihood, and stark simplicity. Spartanization. The process or result of Spartanizing. Spartanize. To make Spartan, to adapt to the norms or culture of Sparta. Spartanize. Simple past and past participle of Spartanize. Spartanizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of Spartanize. Spartanizing. Present participle and gerund of Spartanize. Spartan-like. Resembling or characteristic of a Spartan. Spartamy. In a Spartan manner. Spartaness. The state or quality of being Spartan citizen of Sparta. Spartans. plural of Spartan. Spartine, a toxic tetracyclic alkaloid obtained from the broom and lupin plants. Spartines, plural of Spartine. Spartery, articles made from esparto. Sparteries, plural of spartery. Spartery, braided plant fibers used in making hats. Spar, a battle axe or halberd. Tabar, alternative form of Sparth battle axe. Tabaris, plural of spar. Sparis, plural of Sparth. Sparte, a Spartan, especially a full citizen. Spartiates, plural of spartiate. Sparticle, any subatomic particle predicted by supersymmetry, the Boson equivalent of a known fermion. Sparticles, plural of sparticle. Spartina, cordgrass spartina. Spartinas, plural of spartina. Spartiodine, a chemical compound, CH-NO5. Spartus, a left-winger, particularly a revolutionary but bourgeois one. Sparts, plural of Spart. Sparty, the mascot of Michigan State University, usually depicted as a muscular male Spartan warrior or athlete dressed in stylized Greek costume. Sparts, a surname from German. Spartzes, plural of Sparts. Sparver, a canopy for a bed. Sparvers, plural of sparver. Sparves, plural of sparve. Sparry, sparing. Parsimonious, about, plural of SBA. SBS, plural of SBA. About, plural of spa. Spacer, the nanoplasmonic counterpart of a laser, a nanoscale source of optical fields with potential uses in nanoscale lithography, probing, and microscopy. Spacers, plural of spacer. Spazabo, thank you. Spasamir, a male given name from the Slavic languages. Spasm, a sudden, involuntary contraction of a muscle, a group of muscles, or a hollow organ. Spasm band, a musical band that plays instruments made from items not originally intended for music. Spasm bands, plural of spasm band. Spasm war, a nuclear war consisting of arbitrary uncoordinated strikes without an overarching strategy. Spasm wars, plural of spasm war. Spasmodic, having or having to do with a spasm or spasms. Spasmodical, spasmodic. Spasmed, simple past and past participle of spasm. Spasmic, of or relating to spasms, spastic. Spasming, present participle and gerund of spasm. Spasmings, plural of spasming. Spasmodic, of or relating to a spasm, resembling a sudden contraction of the muscles. Spasmodical, alternative form of spasmodic. Spasmodicality, the quality of being spasmodical. Spasmodically, in a spasmodic manner, intermittently. Spasmodicalness, the quality of being spasmodical. Spasmodicity, the quality of being spasmodic. Spasmodicness, the quality of being spasmodic. Spasmodics, plural of spasmodic. Spasmodism, a spasmodic condition due to medullary excitation. Spasmodist, a writer of spasmodic poetry. Spasmodists, plural of spasmodists. Spasmogen, a substance which induces spasms. Spasmogenic, tending to induce spasms. Spasmogenically, in a spasmogenic manner. Spasmogens, plural of spasmogen. Spasmoid, resembling or characteristic of a spasm. Spasmolytic, misspelling of spasmolytic. Spasmology, an area of neurology that deals with spasticity and its management. Spasmolysis, the alleviation of spasms. Spasmolytic, antispastic, antispasmodic. Spasmolytics, plural of spasmolytic. Spasmolytin, synonym of adaphonine. Spasmoneme, myoneme. Spasmonemes, plural of spasmoneme. Spasmophile, a person who has spasmophilia. Spasmophiles, plural of spasmophile. Spasmophilia, a condition of increased electrical and mechanical excitability in babies. Spasmophilic, having or relating to spasmophilia. Spasmophily, alternative form of spasmophilia. Spasmotoxin, an alkaloid found in cultures of the tetanus bacillus that induces violent convulsions. Spasmus, of or relating to spasms, spastic. Spasms, plural of spasm. Spasmus nutans, a syndrome characterized by the symptom triad of head nodding, ocular oscillations, and anomalous head position torticollis. Spaste, of, relating to, or affected by spasm. Spastic abasia, an inability to walk due to stiffening of leg muscles and trembling. Spastic colitis, synonym of irritable bowel syndrome. Spastic colon, synonym of irritable bowel syndrome. Spastic tetraplegia, the loss of most motor function in all four limbs, normally caused by brain stem injury. Spastically, in a spastic way, accompanied by spasms. Spasticated, synonym of spastic. Spasticities, plural of spasticity. Spasticity, the state, quality, apathy of being spastic. Spastics, plural of spaste. Sebastin, a protein related to catenin, mutations of which lead to spastic paraplegia. Spastins, plural of spastin. Spasticin, a protein characteristic of spastic paraplegia that mediates autophagic lysosome reformation. The simple past and past participle of spit. Spat facts, simple past and past participle of spit facts. Spat feathers, simple past and past participle of spit feathers. Spat fire, simple past and past participle of spit fire. Spat in someone's face, simple past and past participle of spit in someone's face. Spat in the wind, simple past and past participle of spit in the wind. Spat it out, simple past and past participle of spit it out. Spat nails, simple past and past participle of spit nails. Spat on, simple past and past participle of spit on. Spat out, simple past and past participle of spit out. Spat straight facts, simple past and past participle of spit straight facts. Spat the dummy, simple past and past participle of spit the dummy. Spat up, simple past and past participle of spit up. Spataxen, a protein encoded in humans by the SPG11 gene of uncertain function. Spatangid, any sea urchin in the family Spatangidae. Spatangids, plural of Spatangid. Spatangoid, any echinoderm of the order Spatangoida of hurt urchins. Spatangoids, plural of Spatangoid. Spataro, a surname from Italian. Spataros, plural of Spataro. Spatchka, poultry which has been cut along the spine and spread out for more even cooking. Spatchgakt, of poultry cut along the spine and having its halves spread apart for more even cooking. Spatchcocking, gerund of spatchcock, the act or practice of cutting poultry along the spine and spreading its halves apart for more even cooking. Spatchcocks, plural of spatchcock. Spatular, misspelling of spatula. Spatulars, plural of spatular. Spate, a sudden flood or inundation of water, specifically, a flood in or overflow of a river or other watercourse due to heavy rain or melting snow, uncountable, archaic flooding, inundation. Spaded, simple past and past participle of spate. Spates, plural of spate. Spatho, the arrival of spat at the beach during spawning season for shellfish. Spatfalls, plural of spatfall. Taba, a small village in Uttoxeter Rural Parish, East Staffordshire District, Staffordshire, England. OS grid ref SK0A35. Taba, a type of straight sword originating from the 1st century Roman Empire. It was worn typically by cavalry officers and is a long version of the left-shaped gladius. Spathaceous, having or resembling a spathe, spathel. Spathaciously, in a spathacious manner. Spatty, plural of spatha. Spatel, furnished with a spathe. Spatheri, a village in Euboea, Greece. Spathas, plural of spatha. Spatate, having a spathe or spathes. Spathe, a large bract that envelops or subthens a whole inflorescence, typically is spatix. Spatibifadian, any of the odors Spathibifadia of tapeworms that infect the guts of fish. Spate, having a spathe or spathes, or a particular kind of number of spathes. Spathes, plural of spathe. Spathic, having good cleavage. Spathic ire. Siderite. Spatiform, resembling spar in form. Spatella, a secondary or diminutive spathe. Spatili, plural of spathilla. Spathiphyllum, any plant of the genus Spathiphyllum. Spathiphyllums, plural of spathiphyllum. Spathos, having or resembling a spathe. Spatus, spathos. Spathroom, a bathroom that has been designed to be very clean, comfortable, and relaxing, like a spa. Spathrooms, plural of spathroom. Spaths, plural of spath. Spathulate, alternative spelling of spatulate. Spathulate, in a spathulate manner. Spathulanol, a compound isolated from Calocarpa americana American butyrate. Spacious annularia, limb-filled spaces between the fibers of the ciliary zone. at the equator of the lens of the eye. Spatial, pertaining to the dimension of space. Spatial component, either of the first, second, or third components of a four-vector. Spatial components plural of spatial component. Spatial computer, any of various devices that enable or are planned to enable spatial computing, including wearables, for example headsets, glasses, wristwatches, implants within the human body, and embeds within infrastructure. Spatial computers, plural of spatial computer. Spatial computing, a computing paradigm powered by three-dimensional desktop environments, such as an extended reality window manager, usually accessed through wearables such as headsets. Spatial locale, a locale which originates from a topological space. Spatial locales, plural of spatial locale. Spatial unmasking, the localization of sound by angular sources. Spatial wave function, a separable wave function times EI at such h bar, which is thus a function of only space and not time. Spatial wave functions, plural of spatial wave function. Spatialization, alternative form of spatialization. Spatializations, plural of spatialization. Spatialize, alternative form of spatialize. Spatialized, simple past and past participle of spatialize. Spatializes, third person singular simple present indicative of spatialize. Spatializing, present participle and gerund of spatialize. Spatialism, a type of modern art in which elements of color, sound, space, movement, and time are synthesized. Spatialities, plural of spatiality. Spatiality, the condition of being spatial. Spatializable, capable of being spatialized. Spatialization, the act or process of spatializing. Spatializations, plural of spatialization. Spatialize, to localize sounds in physical space. Spatialized, simple past and past participle of spatialize. Spatializer, an algorithm that localizes sounds in physical space. Spatializers, plural of spatializer. Spatializes, third person singular simple present indicative of spatialize. Spatializing, present participle and gerund of spatialize. Spatially, with reference to space or arrangement in space. Spatiate, to rove or ramble. Spatiated, simple past and past participle of spatiate. Spatiates, third person singular simple present indicative of spatiate. Spatiating, present participle and gerund of spatiate. Spading, present participle and gerund of spate. Spatio, spatial, space. Spatiotemporal, alternative form of spatiotemporal. Spatiochromatic, relating to the spatial visualization of color. Spatiocultural, relating to human cultures as they are situated in physical space. Spatiodeterministic, spatially deterministic. Spatiodynamics, spatial dynamics. Spatiogenetic, spatial and genetic. Spatiogram, a histogram that contains additional spatial information. Spatiograms, plural of spatiogram. Spatiography, the physical description of space and what it contains, the geography of space. Spatiaktigmatic, describing the relative movement of different parts of an astronomical body. Spatiakinetic, spatial and kinetic. Spatiakinetics, spatial kinetics. Spatioma, synonym of orthophotomap. Spatianax, plural of spatiomap. Spationaut, an astronaut regardless of nationality. Spationauts, plural of spationaut. Spatiaspectral, describing the measurement and analysis of multiple spectra of spatially distinct objects. Spatiostructural, relating to spatial structure. Spatiotemporal, of concerning or existing in both space and time. Spatiotemporality, the quality of being spatiotemporal, existence in space and time. Spatiotemporally, in a spatiotemporal context. Spatiodapid, having a reference to the three-dimensional space of the real world. Spatiodapically, in a spatiodopic manner. Spatiodapicity, the condition of being spatiodopic. Spatiotopography, spatial and topography. Spatiotopi, the condition of being spatiodopic. Spacious, obsolete form of spacious. Spaciously, obsolete form of spaciously. Spaciousness, obsolete form of spaciousness. Spatola, a surname from Italian. Spatolas, plural of spatola. Debatis, a stiff legging worn over the instep and ankles of a shoe. Spatit, adorned with spats. Spatter, to send out small droplets, to splash in small droplets on or against something. Spatter cone, a conical mound of lava fragments around the central vent of a volcano. Spatter cones, plural of spatter cone. Spatterdash, a cement-based slurry applied to a wall in order to improve adhesion of the render. Spatterdash, wearing spatterdashes. Spatterdasher, singular of spatterdasher's type of boots. Spatterdashers, synonym of spatterdashes. Spatterdashes, coverings for the legs to protect them from water and mud, long gaiters. Spatterdock, a water lily of species Nuphar advena, of temperate eastern North America. Spatterdocks, plural of spatterdock. Spatter, simple past and past participle of spatter. Spattering, present participle and gerund of spatter. Spatteringly, so as to spatter. Spatterings, plural of spattering. Spatterproof, resistant to spattering. Spatters, third person singular simple present indicative of spatter. Spatterware, synonym of spunuware. Spatterwork, art produced by spattering ink or paint against a surface. Spattery, accompanied or caused by spattering. Spatting, present participle and gerund of spat. Spattle, a spatula. Spattles, plural of spattle. Spatula, a kitchen utensil consisting of a flat surface attached to a long handle used for turning, lifting, or stirring food. Spatulae, plural of spatula. Spatulid, simple past and past participle of spatula. Spatulang, present participle of spatula. Spatula-like, resembling a spatula. Spatulamancy, divination using the shoulder blade of an animal. Spatular, having the form of a spatula. Spatulas, plural of spatula. Spatulasnout catchark, Apristris platyhinchus, a catchark of the family Pentanchidae. Spatula